Part 3. Capital. 7. Towards a theory of capital. At this point I can proceed with my reconstruction of Marx's critical theory of capitalist society. Thus far, I have investigated the differences between a traditional Marxist critique from the standpoint of labor and the Marxian critique of labor in capitalism, focusing on the categories Marx developed in the initial chapters of Capital, in particular on his conception of the twofold character of labor in capitalism, his distinction between value and material wealth, and his emphasis on the temporal dimension of value. On the basis of this analysis of the commodity form, I shall now outline an approach to Marx's category of capital. Capital, according to Marx, is a self-moving social mediation that renders modern society intrinsically dynamic and shapes the form of the process of production. He develops this category in Capital by unfolding it dialectically from the commodity, thereby arguing that its basic determinations are implied by the latter social form. By indicating the intrinsic relation of the commodity and capital forms, Marx seeks both to elucidate the basic nature of capital and to render plausible his point of departure, his analysis of the commodity's dual character as the core structure of capitalism. What characterizes capitalism, according to Marx, is that, because of the peculiar nature of its structuring relations, it possesses a fundamental core that embodies its basic features. In his critique of political economy, he tries to establish the existence of this core and demonstrate that it underlies the intrinsic historical dynamic of capitalism. This core, then, would have to be overcome for this society to be negated historically. In this chapter I shall present the course of Marx's exposition of the category of capital and the sphere of production. To investigate this exposition in detail would exceed the limits of this work, so in subsequent chapters I shall try instead to clarify some crucial aspects of the social forms Marx unfolds in his treatment of capital by considering them in relation to certain implications of his critical theory's initial categories. Proceeding this way will show how my analysis of these categories implies a reconceptualization of the Marxian dialectic of the forces and relations of production, and thereby sheds new light on Marx's complex category of capital and his understanding of capitalism's overcoming. This discussion will touch upon aspects of modern capitalism, but only in a very preliminary manner. In general, the interpretation of Marx's category of capital I present here will demonstrate further that the Marxian critique does not analyze capitalist society merely in terms of liberal capitalism's overt hallmarks, that is, the bourgeois relations of distribution. Rather, it grasps as intrinsic to capitalism the proletarian-based industrial process of production as well as, more generally, the subsumption of individuals under large-scale social units, and entails a critique of capitalism's productivist historical logic. It, thereby implicitly presents socialism as the historical negation of such post-liberal characteristics of capitalism, as well as of the bourgeois relations of distribution. Money. In Volume 1 of Capital, Marx develops an analysis of money and then capital on the basis of his initial determinations of the commodity. He begins by examining the process of exchange, arguing that the circulation of commodities differs formally and essentially from the direct exchange of products. The circulation of commodities overcomes the temporal, spatial, and personal barriers imposed by the direct exchange of products. In the process, a quasi-natural network of social connections develops. Although constituted by human agents, it lies beyond their control. The commodity form of social mediation historically gives rise to the independent private producer, on the one hand, and it constitutes the social process of production and the relations among producers as an alienated system, independent of the producers themselves, a system of all-round objective dependence, on the other. More generally, it gives rise to a world of subjects and a world of objects. This socio-cultural development proceeds with the development of the money form. Marx structures his investigation of money as a dialectical unfolding, in the course of which he logically derives both the social form of money, leading to his analysis of capital, as well as the forms of appearance that veil that social form. Proceeding from his analysis of the commodity as the duality of value and use value, Marx initially determines money as the externalized, manifest expression of the value dimension of the commodity. He argues that in a society where the commodity is the universal form of the product, money does not render commodities commensurable. Rather, it is an expression, a necessary form of appearance, of their commensurability, of the fact that labor functions as a socially mediating activity. This does not appear to be the case, though, as Marx then indicates in the course of elaborating the various functions of money, as the measure of values, the means of circulation, and as money. He shows that a necessary quantitative discrepancy exists between value and prices, and that something can have a price without having a value. For these reasons, the nature of money in capitalism may be veiled. Money may not appear to be an externalized expression of the form of social mediation that constitutes capitalist society, abstract labor objectified as value. Moreover, because the circulation of commodities is effected by the externalization of their double character in the form of money and commodities, they seem to be mere, thingly objects, goods circulated by money rather than self-mediating objects, objectified social mediations. Thus, the peculiar nature of social mediation in capitalism gives rise to an antinomy, so characteristic of modern, Western worldviews, between a secularized, thingly, concrete dimension and a purely abstract dimension, whereby the socially constituted character of both dimensions, as well as their intrinsic relation, is veiled. According to Marx, the nature of social mediation in capitalism is further obscured by the fact that money has developed historically in such a manner that coins and paper money have come to serve as signs of value. There is no direct correlation, however, between the value of these signs and the value they signify. Because even relatively valueless objects can serve as means of circulation, money does not appear to be a bearer of value. Consequently, the very existence of value as a social mediation, whether located in the commodity or in its expression as money, is veiled by this contingent surface relationship between signifier and signified. This real process of obfuscation is reinforced by the function of money as a means of payment for commodities that had been acquired previously through contracts, and as credit money. In such cases, money no longer seems to mediate the process of exchange. Rather, the movement of the means of payment seems merely to reflect and validate a social connection that already was present independently. In other words, social relations in capitalism can seem as though they have nothing to do with the commodity form of social mediation. Rather, these relations can appear either to be pre-given or to be constituted ultimately by convention, by contracts among self-determining individuals. In this section of his exposition, then, Marx investigates how the money form both expresses and increasingly veils the form of social mediation, grasped by the category of the commodity, and he does so in a way that implicitly criticizes other theories of money and society. Marx also unfolds a dialectical reversal in his treatment of money. It is a social means that becomes an end. This discussion serves as a bridge between his analysis of the commodity and that of capital. I have shown that Marx analyzes the commodity as an objectified form of social mediation. The commodity, as generalized, is a self-mediating form of the product. Proceeding from this determination, Marx describes commodity circulation as a mode wherein the social production and distribution of goods, which he calls the process of social metabolism, or transformation of matter, Stoffwechsel, is mediated by the transformation of form, Formwechsel, or metamorphosis, of the commodities from use values to values and back to use values. In other words, presupposing that the commodity is the general form of the product. Hence, that it is intrinsically both a value and a use value. Marx analyzes the sale of commodity A for money, which is then used to buy commodity BY as a process of metamorphosis. In the first step, commodity A is transformed from the manifest form of its particular use value dimension into the manifest form of its general value dimension. Money, the latter, can be transformed, in a second step, into another particular manifest form, commodity B. The argumentative thrust of this interpretation of commodity exchange becomes clearer later in Marx's text, when capital is treated as self-expanding value that alternately takes on the form of commodities and of money. This process, for Marx, is one in which production and distribution, the transformation of matter, are effected in a historically specific way by the transformation of form. It expresses the dual character of labor in capitalism, the circumstance that people's relations among each other and with nature are mediated by labor. On another level, Marx initially describes the process of commodity exchange, commodity A, money, commodity B, as one of selling in order to buy. In the course of his investigation, however, Marx notes that the nature of commodity circulation is such that the transformation of form, which initially had been determined logically as a social means, a way of mediating the transformation of matter, becomes an end in itself. He grounds this dialectical reversal in a social necessity to accumulate money, which springs from the relations of the process of circulation itself, from the fact that when commodity circulation becomes widespread, not every purchase can be effected by a simultaneous sale. Rather, one must possess a hoard of money in order to acquire the means of consumption and to pay debts. Although, in terms of the system's underlying logic, one sells in order to buy, selling and buying become separated, and the externalized value dimension of the commodity, money, becomes a self-sufficient purpose of the sale. With the extension of circulation, everything becomes convertible into money, which thereby becomes a radical social leveler. It embodies a new, objectified form of social power that is independent of traditional social status and can become the private power of private individuals. At this point, Marx begins his transition to the category of capital. In discussing the subjective dimension of the emergence of money as an end, the desire to hoard, and the Protestant virtues of industriousness, abstinence, and asceticism, Marx argues that hoarding money is not a mode of accumulation that is logically adequate to value, to an abstract general form which is independent of all qualitative specificity. Marx elaborates a logical contradiction between the boundlessness of money, when considered qualitatively as the universal representation of wealth that is directly convertible into any other commodity, and the quantitative limitation of every actual sum of money. Marx thus sets the stage for the category of capital, a form that more adequately embodies both the drive for boundless accumulation implicit in the value form, as well as the dialectical reversal described above. With capital, the transformation of the commodity form becomes an end and, as we shall see, the transformation of matter becomes the means to this end. Production, as a social process of the transformation of matter which mediates humans and nature, becomes subsumed under the social form constituted by labor's socially mediating function in capitalism. Capital. Marx first introduces capital, the category with which he grasps modern society, in terms of a general formula informed by his analysis of value and the commodity. Marx had characterized the circulation of commodities as commodity money commodity, or CMC, as a qualitative transformation of one use value for another, but he presents the circuit of capital as money commodity money, or, more accurately, MCM, where the difference between M and M is necessarily only quantitative. It should be noted that, like his analysis of CMC, Marx's analysis of MCM, as necessarily MCM, presupposes the commodity as the general form of the product. In other words, with the formula MCM, Marx neither tries to prove that investment for gain exists in capitalism, nor tries to ground the historical genesis of capitalist society in the logical unfolding of his categories. Rather, he presupposes the existence of capitalist society and of investment for gain. His intention is to clarify critically, by means of his categories, the underlying nature and developmental course of that form of social life. The formula MCM does not refer to a process whereby wealth in general is increased but to a process whereby value is increased. Marx calls the quantitative difference between M and M surplus value. Value becomes capital, according to Marx, as a result of a process of the valorization of value, whereby its magnitude is increased. His analysis of capital seeks to grasp modern society in terms of a dynamic process inherent in those social relations which are objectified in the value form of wealth and, hence, in the value form of the surplus. What characterizes modern society, according to this analysis, is that the social surplus exists in the form of surplus value, and that this form implies a dynamic. These determinations must be further examined. The formula MCM is intended to represent an ongoing process. M is not simply withdrawn at the end of the process as money, but remains part of the circuit of capital. This circuit, in other words, is actually MCM, CM, Unlike the movement entailed by the circulation of commodities and the turnover of money, this circuit implies ongoing growth and directionality. This directional movement, though, is quantitative and without an external telos. Whereas the circulation of commodities can be said to have a final purpose that lies outside of the process, namely, consumption, the satisfaction of needs, the motivating force of the circuit MCM, its determining purpose, according to Marx, is value itself, an abstract general form of wealth in terms of which all forms of material wealth can be quantified. This abstract quantitative character of value as a form of wealth is related to the circumstance that it also is a social means, an objectified social relation. With the introduction of the category of capital, another moment of the determination of value as a means is introduced. Value, as a form of wealth, abstracted from the qualitative specificity of all products, hence their particular uses, and whose magnitude is a function of abstract time alone, receives its most adequate logical expression by serving as the means for more value, for the further expansion of value. With the introduction of the category of capital, then, value is revealed as a means to a goal that is itself a means, rather than an end. Capital, then, is a category of movement, of expansion. It is a dynamic category, value in motion. This social form is alienated, quasi-independent, exerts a mode of abstract compulsion and constraint on people, and is in motion. Consequently, Marx accords it the attribute of agency. His initial determination of capital, then, is as self-valorizing value, as the self-moving substance that is subject. He describes this self-moving subjective, objective social form in terms of a continuous, ceaseless process of values. Self-expansion. This process, like Nietzsche's demiurge, generates large-scale cycles of production and consumption, creation and destruction. Capital has no fixed, final form, but appears at different stages of its spiraling path in the form of money and commodities. Value, then, is unfolded by Marx as the core of a form of social mediation that constitutes social objectivity and subjectivity, and is intrinsically dynamic. It is a form of social mediation that necessarily exists in objectified, materialized form, but is neither identical with, nor an inherent property of, its materialized form, whether in the shape of money or goods. The way in which Marx unfolds the category of capital retrospectively illuminates his initial determination of value as an objectified social relation, constituted by labor, that is carried by, but exists behind, the commodities as objects. This clarifies the thrust of his analysis of the commodity's twofold character and its externalization as money and commodities. The movement of capital is without limit, without end. As self-valorizing value, it appears as pure process. In dealing with the category of capital, then, one is dealing with a central category of a society that becomes characterized by a constant directional movement with no determinate external telos, a society driven by production for the sake of production, by a process that exists for the sake of process. This expansion, this ceaseless motion is, within the framework of Marx's analysis, intrinsically related to the temporal dimension of value. As we shall see, Marx's concept of self-valorizing value attempts to grasp an alienated form of social relations that possesses an intrinsic temporal dynamic. This alienated form constitutes an immanent logic of history, gives rise to a particular structure of labor, and continually transforms social life while reconstituting its underlying capitalist character. His critical investigation of production in capitalism analyzes how individual labors increasingly become cellular components of a large, complex, and dynamic alienated system that encompasses people and machines and is directed by the goal of production for the sake of production. In short, the capital form of social relations, in Marx's analysis, is blind, processual, and quasi-organic. How is this directionally dynamic and totalistic form of social relations constituted? Marx approaches this problem by inquiring into the source of surplus value, the source of the quantitative difference between M and M. Because the object of investigation is a society in which MCM represents an ongoing process, the source of surplus value must be a regular ongoing source. Marx argues against theories that try to locate that source in the sphere of circulation and maintains, on the basis of the determinations of the categories he has developed thus far, that the ongoing increase in the magnitude of value must originate in a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value. He then specifies that commodity as labor power, the capacity for labor sold as a commodity. Remember that Marx is speaking of the source of value, not of material wealth. The generation of surplus value is related intrinsically to a mode of production based on labor power as a commodity. The precondition for such a mode is that labor is free in a double sense. Workers must be the free proprietors of their own labor capacity and, hence, of their persons. Yet they must be free of all the objects needed to realize their labor power. In other words, the precondition is a society in which means of consumption are obtained via commodity exchange, and in which workers, as opposed to independent artisans or farmers, do not own any means of production and are therefore compelled to sell their labor power as the only commodity they own. This is the precondition of capitalism. At this point in his exposition, Marx states explicitly the historical specificity of his critical social theory's categories. Although the circulation of commodities and money certainly antedate capitalism, according to Marx, it is only in capitalism that labor power becomes a commodity, that labor takes on the form of wage labor. Only then does the commodity form of the product of labor become universal, and money become a real, universal equivalent. This historical development, for Marx, signifies an epochal historical transformation. It embraces a world history. Capitalism marks a qualitative break with all other historical forms of social life. This section of Capital confirms my earlier argument that the logical unfolding of the categories from the commodity through money to capital should not be understood as a necessary historical progression. The commodity of the beginning of capital presupposes wage labor. Marx intends his mode of presentation not as a historical unfolding but as a logical unfolding that proceeds from the essential core of the system. This is further supported by his statement that although merchants' capital and interest-bearing capital historically antedate the modern, fundamental form of capital, they are logically derivative of this fundamental form in capitalism, and hence are dealt with later in the exposition, in Volume 3 of Capital. I shall return below to this theme of the relation of history and logic in Marx's analysis. This reading contravenes the interpretation, criticized above, that Marx's analysis of value in Volume 1 of Capital postulates a model of a pre-capitalist society, and that his discussion of price and profit in Volume 3 pertains to capitalist society. This implies that value precedes price, historically. On the contrary, though, my interpretation suggests that, just as commodity circulation, money, merchants' capital, and interest-bearing capital historically precede the modern form of capital, prices, even if not the prices of production, to which Marx refers in Volume 3, antedate value. Value as a totalizing category is constituted only in capitalist society. In this regard, it is significant that it is only when Marx begins to develop the category of capital that he argues against theories that analyze the value of a commodity in terms of its relations to needs. He counters that such theories confuse use value with value and do not consider adequately the nature of production. That such arguments appear at this point in Marx's presentation implies that the deductive derivation of value he undertakes in the opening chapter of Capital is not the real basis for his argument concerning value, that value is not a subjective category but is an objectified social mediation which is constituted by labor and measured by labor time expenditure. Rather, the real basis for this position is provided by his unfolding of the category of capital and his analysis of production. Value, in Marx's understanding, far from explaining market equilibrium in capitalism or even grounding a model of pre-capitalist society, comes into its own only as a structuring social category with the constitution of capital as a totalizing form. It is, as we shall see, a category of efficiency, rationalization, and ongoing transformation. Value is a category of a directionally dynamic totality. Finally, one should note that, within the structure of Marx's argument, just as the concept of capital as self-valorizing value retrospectively illuminates his earlier determinations of the twofold character of the commodity, the concept of labor power as a commodity retrospectively illuminates the idea that the commodity as a value is constituted by abstract labor, that is, by labor as a socially mediating activity. This function of labor emerges very clearly with the category of labor power. Nevertheless, Marx's concepts of abstract labor and wage labor should not be conflated. By beginning with the category of the commodity as a social form, rather than with the sociological category of wage labor, Marx seeks to grasp the historical specificity of social wealth and the fabric of social relations in capitalism. The dynamic character of this society, as well as the structure of labor and of production. He does so by means of categories that also grasp socially and historically specific forms of subjectivity. The category of wage labor, however, could not serve as the point of departure from which these various dimensions of capitalist society could be unfolded. The critique of bourgeois civil society. When Marx introduces the concepts of surplus value and labor power, he begins to shift the focus of his investigation from the sphere of circulation, which he characterizes as being on the surface of society, open to public view, to the hidden abode of production. Before making this shift, he summarizes the subjective dimension of the categories he has developed in his exposition thus far. In other words, he draws attention to the ideas and values that he had implicitly unfolded as immanent moments of the categorial social forms that structure CMC, the sphere of circulation. This summary provides important insights into the nature of Marx's critical analysis of bourgeois civil society, to which I have alluded, and the significance of his focus on production. The sphere of circulation, or commodity exchange, according to Marx, is a very Eden of the innate rights of man. It is ruled exclusively by freedom, equality, property and Bentham. Freedom, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, let us say, of labor power, are determined only by their own free will. They contract as free persons, who are equal before the law. Equality, because they only relate to each other as commodity owners and exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own. And Bentham, because each looks only to his own advantage. The only force bringing them together and putting them into relation with each other is the private interest of each. And precisely for that reason, either in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an omniscient providence, they all work together in the common interest. What is the nature of this critique? On one level, it locates as socially and historically constituted those structured modes of social action and values, which are taken to be eternal and natural. Marx clearly is relating the determinations of civil society, as expressed in Enlightenment thought, theories of political economy and natural law, and utilitarianism, to the commodity form of social relations. He argues that the differentiation of social life in Western Europe into a formal political sphere and a sphere of civil society, whereby the latter functions independently of political control, and also is free of many traditional social constraints, is very much bound to the spread and deepening of this form of social relations, as are the modern values of freedom and equality, as well as the notion that society is constructed by the actions of autonomous individuals acting in their own self-interests, by socially and historically grounding the modern individual, which is an unexamined point of departure of Enlightenment thought, and the values and the modes of action associated with civil society. Marx seeks to dispel the notion that they are natural, that they emerge when people, freed from the trammels of irrational superstitions, customs, and authority, are able to pursue their own interests rationally and in a way consistent with human nature, whereby what is rational, of course, is seen as independent of social and historical specificity. Moreover, Marx also tries to ground socially the notion of a natural form of social life itself. Capitalism differs fundamentally from other societies in that its characterizing social relations are not overt but are objectively constituted, and hence do not appear to be socially specific at all. This difference in the very fabric of social relations is such that the differences between non-capitalist and capitalist societies can seem to be between social institutions that are extrinsic to human nature, hence, artificial, and those that are socially natural. By specifying the determining social relations of capitalism, showing that they appear not to be social at all, and indicating that the apparently decontextualized individuals who act in terms of what seems to be their self-interest, are themselves socially and historically constituted, as is the very category of interest. Marx's critical theory of capitalist society grounds socially, and thereby undermines the modern notion of the naturally social. However, Marx's critique of the structured modes of action and values rooted in the sphere of circulation does not merely show that they are socially constituted and historically specific. I have noted that he locates circulation on the surface of society, unlike the sphere of production, which purportedly represents a deeper level of social reality, and in which, as we shall see, the values associated with the sphere of circulation are negated. Although Marx is critical of any theory of capitalism that focuses on the relations of distribution to the exclusion of those of production, he is not only interested in showing that one can find, behind the sphere of circulation, with its formal equality, freedom, and lack of external force, a sphere of production marked by direct domination, inequality, and exploitation. His critique does not simply dismiss the institutions, structures, and values of the sphere of circulation as mere shams. Rather, he is arguing that commodity circulation is only a moment of a more complex totality, and he thereby decries any attempt to consider this moment as if it were the whole. In taking this sphere as a moment of the totality, however, Marx also accords it real social and historical importance, and not merely as a social basis for capitalism's ideologies of legitimation. The great bourgeois revolutions are a case in point, as is the question of the nature and development of workers' consciousness. For example, it is significant that the relationship of workers and capitalists exists in the sphere of circulation, as well as in that of production, according to Marx. That is to say, a defining moment of the nature and development of this relationship is that, in the sphere of circulation, it is a relationship of formal equality between owners of commodities. Thus, when Marx discusses the value of labor power as a commodity in terms of the value of the workers' means of subsistence, he emphasizes that the number and extent of workers' necessary requirements, as well as the way in which they are satisfied, are not fixed. Rather, they vary historically and culturally, and depend on the habits and expectations of the class of free workers. As Marx puts it, the value of labor power contains a historical and moral element. I shall not elaborate on the rich implications of these passages except to note that one constituting moment of the historical and moral element to which he refers is that the workers also are commodity owners, that is, subjects. This conditions not only the nature of their values, their ideas of fairness and justice, for example, but also their ability and willingness to organize on this basis. One could argue, for example, that it is generally only through collective action around issues such as working conditions, hours, and wages that workers actually gain some control over the conditions of sale of their commodity. Hence, despite the widespread assumption that workers' collective action and bourgeois social forms are opposed, commodity ownership can only be fully realized for the workers in collective form. Workers, then, can only be bourgeois subjects collectively. In other words, the nature of labor power as a commodity is such that collective action does not stand opposed to commodity ownership, but is necessary to its realization. The historical process of labor power's realization as a commodity paradoxically entails the development of collective forms within the framework of capitalism that do not point beyond that society. Rather, they constitute an important moment in the transition from liberal to post-liberal capitalism. Marx's analysis of the wage-laborer-capitalist relationship and of the constitution of workers' values and forms of consciousness is not, of course, limited to a consideration of the sphere of circulation. Although wage laborers are commodity owners and, hence, subjects within the sphere of circulation, according to Marx, they also are objects, use values, elements of the process of production within the capitalist sphere of production. This simultaneous determination by both spheres defines wage labor. I have noted Marx's implicit dual determination of the individual constituted in capitalist society, as subject and as the object of a system of objective compulsions. That the worker is at once subject, a commodity owner, and object, of the capitalist process of production, represents the concrete extension, the materialization, of this dual determination. An adequate treatment of Marx's understanding of the development of workers' consciousness would have to proceed from an analysis of both moments, their interactions, and their historical transformations. I shall not undertake such an investigation in this work. I wish merely to note at this point that, although the values Marx relates to the sphere of circulation, when falsely totalized, serve as the basis for an ideology of legitimation in capitalist society, they also have had important historical consequences for the nature and constitution of modes of social and political critique, as well as of oppositional social movements. They do have an emancipatory moment for Marx, even if it remains within the framework of capitalist society. This brief discussion of aspects of Marx's critique of bourgeois civil society reinforces and specifies further my earlier argument, that his analysis of the emancipatory values of bourgeois society neither dismisses those values nor upholds them as ideals that go unrealized in capitalism but will be realized in socialism. Neither of those interpretations does justice to Marx's theory as one of the social constitution of cultural ideals and forms of consciousness. Although Marx does, throughout Capital, show how the sphere of circulation disguises the nature and existence of value, the opposition he draws between circulation and production, between surface and deep structure, is not identical to that between illusion and truth. The latter opposition is related to the topos of a critique from the standpoint of labor, wherein the sphere of production represents an ontologically more essential and transhistorical moment, that is distorted in capitalism by circulation but would emerge openly in socialism. In Marx's analysis, however, the spheres of circulation and production are both historically determinate and are constituted by labor in its twofold character. Neither sphere represents the standpoint of the social critique. Both surface and deep structure would be abolished with the abolition of capitalism. Their opposition, then, is neither one between illusory appearance and truth, nor, conversely, between the ideals of capitalist society and their partial or distorted realization. Rather, it is an opposition between two different yet interrelated spheres of that society which are associated with very different sorts of ideals. As I noted in discussing the opposition between abstract universalism and particularistic specificity, for Marx, overcoming capitalism involves neither the simple abolition of its cultural values nor the realization of those values of bourgeois society he deems emancipatory. Instead, his approach implies that the overcoming of capitalism must occur on the basis of historically constituted values that represent the transcendence of the sorts of internally related, antinomic oppositions, for example, that between abstract equality and concrete inequality, that characterize the capitalist social formation, the sphere of production. At this point, I can make some preliminary observations about Marx's treatment of the sphere of production in capitalism. Based on my elaboration of the differences between a critique from the standpoint of labor and a critique of the character of labor in capitalism, one can say that Marx's assertion regarding production, that it constitutes a more fundamental, hidden, social sphere behind the surface sphere of circulation, is not a statement about the social primacy of the production of the physical means of life. Rather, it refers to the constitution of the social relations, mediated by labor, that characterize capitalism. Within the framework of his analysis, capital, like the commodity, is a form of social relations. The category refers to neither wealth nor wealth-producing capacity in general, nor, understood as a social form, can it be reduced to class relations. I have initially determined the capital form of social relations as an alienated, abstract, self-moving other, characterized by a constant directional movement with no external goal. Marx's analysis of the sphere of production seeks to ground this dynamic by specifying the capital form and investigating the constitution and development of the peculiar, intrinsically contradictory and dynamic form of alienated social relations. Because of the dual character of labor in capitalism, his investigation is necessarily also an investigation of the creation of the surplus product. As we shall see, Marx analyzes the dynamic of capital as a nonlinear process that simultaneously is one of reproduction and transformation. In reproducing itself, capital constantly transforms much of social life. Marx, in locating this dynamic process in the sphere of production, argues that it is rooted in neither the sphere of circulation nor that of the state. His analysis, in other words, suggests that the classical bipartite division of modern society into state and civil society is incomplete. It cannot grasp the dynamic character of the social formation. Marx does not simply identify civil society with capitalism, nor does he posit the primacy of either sphere of the classical bipartite scheme. Instead, he argues that as capitalism develops fully, the spheres of the state and civil society are first constituted as separate but increasingly become embedded in a superordinate dynamic structure, which he tries to grasp with his analysis of the sphere of production. According to this approach, the ongoing changes of the social formation, including the changing relationship of state to civil society, as well as the character and development of the institutions in each sphere, for example, the rise of large-scale hierarchical bureaucracies in both public and private sectors, can be understood only in terms of the intrinsic dynamic of capitalist society rooted in the third, superordinate sphere, the sphere of production. I shall now follow the category of value, from the sphere of circulation, across the threshold of the hidden abode of production, as it were, and will show how, in Marx's analysis, value is not merely a regulator of circulation, nor a category of class exploitation alone. Rather, as self-valorizing value, it shapes the form of the production process and grounds the intrinsic dynamic of capitalist society. The possible validity and analytic usefulness of the category of value are not necessarily restricted to liberal capitalism. Marx approaches his investigation of the capitalist process of production on the basis of his determinations of the commodity. This production process, according to Marx, is twofold in character. Just as the commodity is a unity of use value and value, the process of producing commodities is the unity of a labor process, the process of production of material wealth, and a process of creating value. From this, Marx unfolds the process of production of capital as the unity of a labor process and a valorization process, the process of creating surplus value. In both cases, the use value dimension is the necessary material form of appearance of the value dimension. As such, it also veils the latter's historically specific social character. Before examining the specific nature and development of the capitalist process of production, Marx considers the most abstract determinations of the labor process, independent of any specific social form. The fundamental elements of the labor process, according to Marx, are labor, understood as concrete labor, as purposeful activity aimed at the production of use values, and the means of production, the objects on which labor is performed, and the means, or instruments, of this labor. In its basic and abstract determinations, the labor process is the universal condition for the transformation of matter, the metabolic interaction, Stoffwechsel, of humans and nature, and, hence, is a universal condition of human existence. This section of Capital is frequently taken out of its context in Marx's presentation and understood as presenting a trans-historically valid definition of the labor process. This is particularly true of Marx's well-known statement that what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is that the architect builds the cell in his mind before he constructs it in wax. Man not only effects a change of form in the materials of nature, he also realizes his own purpose in those materials. What is frequently overlooked, however, is that Marx's presentation subsequently entails a reversal He goes on to show how the labor process in capitalism is structured in such a way that precisely those aspects that initially were presupposed as uniquely human, for example, purposiveness, become attributes of capital. Recall that, in his analysis of money, Marx examines how the transformation of Formwechsel, initially determined as a means of affecting the transformation of matter, Stoffwechsel, becomes an end in itself. Now, proceeding from his initial, very abstract determination of the labor process, Marx develops this reversal of means and ends further. He shows how the process of the transformation of matter in production is shaped by the goal of the transformation of form, as expressed by the category of capital. In considering the capitalist process of production, he first briefly takes note of the property relations involved, that the capitalist purchases the necessary factors of the labor process, the means of production and labor, and that, consequently, the worker labors under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor, as well as the product, belongs. Nevertheless, Marx does not treat capitalist production only in terms of ownership, nor does he focus immediately on the production and appropriation of the surplus. Rather, he begins to examine the specificity of the capitalist process of production with regard to the form of wealth it produces. In other words, although Marx describes capitalist production as the unity of a labor process and a process of creating surplus value, he initially seeks to grasp it by examining its basic determinations on a prior logical level, as the unity of a labor process and a process of creating value. He places the value form of wealth at the center of his considerations. Marx proceeds by first analyzing the logical implications of the process of producing value. He then unfolds the capitalist process of production, showing, in the process, how these logical implications become materialized. Marx begins by noting that the elements of the labor process acquire a different significance when considered in terms of the process of creating value. In the first place, the goal of the process of production no longer is the product simply as a use value. Rather, use values are produced only because and insofar as they are the bearers of value. The goal of production is not only use value, but value, more precisely, surplus value. This, however, changes the significance of labor in the process of production. Unfolding his earlier categorical determinations further, Marx argues that labor's transhistorical significance as a qualitatively specific, purposeful activity aimed at creating specific products is modified in capitalist production. Considered in terms of the process of creating value, labor is significant only quantitatively, as a source of value, without regard to its qualitative specificity. This, in turn, necessarily implies that the qualitative specificity of the raw materials and products are also of no significance in terms of this process. Indeed, Marx maintains that, despite appearances, the real function of raw materials in the creation of value is merely to absorb a definite quantity of labor, and that of the product is only to serve as a measure of the labor absorbed. Definite quantities of product now represent nothing but definite quantities of labor. They are now simply the material shape taken by a given number of hours or days of social labor. That is, extending the analysis he had begun to develop with regard to commodity circulation, Marx argues that what characterizes capitalist production is that the transformation of matter by labor is simply a means toward the creation of the social form constituted by labor, value. To say that the goal of production is surplus value is to say that that goal is the social mediation itself. Marx's analysis of the process of production seen as a process of creating value provides an initial logical determination of the indifference structurally implicit in capitalism toward the production of specific products. More important for our purposes, he begins to specify the sphere of production by showing how the process of creating value transforms the elements of the very labor process in which it is expressed. This is particularly significant in the case of labor. Marx's determinations of value and the process of its creation imply that labor, which in the labor process is defined as purposeful action that regulates and directs human interaction with nature, is separated from its purpose in the process of creating value. The goal of the expenditure of labor power no longer is bound intrinsically to the specific nature of that labor. Rather, this goal, despite appearances, is independent of the qualitative character of the labor expended. It is the objectification of labor time itself. That is to say, the expenditure of labor power is not a means to another end, but, as a means, has itself become an end. This goal is given by the alienated structures constituted by abstract labor itself. As a goal, it is very singular. It is not only extrinsic to the specificity of concrete labor but also is posited independently of the social actors' wills. Labor, however, is not merely separated from its purpose in the process of creating value, it is also transformed into the object of production. Direct human labor in production, according to Marx, becomes the actual, if covert, raw material of the process of creating value. Yet because this process is, at the same time, a labor process, labor may continue to seem to be purposive action that transforms matter in order to satisfy human needs. Its real significance in terms of the process of creating value, however, is its role as the source of value. As we shall see, with the development of capitalist production, this significance is increasingly expressed in the material form of the labor process. Labor, then, as a result of its dual character in capitalism, becomes objective in a double sense. Its purpose, because constituted by labor itself, becomes objective, separate both from the qualitative specificity of particular labors as well as from the actors' wills. Relatedly, labor in the process of production, because separated from its purpose, is reduced to the object of that process. Having analyzed thus the logical implications of the process of creating value, Marx proceeds to initially specify the valorization process, the process of creating surplus value. Surplus value is created when the workers labor for more time than is required to create the value of their labor power. That is, when the value of labor power is less than the value this labor power valorizes in the production process. At this stage of Marx's presentation, in other words, the difference between the process of creating value and that of creating surplus value is only quantitative. If we now compare the process of creating value with the process of valorization, we see that the latter is nothing but the continuation of the former beyond a definite point. It is significant that Marx analyzes the valorization process essentially in terms of the creation of value. His initial discussion of the capitalist process of production is as concerned with the form of wealth, hence, the form of the surplus, as it is with the surplus itself. This supports my contention that Marx's analysis of production in capitalism is not based upon a labor theory of wealth, and that his critique should not be understood as one of exploitation alone. In other words, his investigation of the source of the surplus is not of the creation by labor of a surplus of material wealth, whereby he criticizes the appropriation of that surplus by the capitalist class. Relatedly, Marx does not consider the process of production in capitalism to be a labor process controlled extrinsically by the capitalist class for its own benefit, which, in socialism, would be used for the benefit of all. Such interpretations overlook the implications of both the value form of wealth and Marx's analysis of the twofold nature of the production process in capitalism, that is, of its intrinsically capitalist, capital-determined character. Capitalist production, according to Marx, is characterized not only by class exploitation but also by a peculiar dynamic. Rooted in the constant expansion of value, it is also characterized by the various determinations of the valorization process outlined above. As we shall see, these determinations are materialized in the concrete form of the industrial labor process. Marx grounds these distinctive features of capitalist production in the value form of wealth and, hence, of the surplus. One cannot grasp them adequately only in terms of the fact that the means of production and the products belong to the capitalists and not to the workers. In other words, Marx's conception of the social relations constituted in the sphere of production cannot be understood solely in terms of class relations of exploitation. Earlier I examined Marx's conception of the constitution by labor of an objective form of social mediation that acquires a quasi-independent existence. I now have followed the logical unfolding of this mediation to a new level and found that the nature of value is such that the process of its creation transforms labor into the object of production while confronting it with a goal outside of its purpose. What I am beginning to unfold, in other words, are further determinations of the system of social domination which Marx describes as the domination of people by their labor. Unlike more traditional interpretations, labor as presented here is not only the object of domination but the constituent source of domination in capitalism. Marx traces the development of this system of domination by elaborating the capitalist process of production from the initial determinations I have examined thus far. He analyzes it in terms of the relationship between its two moments, that is, between its development as a valorization process and as a labor process. In pursuing the former process, Marx distinguishes between necessary labor time, the amount of time in which the workers create the amount of value needed for their reproduction, and surplus labor time, in which the workers create additional value, above and beyond that necessary amount. In other words, surplus value. Surplus value, created by the working class and appropriated by the capitalist class, is the form of the surplus product in capitalism. Its essential quality is temporal. The sum of necessary and surplus labor time makes up the working day. On this basis, Marx proceeds to differentiate between two forms of surplus value: absolute surplus value and relative surplus value. For the former, the amount of surplus labor time, hence surplus value, is augmented by lengthening the workday. The latter refers to the increase in surplus labor time that is achieved once the workday has been limited by the reduction of necessary labor time. This reduction is accomplished by increasing the general productivity of labor, or at least of labor in those branches of industry that produce means of subsistence or their means of production, which reduces the labor time needed to reproduce labor power. With the development of relative surplus value, then, the directional motion that characterizes capital as self-valorizing value becomes tied to ongoing changes in productivity. An immanent dynamic of capitalism emerges, a ceaseless expansion grounded in a determinate relationship between the growth of productivity and the growth of the value form of the surplus. This historical dynamic of capitalist society, in Marx's analysis, entails a dynamic of both dimensions of the capitalist process of production, of the labor process as well as of the valorization process. The ongoing changes in productivity associated with the production of relative surplus value are accompanied by a radical transformation of the technical and social conditions of the labor process. The production of relative surplus value completely revolutionizes the technical processes of labor and the groupings into which society is divided. The labor process, then, is transformed as the basis of the valorization process moves from absolute surplus value toward relative surplus value. Marx describes this transformation of the labor process as one from a stage of the formal subsumption of labor under capital, in which the general character of the labor process is not changed by the fact that the worker works for the capitalist instead of himself, to one of labor's real subsumption under capital, where a transformation of the mode of production itself results from the subordination of labor to capital. In the latter stage, the determinations of the valorization process are materialized in the labor process. Direct human labor materially becomes the object of production. In other words, concrete proletarian labor acquires materially the attributes that Marx accorded it logically at the beginning of his analysis of the valorization process. As the adequate materialization of the valorization process, this form of production, industrial production, is characterized by Marx as the specifically capitalist mode of production. Marx's analysis of the real subsumption of labor under capital is an attempt to analyze the process of production in developed capitalism as molded by capitalist relations of production, that is, by value and capital. He treats this production process as intrinsically capitalist. This demonstrates that, in his view, the fundamental contradiction of capitalist society, the contradiction between its forces and relations of production, refers not to one between industrial production and capitalism, that is, bourgeois relations of distribution, but to one within the capitalist mode of production itself. This, obviously, undermines the traditional conception of the role accorded the working class in the transition from capitalism to socialism. Marx, then, analyzes both the concrete form of industrial production and the dynamic logic of industrial society in terms of the twofold social forms that constitute capitalist society. This is yet another sign that the full implications of his initial categories emerge only in the course of his analysis of the capitalist sphere of production. I have shown that Marx associates the category of relative surplus value with the real subsumption of labor under capital and with an ongoing historical dynamic. Relative surplus value is the form of surplus value adequate to capital, as understood by Marx. Only when this category is unfolded in his presentation does the commodity form of social mediation emerge fully developed. It becomes totalizing, a moment of a social totality that it constitutes, as we shall see. This mediation now becomes a moment of a totality. With the introduction of the category of relative surplus value, even more than in the case of labor power understood as a commodity, the categories with which Marx begins his analysis come into their own, and retrospectively illuminate his logical point of departure. This is particularly true of the temporal dimension of the categories. Only at this point in Marx's argument does the logical unfolding of the categories express a historical dynamic of capitalist society and, in this sense, become real as a historical logic. In other words, in Marx's analysis, the development of relative surplus value accords capitalism a dynamic that, although constituted by social practice, has the form of a historical logic. It is directional, unfolds in a regular fashion, is beyond the control of its constituting agents, and exerts an abstract form of compulsion on them. The character of this dynamic can be explained, according to Marx, in terms of the dualistic forms of the commodity and capital. This implies, conversely, that, inasmuch as these forms grasp such a logic of development, they are fully valid socially only in developed capitalism. Marx's mode of presentation, then, involves a complex argument regarding the relation of logic and history. Capital begins as a logical unfolding, whose point of departure, the commodity, presupposes the category of capital. Marx illuminates capital's essential character by unfolding it dialectically from the commodity. This essential character is such that, with the emergence of the category of relative surplus value, the logical unfolding of the presentation becomes historical as well. Marx's presentation implies that this fusion of the logical and the historical, that is, the existence of a dialectical logic of history, is specific to developed capitalist society. Nevertheless, we have also seen that Marx presents the logical unfolding of the categories prior to the emergence of relative surplus value, from the commodity through money to capital, in such a way that it also can be read as a historical unfolding. In so doing, Marx implicitly suggests that the historically determinate logic of history which characterizes capitalism can be read back onto all of history. His presentation shows, however, that what then seems to be a historical unfolding is actually a projection backward, based on a logical reconstruction of the dynamic character of the social form of capital, a dynamic character that it acquires only when it is fully developed. That the logical and the historical should not be confused, although they become fused once capitalism is developed, is demonstrated very clearly in the last section of Volume 1 of Capital. In that section, Primitive, or Original Accumulation, Marx outlines his analysis of the actual historical developments leading to capitalism. Although these developments can be understood retrospectively as coherent, in no way are they presented in terms of the sort of intrinsic dialectical logic Marx presents in the first sections of Volume 1, when he unfolds the category of capital from the commodity form. Marx's presentation, then, implies that this sort of dialectical logic does not express the actual course of the prehistory of capitalist society. Indeed, that such a historical logic does not exist prior to the full development of the capital form. However, it also suggests that such a logic does exist once the capital form is fully developed, and that it can be read back as the prehistory of capitalism. In this way, Marx's mode of presentation implicitly provides a critique of a Hegelian philosophy of history, of human history understood as a dialectical unfolding, by uncovering its rational core in a historically specific logic of history. Within the framework of this critique, a general human history does come into being historically, in an alienated form, but does not exist trans-historically. Hence, human history as a whole cannot be characterized in a unitary way, in terms either of an intrinsic logic or its absence. 8. The dialectic of labor and time. Marx, in unfolding the category of capital, then relates the historical dynamic of capitalist society as well as the industrial form of production to the structure of abstract domination constituted by labor when it is both a productive activity and a socially mediating activity. I shall now specify this relation by examining more closely how, according to Marx's critique, the fundamental social forms of capitalism shape the character of both this historical dynamic and this form of production. Rather than proceeding by directly investigating Marx's analysis of the sphere of production, however, I shall discuss the most salient structural features of that sphere by first taking a step backward, as it were, and considering further the implications of the initial categories of Marx's analysis. This will clarify certain important characteristics of the capital form which might not be apparent were I to examine the sphere of production more directly. In particular, this will allow me to elaborate the central importance of the temporal dimension of value to Marx's analysis. Such an approach will elucidate the specificity of the dynamic of capital and lay the groundwork for articulating Marx's understanding of the social constitution of the process of production. Once I have analyzed the determinate character of the dynamic of capitalism on this fundamental level, I shall return, in Chapter 9, to examining central aspects of Marx's treatment of the sphere of production in light of this analysis. By first considering the implications of Marx's initial categories for an analysis of the dynamic of capital and of the process of production, the interpretation presented in this chapter will be able to clearly locate the basic contradiction of capitalist society, and, hence, the possibility of social critique and practical opposition, in the double-sided social forms, grasped by the Marxian categories, rather than between these social forms and labor. This approach will make clear how my reinterpretation of Marx's basic categories grounds a reconceptualization of the nature of capitalism, in particular, of its contradictory dynamic, in a way that does not privilege considerations of the market and private ownership of the means of production. It provides the basis for analyzing the intrinsic relationship between capital and industrial production, and for investigating the possible relation between the development of capital and the nature and development of other large-scale bureaucratic institutions and organizations of post-liberal capitalist society. An investigation based on this interpretation would ground socially and specify historically these institutions and organizations, and, in doing so, provide the basis for distinguishing between economic and administrative mechanisms that are bound or related to the capital form, and those that would remain necessary even if capital were abolished. The immanent dynamic. I have focused thus far on the centrality to Marx's critical theory of his conception of the dual character of the fundamental social forms of capitalist society, and have tried to clarify the nature of, and distinction between, the value dimension of the forms, abstract labor, value, abstract time, and their use value dimension, concrete labor, material wealth, concrete time. At this point, I can examine their interrelations. The non-identity of these two dimensions is not simply a static opposition, rather, the two moments of labor in capitalism, as productive activity and as a socially mediating activity, are mutually determining in a way that gives rise to an immanent dialectical dynamic. It should be noted that the following investigation of the dynamic relation of productivity and value presupposes fully developed capitalism. This relation is the core of a pattern that only fully comes into its own with the emergence of relative surplus value as a dominant form. In examining the significance of the distinction between concrete labor and abstract labor in terms of the difference between material wealth and value, I showed that although increased productivity, which Marx considers an attribute of labor's use-value dimension, does increase the number of products and, hence, the amount of material wealth, it does not change the magnitude of total value yielded within a given unit of time. The magnitude of value, then, appears to be a function of abstract labor time expenditure alone, completely independent of labor's use-value dimension. Behind this opposition, however, there is a dynamic interaction between the two dimensions of commodity-determined labor, as becomes evident when the following example is examined closely. The introduction of power looms into England, for example, probably reduced by one-half the labor required to transform a given quantity of yarn into woven fabric. The English hand loom weaver in fact needed the same amount of labor time as before to effect this transformation, but the product of his individual hour of labor now only represented half a social labor hour, and, consequently fell to one-half its former value. Marx introduces this example in the first chapter of Volume 1 of Capital to illustrate his notion of socially necessary labor time as the measure of value. His example indicates that when the commodity is the general form of the product, the actions of individuals constitute an alienated totality that constrains and subsumes them. Like his exposition of value in Volume 1, more generally, this example operates on the level of the social totality. It is significant for our purposes that this initial determination of the magnitude of value also implies a dynamic. Let us assume that, before the power loom was introduced, the average handloom weaver produced 20 yards of cloth in 1 hour, yielding a value of X. When the power loom, which doubled productivity, was first introduced, most weaving still was done by hand. Consequently, the standard of value, socially necessary labor time, continued to be determined by handloom weaving. The norm remained 20 yards of cloth per hour. Hence, the 40 yards of cloth produced in 1 hour with the power loom had a value of 2x. However, once the new mode of weaving became generalized, it gave rise to a new norm of socially necessary labor time. The normative labor time for the production of 40 yards of cloth was reduced to an hour. Because the magnitude of value yielded is a function of socially average time expended, rather than the mass of goods produced, the value of the 40 yards of cloth produced in 1 hour with the power loom fell from 2x to x. Those weavers who continued to use the older method, now anachronistic, still produced 20 yards of cloth per hour but received only 1/2 x, the value of a socially normative half hour, for their individual hour of labor. Although an increase in productivity results in more material wealth, the new level of productivity, once generalized, yields the same amount of value per unit time as was the case prior to its increase. In discussing the differences between value and material wealth, I noted that the total value yielded in a social labor hour remains constant. According to Marx, the same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time, always yields the same amount of value, independently of any changes in productivity. This example clearly indicates, however, that something does change with changes in productivity. Not only does increased productivity yield a greater amount of material wealth, but it affects a reduction of socially necessary labor time. Given the abstract temporal measure of value, this redetermination of socially necessary labor time changes the magnitude of value of the individual commodities produced rather than the total value produced per unit time. That total value remains constant and simply is distributed among a greater mass of products when productivity increases. This, however, implies that, in the context of a system characterized by an abstract temporal form of wealth, the reduction of socially necessary labor time redetermines the normative social labor hour. The social labor hour in this example had been determined by handloom weaving in terms of the production of 20 yards of cloth. It then was redetermined by powerloom weaving in terms of the production of 40 yards of cloth. Although, then, a change in socially general productivity does not change the total amount of value produced per abstract time unit, it does change the determination of this time unit. Only the hour of labor time in which the general standard of socially necessary labor time is met counts as a social labor hour. In other words, the social labor houris constituted by the level of productivity. Note that this determination cannot be expressed in terms of abstract time. What has changed is not the amount of time which yields a value of x but, rather, the standard of what constitutes that amount of time. Productivity, the use-value dimension of labor, does not, then, change the total value yielded per abstract time unit. It does, however, determine the time unit itself. We are thus faced with the following apparent paradox. The magnitude of value is a function only of labor expenditure as measured by an independent variable, abstract time, yet the constant time unit itself apparently is a dependent variable, one that is redetermined with changes in productivity. Abstract time, then, is not only socially constituted as a qualitatively determinate form of time, but it is quantitatively constituted as well. What constitutes a social labor hour is determined by the general level of productivity, the use-value dimension. Yet although the social labor hour is redetermined, it remains constant as a unit of abstract time. I shall investigate the temporal dimension of this paradox below, but at this point it should be noted that Marx's example implies that the two dimensions of the commodity form interact. On the one hand, increased productivity redetermines socially necessary labor time and thereby changes the determinations of the social labor hour. That is, the abstract temporal constant which determines value is itself determined by the use-value dimension, the level of productivity. On the other hand, although the social labor hour is determined by the general productivity of concrete labor, the total value yielded in that hour remains constant, regardless of the level of the productivity. This implies that each new level of productivity, once it has become socially general, not only redetermines the social labor hour but, in turn, is redetermined by that hour as the base level of productivity. The amount of value yielded per unit of abstract time by the new level of productivity is equal to that yielded by the older general level of productivity. In this sense, the level of productivity, the use value dimension, is also determined by the value dimension as the new base level. This process of the reciprocal determination of the two dimensions of social labor in capitalism occurs on the level of society as a whole. It is at the heart of a dialectical dynamic intrinsic to the social totality constituted by commodity-determined labor. The peculiarity of the dynamic, and this is crucial, is its treadmill effect. Increased productivity increases the amount of value produced per unit of time, until this productivity becomes generalized. At that point, the magnitude of value yielded in that time period, because of its abstract and general temporal determination, falls back to its previous level. This results in a new determination of the social labor hour, and a new base level of productivity. What emerges, then, is a dialectic of transformation and reconstitution. The socially general levels of productivity and the quantitative determinations of socially necessary labor time change. Yet these changes reconstitute the point of departure, that is, the social labor hour and the base level of productivity. This treadmill effect implies, even on the abstract logical level of the problem of the magnitude of value. In other words, before the category of surplus value and the wage-labor capital relation have been introduced, a society that is directionally dynamic, as expressed by the drive for ever increasing levels of productivity. As we have seen, increased productivity results in short-term increases in the amount of value yielded per unit time, which induces the general adoption of the newer methods of producing. However, once these methods become generalized, the value yielded per unit time returns to its older level. In effect, those producers who had not yet adopted these new methods are now compelled to do so. The introduction of still newer methods of increasing productivity bring about further short-term increases in value. One consequence of the labor time measure of wealth, then, is that as the temporal constant is redetermined by increased productivity, it induces, in turn, still greater productivity. The result is a directional dynamic in which the two dimensions, concrete labor and abstract labor, productivity and the abstract temporal measure of wealth, constantly redetermine one another. Because, at this stage of the analysis, we cannot explain the necessity that capital accumulate constantly, the dynamic outlined here does not represent the fully developed immanent historical logic of capitalism. It does, however, represent the initial specification of this logic and delineates the form growth must take in the context of labor-mediated social relations. The reciprocal redetermination of increased productivity and the social labor hour has an objective, law-like quality that is by no means a mere illusion or mystification. Although social, it is independent of human will. To the extent that one can speak of a Marxian law of value, this treadmill dynamic is its initial determination. As we shall see, it describes a pattern of ongoing social transformation and reconstitution as characteristic of capitalist society. The law of value, then, is dynamic and cannot be understood adequately in terms of an equilibrium theory of the market. Once one considers the temporal dimension of value, understood as a specific form of wealth that differs from material wealth, it becomes evident that the form of value implies the above dynamic from the outset. Note that the market-mediated mode of circulation is not an essential moment of this dynamic. What is essential to the dynamic of capitalism? once it has been constituted fully, is the treadmill effect, which is rooted in the temporal dimension of the value form of wealth alone. If the market mode of circulation does play a role in this dynamic, it is as a subordinate moment of a complex development, for example, as the mode by which the level of productivity is generalized. That such generalization results in a return of the amount of value to its original level, however, is not a function of the market. It is a function of the nature of value as a form of wealth and is essentially independent of the mode by which each new redetermination of the abstract temporal frame is generalized. As we shall see, this pattern is a central moment of the form of growth Marx associates with the category of surplus value. To focus exclusively on the mode of circulation is to deflect attention away from important implications of the commodity form. For the trajectory of capitalist development in Marx's critical theory, this investigation of the abstract determinations of capitalism's dynamic suggests that although the market mode of circulation may have been necessary for the historical genesis of the commodity as the totalizing social form, it need not remain essential to that form. It is conceivable that another mode of coordination and generalization, an administrative one, for example, could serve a similar function for this contradictory social form. In other words, once established, the law of value could also be mediated politically. One implication of this abstract logical analysis, then, is that abolishing the market mode of coordination and overcoming value are not identical. Earlier, we described the category of capital as a dynamic social form. We now have begun to examine more closely the nature of its dynamic character and indicate how it ultimately is rooted in the interaction of value and material wealth, abstract and concrete labor, that is, the interaction of the two dimensions of the commodity form. This dynamic represents the first outlines of the immanent historical logic of capitalism, which results from the alienated character and temporal determination of labor-mediated social relations. It abstractly foreshadows a central characteristic of capital, namely, that it must accumulate constantly in order to exist. Becoming is the condition of its being. Abstract time and historical time. I have begun to examine how the dialectical interaction between the use-value dimension of social labor in capitalism and its value dimension generates a historical dynamic. The interaction between the two dimensions of the commodity form can also be analyzed in temporal terms, with reference to an opposition between abstract time and a form of concrete time peculiar to capitalism. In order to clarify the significance of this opposition, I shall also extrapolate its implications on a more socially concrete level. As we have seen, the interaction of the two dimensions of the commodity form involves a substantive redetermination of an abstract temporal constant. This abstract temporal measure of value remains constant, yet it has a changing, if hidden, social content. Not every hour is an hour. In other words, not every hour of labor time counts as the social labor hour. That determines the magnitude of total value. The abstract temporal constant, then, is both constant and non-constant. In abstract temporal terms, the social labor hour remains constant as a measure of the total value produced. In concrete terms, it changes as productivity does. Yet because the measure of value remains the abstract temporal unit, its concrete redetermination is not expressed in this unit as such. Increased productivity is, to be sure, expressed in the proportional decrease in the value of each individual commodity produced, but not in the total value produced per hour. Nevertheless, the historical level of productivity does bear on the total value produced, if only indirectly. It determines the socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity. This temporal norm, in turn, determines what constitutes a social labor hour. It has become clear that, with increased productivity, the time unit becomes denser in terms of the production of goods. Yet this density is not manifest in the sphere of abstract temporality, the value sphere, the abstract temporal unit, the hour, and the total value produced remain constant. That the abstract time frame remains constant despite being redetermined substantively is an apparent paradox that I have noted. This paradox cannot be resolved within the framework of abstract Newtonian time. Rather, it implies another sort of time as a superordinate frame of reference. As we have seen, the process whereby the constant hour becomes denser, that is, the substantive change effected by the use-value dimension, remains non-manifest in terms of the abstract temporal frame of value. It can, however, be expressed in other temporal terms, with reference to a form of concrete temporality. In order to elaborate the character of this other sort of time, I must examine further the interaction of the use-value and value dimensions of labor in capitalism. In a sense, changes in productivity move the determination of socially necessary labor time along an axis of abstract time. Socially necessary labor time decreases with increased productivity. But, although the social labor hour is thereby redetermined, it is not moved along that axis. Because it is the coordinate axis itself, the frame against which change is measured. The hour is a constant unit of abstract time, it must remain fixed in abstract temporal terms. Hence, each new level of productivity is redetermined back as the base level, yielding the same rate of value. Nevertheless, a new level of productivity has indeed been achieved, even if it is redetermined as the same base level. And while this substantive development cannot change the abstract temporal unit in terms of abstract time itself, it does change the position of that unit. The entire abstract temporal axis, or frame of reference, is moved with each socially general increase in productivity. Both the social labor hour and the base level of productivity are moved forward in time. This movement resulting from the substantive redetermination of abstract time cannot be expressed in abstract temporal terms, it requires another frame of reference. That frame can be conceived as a mode of concrete time. Earlier, I defined concrete time as any sort of time that is a dependent variable, a function of events or actions. We have seen that the interaction of the two dimensions of commodity-determined labor is such that socially general increases in productivity move the abstract temporal unit forward in time. Productivity, according to Marx, is grounded in the social character of the use-value dimension of labor. Hence, this movement of time is a function of the use-value dimension of labor as it interacts with the value frame, and can be understood as a sort of concrete time. In investigating the interaction of concrete and abstract labor, which lies at the heart of Marx's analysis of capital, we have uncovered that a feature of capitalism is a mode of concrete time that expresses the motion of abstract time. The dialectic of the two dimensions of labor in capitalism, then, can also be understood temporally, as a dialectic of two forms of time. As we have seen, the dialectic of concrete and abstract labor results in an intrinsic dynamic characterized by a peculiar treadmill pattern. Because each new level of productivity is redetermined as a new base level, this dynamic tends to become ongoing and is marked by ever-increasing levels of productivity. Considered temporally, this intrinsic dynamic of capital, with its treadmill pattern, entails an ongoing directional movement of time, a flow of history. In other words, the mode of concrete time we are examining can be considered historical time, as constituted in capitalist society. The historical time to which I refer clearly differs from abstract time. Although both are constituted socially with the development of the commodity as a totalizing form, I have argued that abstract time, defined as an abstract independent framework within which events and actions occur, emerges from the transformation of the results of individual activity, by means of a total social mediation, into an abstract temporal norm for that activity. Although the measure of value is time, the totalizing mediation, expressed by socially necessary labor time, is not a movement of time but a metamorphosis of substantial time into abstract time in space, as it were, from the particular to the general and back. This mediation in space constitutes an abstract, homogeneous temporal frame that is unchanging, and serves as the measure of motion. Individual activity then takes place in, and is measured with reference to, abstract time but cannot change that time. Although changes in productivity move the abstract time unit, historically, that historical movement is not reflected in abstract time. Abstract time does not express the motion of time, but constitutes an apparently absolute frame for motion. Its equable constant, flow, is actually static. Consequently, the amount of value yielded per unit time, being a function of that time, remains constant regardless of changes in productivity. The entire frame is reconstituted but does not itself express this reconstitution. The movement of the frame is not reflected directly in value terms. Historical time, in this interpretation, is not an abstract continuum within which events take place and whose flow is apparently independent of human activity. Rather, it is the movement of time, as opposed to the movement in time. The social totality's dynamic expressed by historical time is a constituted and constituting process of social development and transformation that is directional and whose flow, ultimately rooted in the duality of the social relations mediated by labor, is a function of social practice. This historical process has many aspects. I shall consider only a few fundamental determinations of this process, but all imply, and provide the ground for, the more concrete aspects of the dynamic analyzed by Marx. In the first place, as noted, the dynamic of the totality entails the ongoing development of productivity, a development that distinguishes capitalism from other societies, according to Marx. It involves ongoing changes in the nature of work, production, technology, and the accumulation of related forms of knowledge. More generally, the historical movement of the social totality entails ongoing, massive transformations in the mode of social life of the majority of the population, in social patterns of work and living, in the structure and distribution of classes, the nature of the state and politics, the form of the family, the nature of learning and education, the modes of transportation and communication, and so on. Moreover, the dialectical process at the heart of capitalism's immanent dynamic entails the constitution, spread, and ongoing transformation of historically determinate forms of subjectivity, interactions, and social values. This is implied by Marx's understanding of his categories as determinations of forms of social existence, grasping both social objectivity and subjectivity in their intrinsic relatedness. Historical time in capitalism, then, can be considered as a form of concrete time that is socially constituted and expresses an ongoing, qualitative transformation of work and production, of social life more generally, and of forms of consciousness, values, and needs. Unlike the flow of abstract time, this movement of time is not equable, but changes, and can even accelerate. A characteristic of capitalism, then, is the social constitution of two forms of time, abstract time and historical time, that are related intrinsically. The society based upon value, upon abstract time, is, when fully developed, characterized by an ongoing historical dynamic, and relatedly, the spread of historical consciousness. In other words, the Marxian analysis elucidates and grounds socially the historically dynamic character of capitalist society in terms of a dialectic of the two dimensions of the commodity form that can be grasped as a dialectic of abstract and historical time. He analyzes this society in terms of determinate social forms that constitute a historical process of ongoing social transformation. The basic social forms of capitalism, according to Marx, are such that people in this social formation create their own history, in the sense of an ongoing, directional process of social transformation. Because of the alienated character of these forms, however, the history they constitute is beyond their control. Historical time, then, is not just the flow of time within which events take place but is constituted as a form of concrete time. It is not expressed by the value-determined form of time as an abstract constant, as mathematical time. We have seen that the social labor hour is moved within a dimension of historical time that is concrete and does not flow equably, yet the abstract temporal unit does not manifest its historical redetermination, it retains its constant form as present time. Hence, the historical flow exists behind, but does not appear within, the frame of abstract time. The historical content of the abstract temporal unit remains as hidden as does the social content of the commodity. Like this social content, however, the historical dimension of the abstract temporal unit does not represent a non-capitalist moment. It does not, in and of itself, constitute the standpoint of a critique that points beyond that social formation, as opposed to Lukács, who equates capitalism with static bourgeois relations and posits the dynamic totality, the historical dialectic, as the standpoint of the critique of capitalism. The position developed here shows that the very existence of an ongoing, automatic, historical flow is related intrinsically to the social domination of abstract time. Both forms of time are expressions of alienated relations. I have argued that the structure of social relations characteristic of capitalism takes the form of a quasi-natural opposition between an abstract universal dimension and one of thingly nature. The temporal moment of that structure also has the form of an apparently non-social and non-historical opposition between an abstract formal dimension and one of concrete process. These oppositions, however, are not between capitalist and non-capitalist moments, but, like the related opposition between positive rational and romantic forms of thought, they remain entirely within the framework of capitalist relations. Before examining further the interaction of the two forms of time in capitalism, I shall first continue to investigate their differences, in particular, those differences between historical time and the frame of abstract time which are implied by the differences between material wealth and value. As we have seen, the frame of abstract time, intrinsically related to the value dimension, remains constant with increased productivity. The social labor hour in which the production of 20 yards of cloth yields a total value of X is the abstract temporal equivalent of the social labor hour in which the production of 40 yards of cloth yields a total value of X. They are equal units of abstract time and, as normative, determine a constant magnitude of value. Assuredly, there is a concrete difference between the two, which results from the historical development of productivity. Such a historical development, however, redetermines the criteria of what constitutes a social labor hour, and is not reflected in the hour itself. In this sense, then, value is an expression of time as the present. It is a measure of, and compelling norm for, the expenditure of immediate labor time, regardless of the historical level of productivity. Historical time in capitalism, on the other hand, entails a unique process of ongoing social transformation and is related to ongoing changes in the historical level of productivity. It is a function of the development of the use-value dimension of labor in the context of the commodity-determined social totality. It is significant that Marx analyzes productivity in terms of the use-value dimension of labor, that is, the social character of concrete labor, as follows: the productivity of labor is determined amongst other things by the worker's average degree of skill, the level of development of science and its technological application, the social organization of the process of production, the extent and effectiveness of the means of production, and the conditions found in the natural environment. This means that the productivity of labor is not bound necessarily to the direct labor of the workers, it also is a function of scientific, technical, and organizational knowledge and experience, which Marx regards as products of human development that are socially general. We shall see that in his account, capital unfolds historically in such a way that the level of productivity becomes less and less dependent on the direct labor of the workers. This process entails the development in alienated form of socially general forms of knowledge and experience which are not a function of, and cannot be reduced to, the skills and knowledge of the immediate producers. The dialectical movement of time we have been considering represents the initial determinations of Marx's analysis of capital's historical unfolding. When the use-value dimension of labor is measured, it is, unlike the value dimension, measured in terms of its products, the amount of material wealth it produces. Not being bound to immediate labor, it is not measured in terms of the expenditure of abstract labor time. The measure of material wealth also can have a temporal aspect, but in the absence of the form of temporal necessity associated with the value dimension, this temporality is a substantive function of production, the amount of time actually required to produce a particular product. This time is a function of objectification and not a norm for expenditure. The changes in this concrete time of production which occur with the developments of productivity are changes reflecting the historical movement of time. This movement is generated by a process of social constitution related to an ongoing accumulation, in alienated form, of technical, organizational, and scientific knowledge and experience. It follows from the discussion thus far, that, within the framework of Marx's analysis, certain consequences of this accumulation, that is, consequences of the social, intellectual, and cultural developments that ground the movement of time, can indeed be measured, either in terms of changes in the quantity of goods produced per unit time, for example, or in terms of changes in the amount of time required to produce a particular product. The historical developments themselves, however, cannot be measured, they cannot be quantified as dependent variables of abstract temporality, that is, in value terms, even though the requirements of the social form of value mold the concrete form of production in which the accumulation of knowledge, experience, and labor is objectified. The movement of history, then, can be expressed indirectly by time as a dependent variable, as a movement of time, though it cannot be grasped by static, abstract time. One important aspect of Marx's conception of the trajectory of capitalist society's historical dynamic has become apparent at this initial stage of the investigation. His fundamental categories imply that, with the unfolding of the dynamic driven ultimately by the commodity form of relations, a growing disparity arises between developments in the productive power of labor, which are not necessarily bound to the direct labor of the workers, on the one hand, and the value frame within which such developments are expressed, which is bound to such labor, on the other. The disparity between the accumulation of historical time and the objectification of immediate labor time becomes more pronounced as scientific knowledge is increasingly materialized in production. Consistent with Marx's distinction between value and material wealth, the great increases in productivity effected by science and advanced technology are not, and cannot be, accounted for adequately in terms of abstract labor time expenditure, whether manual or mental, including the time required for research and development, and the training of engineers and skilled workers. This development can be understood with reference to the category of historical time. As we shall see in considering the trajectory of production, with the development of scientifically and technologically advanced production, increases in productivity also express the accumulation of socially general past experience and labor, as well as the frequently discontinuous increases in general knowledge that occur on the basis of this preserved past. The dynamic of capitalism, as grasped by Marx's categories, is such that with this accumulation of historical time, a growing disparity separates the conditions for the production of material wealth from those for the generation of value. Considered in terms of the use-value dimension of labor, that is, in terms of the creation of material wealth, production becomes ever less a process of materially objectifying the skills and knowledge of the individual producers or even the class immediately involved. Instead, it becomes ever more an objectification of the accumulated collective knowledge of the species, of humanity, which, as a general category, is itself constituted with the accumulation of historical time. In terms of the use-value dimension, then, as capitalism develops fully, production increasingly becomes a process of the objectification of historical time rather than of immediate labor time. According to Marx, though value necessarily remains an expression of the latter objectification, the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution, the historical dynamic characteristic of capitalist society, as analyzed by Marx, is not linear but contradictory. It points beyond itself but is not self-overcoming. I have examined, on an abstract and preliminary level, certain differences between production based on the objectification of immediate labor and that based upon historical time. Were it not for the dual character of capitalism's social forms, the development of production could be understood simply as a technical development entailing the linear supersession of one mode of production by another according to the following historical pattern. In the course of capitalist development, a form of production based upon the knowledge, skills, and labor of the immediate producers gives rise to another form, based upon the accumulated knowledge and experience of humanity. With the accumulation of historical time, the social necessity for the expenditure of direct human labor in production gradually is diminished. Production based upon the present, upon the expenditure of abstract labor time, thus generates its own negation. The objectification of historical time. A number of theories of modernity, for example, those of post-industrial society, are based on such an understanding of the development of production. This evolutionary understanding is not fully adequate to the nonlinear character of capitalist production's historical development. It presupposes that the form of wealth produced remains constant, and that only the method of its production, understood solely in technical terms, changes. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, such an evolutionary development would be possible only if value and material wealth were not very different forms of wealth. Because of the double character of capitalism's structuring forms, however, this development represents only one tendency within a much more complex, dialectical historical dynamic. Marx's analysis of value as a structuring social category neither treats the development of production simply as a technical development, whereby a mode of production based primarily on human labor is superseded by one based on science and technology, nor, however, does it ignore the great changes effected by science and technology. Rather, on the basis of the distinctions between value and material wealth, abstract and concrete labor, and, implicitly, abstract and concrete time, Marx analyzes production in capitalism as a contradictory social process that is constituted by a dialectic of the two dimensions of the commodity form. The interaction of these two dimensions is such that value is not simply superseded by the accumulation of historical time, but continually is reconstituted as an essential determinant of the social formation. This process, which entails the retention of value and the forms of abstract domination associated with it, despite the development of the use value. Dimension is intrinsic structurally to the basic social forms of capitalism, grasped by Marx's fundamental categories. In examining the most abstract determinations of capitalist society's dynamic in terms of the interaction of these two dimensions, we saw how each new level of productivity both redetermines the social labor hour and, in turn, is redetermined by the abstract time frame as a base level of productivity. Changes in concrete time, effected by increased productivity, are mediated by the social totality in a way that transforms them into new norms of abstract time, socially necessary labor time, that, in turn, redetermine the constant social labor hour. Note that inasmuch as the development of productivity redetermines the social labor hour, this development reconstitutes, rather than supersedes, the form of necessity associated with that abstract temporal unit. Each new level of productivity is structurally transformed into the concrete presupposition of the social labor hour, and the amount of value produced per unit time remains constant. In this sense, the movement of time is continually converted into present time. In Marx's analysis, the basic structure of capitalism's social forms is such, then, that the accumulation of historical time does not, in and of itself, undermine the necessity represented by value, that is, the necessity of the present. Rather, it changes the concrete presupposition of that present, thereby constituting its necessity anew. Present necessity is not automatically negated but paradoxically reinforced. It is impelled forward in time as a perpetual present, an apparently eternal necessity. For Marx, then, the historical dynamic of capitalism is anything but linear and evolutionary. The development, which I have grounded, on a very abstract logical level, in the double character of labor in capitalism, is at once dynamic and static. It entails ever-rising levels of productivity, yet the value frame is perpetually reconstituted anew. One consequence of this peculiar dialectic is that socio-historical reality is increasingly constituted on two very different levels. On the one hand, as I have pointed out, capitalism involves an ongoing transformation of social life, of the nature, structure and interrelations of social classes and other groupings, as well as the nature of production, transportation, circulation, patterns of living, the form of the family, and so on. On the other hand, the unfolding of capital involves the ongoing reconstitution of its own fundamental condition as an unchanging feature of social life, namely, that social mediation ultimately is effected by labor. In Marx's analysis, these two moments, the ongoing transformation of the world and the reconstitution of the value-determined framework, are mutually conditioning and intrinsically related. Both are rooted in the alienated social relations constitutive of capitalism, and together they define that society. The Marxian concept of capital, examined on this very fundamental level, is an attempt to grasp the nature and development of modern capitalist society in terms of both temporal moments, to analyze capitalism as a dynamic society that is in constant flux and, yet, retains its underlying identity. An apparent paradox of capitalism, within this framework, is that, unlike other social formations, it possesses an immanent historical dynamic. This dynamic, however, is characterized by the constant translation of historical time into the framework of the present, thereby reinforcing that present. To analyze modern capitalist society in terms of the domination of value, and, hence, the domination of capital, is thus to analyze it in terms of two apparently opposed forms of abstract social domination: the domination of abstract time as the present, and a necessary process of ongoing transformation. Both forms of abstract domination as well as their intrinsic interrelation are grasped by the Marxian law of value. I have noted that this law is dynamic and cannot be grasped adequately as a law of the market. At this point I can add that it categorially grasps the drive toward ever-increasing levels of productivity, the ongoing transformation of social life in capitalist society, as well as the ongoing reconstitution of its basic social forms. It reveals capitalism to be a society marked by a temporal duality, an ongoing, accelerating flow of history, on the one hand, and an ongoing conversion of this movement of time into a constant present, on the other. Although socially constituted, both temporal dimensions lie beyond the control of, and exert domination over, the constituting actors. Far from being a law of static equilibrium, then, Marx's law of value grasps as a determinate law of history, the dialectical dynamic of transformation and reconstitution characteristic of capitalist society. The analysis of capitalism in terms of these two moments of social reality suggests, however, that it can be very difficult to grasp both simultaneously. Because so many aspects of social life are transformed more and more rapidly as capitalism develops, the unchanging underlying structures of that society, for example, the fact that labor is an indirect means of life for individuals, can be taken to be eternal, socially natural aspects of the human condition. As a result, the possibility of a future qualitatively different from modern society can be veiled. This brief investigation of the dialectic of the two dimensions of the basic forms of capitalist society has shown how, according to Marx's analysis, production based on the expenditure of abstract present time and that based on the appropriation of historical time are not clearly distinguished modes of producing in capitalism, whereby the latter gradually supersedes the former. Rather, they are moments of the developed capitalist process of production which interact in a way that constitutes this process. Consequently, production in capitalism does not develop in a linear fashion. The dialectical dynamic does, however, give rise to the historical possibility that production based on historical time can be constituted separately from production based on abstract present time, and that the alienated interaction of past and present, characteristic of capitalism, can be overcome. It is this possible future separation that allows one to distinguish between the two moments of the sphere of production in the present, that is, in capitalist society. At this point, I can return to the category of socially necessary labor time. We have seen that this category represents the transformation of concrete time into abstract time in capitalism, and, as such, expresses a temporally normative compulsion. My preliminary examination of capitalism's immanent dynamic has shown how this objective, impersonal compulsion exerted on individuals is not static but is itself continually reconstituted. Historically, the producers not only are compelled to produce in accordance with an abstract temporal norm, but must do so in a historically adequate fashion. They are compelled to keep up with the times. People in capitalist society are confronted with a historically determinate form of abstract social necessity whose determinations change historically, that is, they are confronted with a socially constituted form of historical necessity. The notion of historical necessity has another meaning, of course, that history necessarily moves in a determinate fashion. This discussion of Marx's initial categories has shown that, according to his analysis, these two aspects of historical necessity, the changing compulsion confronting individuals, and the intrinsic logic impelling the totality, are related expressions of the same form of social life. This investigation implies further that the category of socially necessary labor time also has another dimension. Given that value is the form of social wealth in capitalism, socially necessary labor time should be understood as socially necessary in an additional sense. It implicitly refers to labor time that is necessary for capital and, hence, for society so long as It is capitalist, that is, so long as it is structured by value as the form of wealth and surplus value as the goal of production. This labor time, accordingly, is the expression of a superordinate form of necessity for capitalist society as a whole, as well as for individuals, and should not be confused with the form of necessity Marx refers to in his distinction between necessary and surplus labor time. As we have seen, this is a distinction between the portion of the workday in which the workers labor for their own reproduction, necessary labor time, and the portion that is appropriated by the representatives of capital, surplus labor time. In this sense, both necessary and surplus labor time are subsumed under socially necessary labor time in all of its ramifications. The category of value, in its opposition to that of material wealth, then signifies that labor time is the stuff of which wealth and social relations are made in capitalism. It refers to a form of social life in which humans are dominated by their own labor and are compelled to maintain this domination. The imperatives grounded in this social form, as I shall discuss further, impel rapid increases in technological development and a necessary pattern of ongoing growth, yet they also perpetuate the necessity of direct human labor in the process of production, regardless of the degree of technological development and of the accumulation of material wealth. It is, as the ultimate ground of these historically specific imperatives that labor, in its dual character as productive activity and as a historically specific social substance, constitutes the identity of capitalism, according to Marx. It should be clear by now that the complex dynamic I have been investigating is the essential core of the Marxian dialectic of the forces and relations of production in capitalism. My reading indicates, first, that this dialectic is rooted in the double character of the social forms that constitute capitalist society, in the value and use-value dimensions of labor and of socially constituted time, and, second, that it perpetuates the abstract compulsion of temporal necessity in both its static and its dynamic dimensions. By grounding this dialectic's fundamental features on such an abstract logical level, I have shown that, in Marx's analysis, it is rooted neither in a purportedly fundamental contradiction between production and distribution, nor in private ownership of the means of production, that is, in class conflict. Rather, it stems from the peculiar social forms constituted by labor in capitalism which structure such conflict. This understanding of the developmental pattern and possible negation of capitalist society differs greatly from that associated with approaches proceeding from the notion of labor that define the contradictory dialectic of capitalism in traditional terms. We have seen, if only on a preliminary logical level, how the two dimensions of social labor dynamically redetermine and reinforce one another. Nevertheless, in my discussion of the differences between production based on the appropriation of historical time and that based on the expenditure of abstract present time, I have also shown that these two dimensions are fundamentally different. In Marx's analysis, the ground for capitalism's contradictory character is precisely the circumstance that, while these two dimensions are very different, they, nevertheless, are bound together as two moments of a single, historically specific, social form. The result is a dynamic interaction in which these two moments redetermine one another and in such a way that their difference becomes a growing opposition. This mounting opposition within a common framework does not, as I have shown on a very abstract level, result in any sort of linear, evolutionary development wherein the underlying basis of the present is quasi-automatically overcome and superseded. Even at this level one can see that it would result in a growing intrinsic structural tension. In the traditional interpretation, capitalist relations of production remain extrinsic to the process of production, which is constituted by labor. The contradiction between the forces and relations of production is, therefore, seen as one between production and distribution, that is, between existing social institutions and spheres. Within the framework developed in this work, however, that contradiction is within these institutions, spheres, and processes. This suggests that the capitalist process of production, for example, must be understood in social as well as in technical terms. As I shall elaborate, even the material form of this process can be analyzed socially in terms of the growing internal structural tension, the shearing pressure, that results from the two structural imperatives of the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution, achieving ever higher levels of productivity and producing a surplus of value. It is the non-identity of the two dimensions of the basic structuring forms of capitalism, then, which imparts an intrinsic dialectical dynamic to the social formation and unfolds as its basic contradiction. This contradiction both shapes social processes and institutions in capitalist society and grounds the imminent possibility of its historical negation. My analysis of the dialectic of labor and time has shown clearly that Marx, far from adopting labor and production as the standpoint of a historical critique of capitalism, focuses his critical analysis precisely on the socially constitutive role played by labor in that society. Hence, Marx's idea that capitalism's contradictory character gives rise to a growing tension between what is and what could be does not posit industrial production and the proletariat as the elements of a post-capitalist future. In Marx's understanding, the basic contradiction of capitalism is not one between one existent social structure or grouping and another. Rather, it is grounded in the capitalist sphere of production itself, in the dual character of the sphere of production in a society whose essential relations are constituted by labor. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism, then, lies between the two dimensions of labor and time. On the basis of the investigation thus far, I can describe this contradiction as one between the socially general knowledge and skills whose accumulation is induced by the labor-mediated form of social relations, on the one hand, and this form of mediation itself, on the other. Although the value basis of the present and, hence, the abstract necessity expressed by socially necessary labor time, is never automatically overcome, it comes into growing tension with the possibilities intrinsic to the development it has induced. I shall elaborate this contradiction below, but at this point I wish to return to the question of the historical dialectic. The interpretation I have presented here extends the scope of this dialectic beyond the laissez-faire epoch of capitalism but also limits it to the capitalist social formation. My analysis of Marx's initial categories has shown, if only abstractly, that his conception of the dual character of capitalism's structuring social forms implies a historical dialectic. By socially grounding the directional dialectical dynamic in a way that specifies it historically as a feature of capitalist society, this investigation reinforces my contention regarding the historical determinateness of Marx's categories and his conception of an immanent logic in history. It also helps to distinguish three modes of dialectical interactions that are intertwined in Marx's analysis. The first, which is best known and most commonly referred to, can be characterized as a dialectic of reflexive constitution through objectification. It is expressed, for example, by Marx's statement at the beginning of his discussion of the labor process in Capital, that people, by acting on external nature and changing it, change their own nature. In other words, for Marx, the process of self-constitution involves a process of externalization, both for humanity and for individuals. Skills and abilities are constituted practically through their expression. Marx's conception of history frequently has been understood in terms of such a process. However, my discussion of the twofold character of capitalism's social forms has demonstrated that this process of self-constitution through labor, even when labor is understood broadly as any externalizing activity, does not necessarily entail a historical development. For example, the material interactions of humanity with nature are not necessarily directionally dynamic. There is neither a theoretical ground nor historical evidence for maintaining that the reflexive effects of concrete labor's objectifications must be directional. The sorts of immanent necessity and directional logic that are central to the dialectical development I have been examining are not intrinsic to the interactions of a knowing subject with its objectifications, whether these interactions are understood individually or in terms of the interactions of humanity with nature. In other words, a directional logic is not intrinsic to those activities which can be termed forms of concrete labor. A second dialectical interaction in Marx's mature theory is one of the reciprocal constitution of determinate forms of social practice and social structure. In Capital, as I have noted, Marx begins to develop a complex dialectic of deep structure and practice, mediated by the forms of appearance of the former as well as by the subjective dimensions of the various social forms. Such an analysis allows one theoretically to overcome objectivistic and subjectivistic interpretations of social life so as to reveal the valid moments and distorted aspects of each. Nevertheless, this sort of dialectic is also not necessarily directional. It can entail the reproduction of a form of social life that has no intrinsic historical dynamic. Both of these dialectical interactions can exist in some form in various societies. What distinguishes capitalism, according to Marx, is that both become directionally dynamic because they are embedded in and intertwined with an intrinsically dynamic framework of objectified social relations, which is constituted by a third sort of dialectical interaction, one rooted in the double character of the underlying social forms. As a result, the social structures of capitalism that constitute and are constituted by social practice are dynamic. Because, moreover, the intrinsically dynamic relations that mark capitalism are mediated by labor, humanity's interaction with nature does indeed acquire a directional dynamic in capitalism. What ultimately gives rise to this historical dynamic, however, is the twofold character of labor in capitalism, not labor. This directionally dynamic structure also totalizes and renders dynamic the antagonism between producing and expropriating social groupings. In other words, it constitutes such antagonism as class conflict. My investigation of the implications of the temporal dimension of value, then, has shown that Marx's analysis uncovers the basis of a dialectical developmental logic in historically specific social forms. His analysis thereby shows that there is indeed a form of logic in history, of historical necessity, but that it is immanent only to the capitalist social formation, and not to human history as a whole. This implies that Marx's mature critical social theory does not hypostatize history as a sort of force moving all human societies. It does not presuppose that a directional dynamic of history in general exists. Rather, it seeks to explain the existence of the sort of ongoing directional dynamic that defines modern society, and to do so in terms of historically determinate social forms constituted by labor in a process of alienation. This analysis implies that any theory that posits an immanent logic to history as such, whether dialectical or evolutionary, without grounding this logic in a determinate process of social constitution, which is an unlikely proposition, projects as the history of humanity the qualities specific to capitalism. This projection necessarily obscures the actual social basis of a directional dynamic of history. The historical process is thereby transformed from the object of social analysis into its quasi-metaphysical presupposition. 9. The trajectory of production. I have approached Marx's conception of the nature of capitalist society by examining the implications of his analysis of the commodity as capitalism's fundamental social form. My examination has uncovered the initial determinations of the intrinsic historical dynamic implied by his analysis of commodity-determined labor's double character and value's temporal dimension. In this way it has begun to illuminate Marx's category of capital, as referring to a contradictory and dynamic structure of alienated social relations constituted by labor. This approach has supported and further clarified my argument that Marx's theory of the centrality of labor to capitalist society is a critical theory of a determinate mode of social mediation. Labor in capitalism has a social significance within the framework of that theory that cannot be grasped adequately when labor is understood only as a productive activity mediating humanity and nature. I shall now reconsider Marx's analysis of the sphere of production in light of this investigation of his critical theory's initial categories, focusing in particular on the issues of economic growth, class conflict, and the social constitution of industrial production. In this way I shall elaborate further the understanding of capital, and, hence, the reconceptualization of capitalism and the nature of its possible overcoming, developed thus far. Surplus value and economic growth. My preliminary discussion of Marx's conception of the dialectic of the forces and relations of production sheds light on an aspect of the dynamic implied by his category of surplus value of particular interest in view of the current intensification of ecological problems on a global scale. The category itself, as we have seen, refers to the value yielded by surplus labor time, that is, the labor time expended by workers above and beyond the time required to create the amount of value necessary for their own reproduction. Necessary labor time, the category of surplus value, usually has been understood as indicating that the social surplus in capitalism results not from a number of factors of production, but from labor alone. Such an interpretation maintains that labor's unique productive role is veiled by the contractual character of the relations between non-propertied producers and non-productive proprietors in capitalism. These relations take the form of an exchange in which workers are remunerated for the value of their labor power, which is less than the value they produce. Nevertheless, this difference in value is not evident. In other words, because exploitation in capitalism is effected by means of such an exchange, it is not manifest, unlike, for example, the expropriation of the surplus in feudal society. The category of surplus value, then, is taken to reveal the non-manifest exploitation characteristic of capitalism. While this interpretation does grasp an important dimension of the category, it is one-sided. It concentrates exclusively on the expropriation of surplus value, as it were, without considering sufficiently the implications of surplus value. I have shown, however, that Marx analyzes the valorization process, the process of creating surplus value, in terms of the process of creating value. His analysis is concerned not only with the source of the surplus but also with the form of the surplus wealth produced. Value, as noted, is a category of a dynamic totality. This dynamic involves a dialectic of transformation and reconstitution that results from the dual nature of the commodity form and from the two structural imperatives of the value form of wealth, the drive toward increasing levels of productivity and the necessary retention of direct human labor in production. We now can extend that analysis further. As we have seen, capital is self-valorizing value. According to Marx, it is characterized by the need to expand constantly. When value is the form of wealth, the goal of production necessarily is surplus value. That is, the goal of capitalist production is not simply value, but the constant expansion of surplus value. The salient features of this expansion are rooted in the value form of wealth itself. They include, but are not limited to, the unstable and crisis-prone nature of the accumulation of capital, as analyzed by Marx. Precisely these aspects of capital accumulation have been the focus of much attention in the Marxist tradition. In The Limits to Capital, for example, David Harvey discusses at length how, within the framework of Marx's analysis, balanced growth is impossible in capitalism, due to the necessary imbalance between production and consumption, as well as the underlying contradiction between production and circulation. Crises are intrinsic to capitalism. Moreover, according to Harvey, because capitalists must attempt to equalize the rate of profit, they allocate social labor and organize production processes in ways that do not necessarily maximize the aggregate output of surplus value in society. This, he claims, is the material basis for the systematic misallocation of social labor and for the bias in the organization of labor processes that leads capitalism into periodic crises. Harvey also emphasizes that capital itself creates barriers against the tendency toward perpetually accelerating technological and organizational changes. In general, he maintains that capitalists, acting in their own self-interests under the social relations of capitalist production and exchange, generate a technological mix that threatens further accumulation, destroys the potentiality for balanced growth and jeopardizes the reproduction of the capitalist class as a whole. Although the unstable and crisis-ridden features of capital accumulation certainly are crucial aspects of Marx's theory, in attempting to unfold the fundamental characteristics of capital, I shall focus on another aspect of his analysis of the process of the expansion of surplus value. It is clear that his critique of capitalism's peculiar process of accumulation for the sake of accumulation is not one of distribution alone, that is, a critique of the fact that social wealth is not used for the benefit of all. It is also not a productivist critique. Its thrust is not to indicate that the problem with capitalism is that the aggregate output of surplus value is not maximized in a balanced way. Marx's critique is not undertaken from a standpoint that affirms such maximization. Rather, his critique is of the very nature of the growth imminent to capital, of the trajectory of the dynamic itself. The specificity of the growth entailed by the expansion of surplus value is grounded in the characteristics of value as a temporally determined form of wealth and social mediation. We have seen that because total value created is a function only of abstract labor time expenditure, increased productivity yields a greater amount of material wealth but results only in short-term increases in value yielded per unit time. Leaving aside considerations of the intensity of labor at this point, a working day of a given length always creates the same amount of value, no matter how the productivity of labor, and, with it, the mass of the product and the price of each single commodity produced may vary. Given this temporal determination of value, the expansion of surplus value, the systemic goal of production in capitalism, can be achieved only if the proportion of surplus labor time to necessary labor time is changed. This, as noted, can be accomplished by extending the duration of the workday, the production of absolute surplus value. Once, however, the length of the workday has been limited, as a result of labor struggles or legislation, for example, surplus labor time can be increased only if necessary labor time is reduced, the production of relative surplus value. This reduction, according to Marx, is effected by increased productivity. Although a socially general increase in productivity does not increase the total value yielded within a given time period, it does decrease the value of the commodities required for the workers' reproduction. In other words, it decreases necessary labor time and, thereby, increases surplus labor time. As a result of both this relation of productivity to the expansion of relative surplus value as well as the short-term increases in value yielded per unit time when productivity is increased, capital, according to Marx, has an immanent drive and a constant tendency towards increasing the productivity of labor. This tendency toward ongoing increases in productivity is intrinsic to the expansion of relative surplus value, the form of the surplus adequate to capital. It is generated by the peculiar relationship between the value form of the surplus and productivity. Within the framework of Marx's presentation, this relationship illuminates retrospectively his argumentative intent in determining the magnitude of value in terms of abstract human labor time expenditure. It now clearly appears as an initial determination of capitalism's peculiar dynamic, as the point of departure for Marx's attempt to grasp and elucidate this dynamic. Although increased productivity results in a directly proportional increase in material wealth, it increases surplus value only indirectly. Once the working day is limited by decreasing necessary labor time, it does not result in immediately corresponding increases in socially appropriable wealth or decreases in labor time, as could be the case if material wealth were the dominant social form of wealth. Moreover, because the total value yielded per unit time does not increase with socially general increases in productivity, it represents a limit to the expansion of surplus value. The amount of surplus value yielded per unit time can never exceed this amount, regardless of the degree to which productivity is increased. Indeed, it cannot even reach this limit since, on a general social level, capital can never dispense completely with necessary labor time. According to Marx, it is precisely this limit, which is intrinsic to the form of wealth whose magnitude is a function of abstract human labor time expenditure, that generates a tendency toward ever higher rates of increase in productivity. On the basis of his analysis of the abstract temporal measure of value and the consequent indirect relationship between increases in productivity and increases in surplus value, Marx argues that, given a constant rate of increase in productivity, the rate of increase of the mass of surplus value per determinate portion of capital falls as the level of surplus labor time rises. He argues, in other words, that the more closely the amount of surplus value yielded approaches the limit of the total value produced per unit time, the more difficult it becomes to further decrease necessary labor time by means of increased productivity and, thereby, to increase surplus value. This, however, means that the higher the general level of surplus labor time and, relatedly, of productivity, the more productivity must be further increased in order to achieve a determinate increase in the mass of surplus value per determinate portion of capital. The significance of this relationship between productivity and surplus value is not limited to the question of Marx's approach to the issue of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall or, more generally, to the problem of whether the expansion of capital can continue indefinitely. It also indicates that the value form of the surplus not only induces ongoing increases in productivity, but that the expansion of surplus value required by capital implies a tendency toward accelerating rates of increase in productivity. Capital tends to generate a constant acceleration in the growth of productivity. Note that, according to this analysis, enormous increases in productivity are effected precisely because higher levels of productivity increase surplus value only indirectly. By the same token, although such increases in productivity result in corresponding increases in material wealth, they do not yield corresponding increases in surplus value. The difference between the two forms of wealth in their relation to productivity means that, on the one hand, the ever-increasing levels of productivity generated by capital accumulation entail directly corresponding increases in the masses of products produced and of raw materials consumed in production. On the other hand, though, because the social form of the surplus in capitalism is value rather than material wealth, the result, in spite of appearances, is not a commensurate increase in the surplus product. The ever-increasing amounts of material wealth produced under capitalism do not represent correspondingly high levels of social wealth in the form of value. This pattern of growth is double-sided for Marx. It involves the constant expansion of human productive abilities, yet tied as it is to an alienated, dynamic social structure. This expansion has an accelerating, boundless, runaway form over which people have no control. Leaving aside considerations of possible limits or barriers to capital accumulation, one consequence implied by this particular dynamic, which yields increases in material wealth greater than those in surplus value, is the accelerating destruction of the natural environment. According to Marx, as a result of the relationship among productivity, material wealth, and surplus value, the ongoing expansion of the latter increasingly has deleterious consequences for nature as well as for humans. In modern agriculture, as in urban industry, the increase in the productivity and the mobility of labor is purchased at the cost of debilitating labor power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. Rooted in his analysis of value in contradistinction to material wealth, Marx's critique of capitalist industry and agriculture is clearly not a productivist critique. Yet that Marx's critique is based on an analysis of the specific form of labor in capitalism rather than labor implies that the growing destruction of nature should not simply be seen, conversely, as a consequence of increasing human control and domination of nature. Neither the productivist critique of capitalism nor the latter sort of critique of the domination of nature distinguishes between value and material wealth. Both are based on the transhistorical conception of labor. Hence, each focuses exclusively on one dimension of what Marx sought to grasp as a more complex, two-sided development. Together, then, these positions constitute another theoretical antinomy of capitalist society. In Marx's analysis, the growing destruction of nature under capitalism is not simply a function of nature having become an object for humanity. Rather, it is primarily a result of the sort of object that nature has become. Raw materials and products, according to Marx, are bearers of value in capitalism. In addition to being constituent elements of material wealth, capital produces material wealth as a means of creating value. Hence, it consumes material nature not only as the stuff of material wealth but also as a means of fueling its own self-expansion, that is, as a means of effecting the extraction and absorption of as much surplus labor time from the working population as possible. Ever-increasing amounts of raw materials must be consumed even though the result is not a corresponding increase in the social form of surplus wealth, surplus value. The relation of humans and nature mediated by labor becomes a one-way process of consumption, rather than a cyclical interaction. It acquires the form of an accelerating transformation of qualitatively particular raw materials into matter, into qualitatively homogeneous bearers of objectified time. The problem with capital accumulation, then, is not only that it is unbalanced and crisis-ridden, but also that its underlying form of growth is marked by runaway productivity that neither is controlled by the producers, nor functions directly to their benefit. This particular sort of growth is intrinsic to a society based on value. It cannot be explained in terms of misdirected views and false priorities alone. Although productivist critiques of capitalism have focused only on the possible barriers to economic growth inherent in capital accumulation, it is clear that Marx criticized both the accelerating boundlessness of growth under capitalism as well as its crisis-ridden character. Indeed, he demonstrates that these two characteristics should be analyzed as intrinsically related. The pattern I have outlined suggests that, in the society in which the commodity is totalized, there is an underlying tension between ecological considerations and the imperatives of value as the form of wealth and social mediation. It implies further that any attempt to respond fundamentally, within the framework of capitalist society, to growing environmental destruction by restraining this society's mode of expansion would probably be ineffective on a long-term basis, not only because of the interests of the capitalists or state managers, but because failure to expand surplus value would indeed result in severe economic difficulties with great social costs. In Marx's analysis, the necessary accumulation of capital and the creation of capitalist society's wealth are intrinsically related. Moreover, and I can only touch upon this theme here, because labor is determined as a necessary means of individual reproduction in capitalist society, wage laborers remain dependent on capital's growth, even when the consequences of their labor, ecological and otherwise, are detrimental to themselves and to others. The tension between the exigencies of the commodity form and ecological requirements becomes more severe as productivity increases and, particularly during economic crises and periods of high unemployment, poses a severe dilemma. This dilemma and the tension in which it is rooted are imminent to capitalism. Their ultimate resolution will be hindered so long as value remains the determining form of social wealth. What I have briefly outlined here cannot, then, be understood simply as economic growth. It is another indication that Marx does not analyze the process of production and the patterns of technological development and economic expansion of capitalist society in technical, that is, essentially non-social terms. He does not grasp the social dimension as extrinsic, for example, in terms of ownership and control alone. Rather, he analyzes this process and these patterns as intrinsically social, structured by the social forms of mediation expressed by the categories of the commodity and capital. It should be noted in this regard that, although competition among capitals can be used to explain the existence of growth, it is value's temporal determination that, in Marx's analysis, underlies the form of that growth. The particular relation between increases in productivity and the expansion of surplus value shapes the underlying trajectory of growth in capitalism. This trajectory cannot be explained adequately in terms of the market and private property, which suggests that, even in their absence, economic growth would necessarily assume the form marked by increases in productivity much greater than the increases in social wealth they affect. As long as social wealth ultimately remains a function of direct labor time expenditure, planning in such a situation, however successful or unsuccessful, would signify a conscious response to the compulsions exerted by the alienated forms of social relations expressed by value and capital. It would not, however, overcome them. According to Marx's critical theory, the abolition of the accelerating blind process of economic growth and socio-economic transformation in capitalism, as well as its crisis-ridden character, would require the abolition of value. Overcoming these alienated forms would necessarily involve establishing a society based on material wealth, in which increased productivity would result in a corresponding increase in social wealth. Such a society could be characterized by a form of growth very different from capitalist growth. Marx's distinction between material wealth and value allows for an approach that relativizes the opposition between runaway growth as a condition of social wealth, on the one hand, and austerity as a condition for the ecologically sound organization of production and distribution, on the other, by locating this opposition in a historically specific form of social life. If his analysis of value as the determining form of wealth and of social mediation in capitalist society is valid, then it points to the possibility that this opposition can be overcome. Classes and the dynamic of capitalism. The theoretical framework developed in this work also transforms the problem of class and class conflict as treated in Marx's mature theory. My discussion clearly has shown that his conception of capitalism's intrinsically dynamic social relations, as expressed by the categories of value and surplus value, refer to objectified forms of social mediation and cannot be understood solely in terms of class relations of exploitation. Nevertheless, class relations do play a very important role in the historical unfolding of that society, according to Marx. Although this work shall not fully address that role, much less deal adequately with the various dimensions and complexities of Marx's understanding of class relations, the investigation thus far suggests the following approach to the problematic of class. The category of class delineates a modern social relation that is mediated quasi-objectively by labor. Class conflict in capitalism, according to the critique of political economy, is structured by, and embedded within, the social forms of the commodity and capital. Marx first introduces class relations in Volume 1 of Capital in the course of developing and analyzing the category of surplus value, by presenting the relationship between the capitalist class and the working class. As presented, though, the theoretical status of this relationship is by no means self-evident. It frequently has been taken as a description of the structure of social groupings in capitalist society or, alternatively, as a description of a historical tendency for the population to become polarized into two social groupings, a small capitalist class and a large proletariat. Both of these readings have met with considerable criticism. The first has been criticized as an unwarranted simplification of the structure of social groupings in capitalism. Indeed, as is well known, Marx himself presents what appears to be a richer, more variegated picture of social groupings and their politics in his historical and political writings. The second interpretation, that his treatment of class in Volume 1 of Capital is a description of a historical tendency, has also increasingly been called into question in light of recent social and economic developments, in particular the decline in the relative size of the industrial working class in advanced capitalist societies, and the growth of the new salaried middle classes. A variety of theoretical responses to these social and economic developments have sought to defend the Marxian analysis of class or to reaffirm the central significance of class in analyzing capitalism. One approach has been to argue that the opposition of the capitalist class and the proletariat presented in Volume 1 of Capital is only the first stage of a more complete description. James Becker, for example, argues that the polarized relation of the first volume should be understood as a first approximation, and that Marx's investigations in volumes and imply a much more complex picture of the structure of social groupings in capitalism and their development. Becker begins his argument by drawing attention to the following criticism of Ricardo by Marx. What he, Ricardo, forgets to emphasize is the constantly growing number of the middle classes, those who stand between the workman on the one hand and the capitalist and landlord on the other. Having thus shown that Marx does not maintain the position on empirical class polarization that frequently has been attributed to him, Becker proceeds, on the basis of Marx's analysis, to outline a form of circulatory administrative accumulation that has followed historically in the wake of industrial accumulation. It is circulatory administrative accumulation, according to Becker, that has generated socially the new middle classes and remains the main source of their employment and income. In investigating the relation between qualitative changes in the basic forms of capital, both in circulation and in production, and the development of social classes and their interrelations, Becker tries to indicate that the Marxian analysis is not contravened by the growth of the new middle classes, but that, on the contrary, his analysis is quite capable of accounting for that development. Thus, Marx's critique of political economy, in its unfolding, does provide the basis for a more differentiated analysis of the historical development and transformation of classes and other social groupings in capitalism than frequently has been assumed. However, I would argue that although the relation of the working class and the capitalist class presented in Volume 1 of Capital can be understood as a first approximation, this in no way implies that the full significance of this relation should be understood in those terms. Marx did, of course, concern himself with the transformation of the social structure of European society with the development of capitalism, the dissolution or transformation of older social strata and groupings such as the nobility, the peasantry, and the traditional artisanate, and the emergence of newer ones such as the working class, the bourgeois class, and the new salaried middle classes. Nevertheless, his basic intention in Capital was not to provide a complete picture of the sociological structure of capitalist society, whether considered statically or developmentally. Rather, the significance of the class relation Marx presents in Volume 1 of Capital must also be seen in terms of the essential thrust of his argument. The relationship of the capitalist and working classes generally has been understood to be central to Marx's analysis, as the relation of exploitation that determines capitalist society and that, in the form of class conflict, is the driving force of historical change. In other words, it has been understood as the most fundamental social relation of capitalism. In this work, however, I have argued that Marx conceptualizes capitalism's fundamental relations on a logically deeper level of analysis. His concern is with the constituting social mediation of that society. This raises the question of the relationship in his analysis between class and the specific character of social mediation in capitalism. In discussing the category of surplus value, I have argued that the strategic thrust of Marx's critical theory is not only to reveal the existence of exploitation by showing that the surplus in capitalism, despite appearances to the contrary, is created by labor and appropriated by non-laboring classes. Rather, in grasping the surplus as one of value, his theory also delineates a complex dynamic that ultimately is rooted in alienated social forms. This implies that the polarized class opposition between capitalists and workers is significant in Marx's analysis not only because exploitation as such is central to his theory, but also because class relations of exploitation are an important element of the dynamic development of the social formation as a whole. However, those relations do not, in and of themselves, give rise to that dynamic development. They do so inasmuch as they are constituted by and embedded in the forms of social mediation I have been analyzing. This can be clarified by examining the way in which Marx introduces the notion of class conflict in Capital. That notion can refer to a very broad range of collective social action. For example, it can refer to revolutionary action or, at the very least, highly politicized social action aimed at achieving political, social, and economic goals through mass mobilizations, strikes, political campaigns, and so on. There also is an everyday level of class conflict, however. It is this level that Marx, in his analysis of the forms of surplus value, first introduces as an intrinsic moment of capitalism. In discussing the length of the workday in capitalism, Marx notes that it is indeterminate. It fluctuates greatly within boundaries that are both physical and social. This is directly related to the character of the relations between the producers and the appropriators of the social surplus in capitalist society, that they are also constituted and mediated by the commodity form. The workday results, at least in principle, from a contract between two formally equal parties regarding the sale and purchase of labor power as a commodity. It is precisely because the relations between the workers and the capitalists are constituted, in part, by such an exchange, according to Marx, that conflict is intrinsic to these relations. The nature of commodity exchange itself imposes no limit to the working day, to surplus labor. The capitalist maintains his rights as a purchaser when he tries to make the working day as long as possible, and the worker maintains his right as a seller when he wishes to reduce the working day to a particular normal length. There is here therefore an antinomy of right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchange. Between equal rights, force decides. Hence, in the history of capitalist production, the establishment of a norm for the working day presents itself as a struggle over the limits of that day, a struggle between collective capitalists, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective laborers, i.e. the working class. Class conflict and a system structured by commodity exchange, in other words, are not based on opposed principles. Such conflict does not represent a disturbance in an otherwise harmonious system. On the contrary, it is inherent to a society constituted by the commodity as a totalizing and totalized form. Class conflict is rooted in this quasi-objective form of social mediation in several ways. The relationship between workers and capitalists is marked by an inherent indeterminacy regarding, for example, the length of the workday, the value of labor power, and the ratio of necessary to surplus labor time. That such determinations of the relationship are not given, and hence can be the object of negotiation and struggle at any time, indicates that the relationship between producers of the social surplus and its appropriators in capitalism is not based fundamentally on direct force or on fixed traditional patterns. Rather, it ultimately is constituted very differently by the commodity form of social mediation. According to Marx, it is precisely the indeterminate aspects of this relationship, moreover, that allow for the expression of historically variable needs and requirements. Finally, that this class relationship entails ongoing conflict is also due to the form of the social antagonism involved, one of right against right, which itself is a determination of social subjectivity as well as of social objectivity. As the form of an objective, social antinomy, it is also a determination of the self-conceptions of the parties involved. They conceive of themselves as possessing rights, a self-conception which is constitutive of the nature of the struggles involved. Class conflict between capitalists and wage laborers is also rooted in the specific ways in which needs and requirements are understood and articulated in a social context structured by the commodity. That is, in the sorts of social self-understanding and conceptions of rights associated with a relationship that is so structured. These self-conceptions do not occur automatically, but are constituted historically. Moreover, their contents are not merely contingent but are implied by the commodity-determined mode of social mediation. As noted, in the case of labor power as a commodity, the relationship constituted by the commodity form cannot be realized fully as one between individuals. Workers can acquire some effective control over their commodity, that is, effective commodity ownership, only by means of collective action. In this regard, it is significant that Marx, having begun the chapter on the working day in Capital by grounding class conflict logically, in the circumstance that the relations of workers and capitalists are mediated by commodity exchange, concludes the chapter by discussing the effective introduction of a legal limitation to the working day, which he regards as indicating that the workers as a class have gained some control over the sale of their commodity. The chapter moves from a formal determination of workers as commodity owners to the realization of that determination, that is, to a consideration of the working class as a real collective commodity owner. In Marx's analysis, then, the category of the commodity, as it is unfolded in the form of capital, refers not only to the quasi-objective interconnections of atomized individuals, but also to large-scale collective social structures and institutions. Conversely, the development of collective forms is not, in and of itself, opposed to, or in tension with, the structuring social relations of capitalist society. In other words, Marx's theory of capital is not restricted to liberal capitalism. Indeed, in showing that the realization of labor power as a commodity entails the development of collective forms, his analysis implies the beginning of a transition to post-liberal capitalist forms. When workers are able to act collectively as commodity owners, the stage is set historically for the form of production that is adequate to capital. According to Marx, the limitation of the workday is an important factor in affecting the transition to the production of relative surplus value and, hence, to the ongoing dynamic involving the determinate interrelations among productivity, surplus value, material wealth, and the form of production we examined earlier. It is within this dynamic framework that the antagonism implicit in the class relationship emerges in the form of ongoing conflicts that, in turn, become moments of the development of the totality. These conflicts are not limited to questions of hours and wages, but occur around a broad range of issues such as the nature and intensity of the labor process, the application of machinery, labor conditions, social benefits, and workers' rights. They become intrinsic aspects of everyday life in capitalist society. Such conflicts directly affect the ratio of necessary to surplus labor time, and, hence, play an important role in the dialectic of labor and time we have examined. Moreover, because such conflicts are mediated by a totalizing form, their significance is not only local. The production and circulation of capital is such that conflicts in one sector or geographical area affect other sectors or areas. With the spread of the wage-labor-capital relationship, the organization of the working class, improvements in transportation and communication, and the growing ease and speed with which capital circulates, such conflicts have ever more general consequences. The totalizing character of the mediation increasingly becomes realized. On the one hand, this process of totalization means that local conditions of worker-capitalist relations can never be isolated and fixed completely. Consequently, the conditions of this class relation, both locally and more generally, change constantly. Conflict becomes an ongoing feature of that relation. Conversely, class conflict becomes an important factor in the spatial and temporal development of capital, that is, in the distribution and flow of capital, which becomes increasingly global, and in the dialectical dynamic of the capital form. Class conflict becomes a driving element of the historical development of capitalist society. Although class conflict does play an important role in the extension and dynamic of capitalism, however, it neither creates the totality nor gives rise to its trajectory. We have seen that, according to Marx's analysis, it is only because of its specific, quasi-objective, and temporally dynamic form of social mediation that capitalist society exists as a totality and possesses an intrinsic directional dynamic, whose initial determinations we examined as the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution. These characteristics of capitalist society cannot be grounded in the struggles of producers and appropriators per se. Rather, these struggles only play the role they do because of this society's specific forms of mediation. That is to say, class conflict is a driving force of historical development in capitalism only because it is structured by, and embedded in, the social forms of the commodity and capital. This approach, then, grounds the idea that class struggle is the impelling force of history in terms of historically determinate forms of mediation. It also seeks to specify the notion of class itself. It is clear that class, in Marx's theory, is a relational category. Classes are determined in relation to other classes. The antagonism between producing and appropriating social groupings, structured by their determinate relations to the means of production, is central to his analysis of class. One can, however, further specify the notion of class with reference to the forms of social mediation I have been analyzing. According to Marx, the antagonism of workers and capitalists is structured such that ongoing conflict is an intrinsic feature of their relationship. Nevertheless, the struggle between producing and appropriating social groups does not, in and of itself, constitute them as classes. In Marx's analysis, the dialectical structure of capitalist social relations is centrally significant. It totalizes and renders dynamic the antagonistic relationship between workers and capitalists, thereby constituting it as class conflict between labor and capital. This conflict, in turn, is a constituting moment of the dynamic trajectory of the social whole. Classes, properly speaking, are relational categories of modern society. They are structured by determinate forms of social mediation as antagonistic moments of a dynamic totality and, hence, in their conflict, become dynamic and totalized. Class conflict between the workers and capitalists as it is developed in Volume 1 of Capital, then, is a moment of the ongoing, totalizing dynamic of capitalist society. It is structured by, and constitutes, the social totality. The classes involved are not entities but structurings of social practice and consciousness which, in relation to the production of surplus value, are organized antagonistically. They are constituted by the dialectical structures of capitalist society and impel its development, the unfolding of its basic contradiction. It is in these terms that the importance of class and class conflict in Marx's analysis must be understood. His argument does not imply that other social strata or groupings, for example, those organized around religious, ethnic, national, or gender issues, and which only sometimes can be understood in class terms, play no important roles historically and politically. Nevertheless, different levels of historical reality and, therefore, of historical analysis must be distinguished. The level at which class conflict plays a central role in Marx's analysis is that of the historical trajectory of the capitalist social formation as a whole. I have, of course, been very schematic in outlining this approach to Marx's conception of class and class conflict. I have sought only, in a preliminary fashion, to clarify the theoretical status of the way he presents the relationship of the working class and the capitalist class in Volume 1 of Capital, and to indicate that this presentation must be understood with reference to his analysis of social mediation in capitalism. I shall not be able to consider other important dimensions of this problematic in this work, such as the processes by which a class is constituted socially, politically, and culturally on a more concrete level, or, relatedly, the question of collective social and political action. Nevertheless, the approach I have been developing has some implications for these issues, which I can touch upon. The determinations of class, which I admittedly have only begun to elucidate, for example, the proletariat as owners of the commodity labor power and as objects of the process of valorization, are not simply positional determinations, but are determinations of both social objectivity and subjectivity. This implies a critique of approaches that first define class objectively in terms of a position in a social structure, and then address the question of how the class constitutes itself subjectively. Typically, this involves relating objectivity and subjectivity extrinsically, by means of the notion of interest. If the initial determination of class in Marx's approach is not one of objective position but of objectivity and subjectivity, the question of the subjective dimension of a particular class determination must be distinguished from the question of the conditions under which many people act as members of a class. I cannot address the latter question here, but as regards the former, the subjective dimension of class cannot, even on the level of its initial determination, be understood only in terms of the consciousness of collective interests if the particular conceptions of these interests, as well as the notion of interest itself, are not grasped socially and historically. I have sought to show how, according to the Marxian categorical approach, consciousness is not merely a reflex of objective conditions. Rather, the categories, which express the basic social mediations characteristic of capitalism, delineate forms of consciousness as intrinsic moments of forms of social being. Hence, class determinations, for Marx, entail socially and historically determinate forms of subjectivity, for example, views of society and of self, systems of values, understandings of action, conceptions of the sources of social ills and possible ways of ameliorating them, that are rooted in the forms of social mediation as they differentially constitute the particular class. In this sense, the category of class is a moment of an approach that seeks to grasp the historical and social determinateness of various social conceptions and demands as well as of forms of action. Social class, then, structured by the social forms and a driving moment of the capitalist social totality, is also a structuring category of meaning and of social consciousness. This is not to say that all individuals who can be located similarly have the same beliefs, nor that social and political action automatically follow class lines. It does mean, however, that the social and historical specificity of forms of subjectivity and social action can be elucidated in terms of the notion of class. The nature of social and political demands, or the determinate forms of the struggles associated with these demands, for example, can be understood and clarified socially and historically in terms of class, provided that class is understood with reference to the categorical forms. This approach to subjectivity in terms of class structurings of more overarching determinations of forms of social relations is an attempt, then, to grasp forms of subjectivity in social and historical terms. Moreover, and this is crucial, because it analyzes forms of subjectivity in capitalism, and the dynamic structure of capitalist society with the same categories, it also can consider forms of thought critically, in terms of the adequacy of their self-understanding and their understanding of society. The standpoint of such a critique remains immanent to its object, although, as we have seen, the sort of immanent critique involved cannot be grasped adequately as one that opposes the ideals of a society to its actuality. It is against the background of this sort of analysis of the categorical determinations of class, as social and historical determinations of social being and consciousness, that questions regarding the more concrete social, political, and cultural constitution of a class, questions of collective action and self-awareness, should be posed. I can do little more than refer to these complex themes, however, and shall not develop them further in this work. The interpretation I present here strongly modifies the central significance traditionally accorded to class relations of exploitation and conflict. I have shown how, in Marx's mature analysis, class conflict is a driving element of capitalism's historical development only because of the intrinsically dynamic character of the social relations that constitute this society. The antagonism between immediate producers and owners of the means of production does not, in and of itself, generate such an ongoing dynamic. Moreover, as I shall show, the logical thrust of Marx's presentation does not support the idea that the struggle between capitalists and workers is one between the dominant class of capitalist society and the class that embodies socialism, and that such struggle therefore points beyond capitalism. The class struggle, viewed from the workers' perspective, involves constituting, maintaining, and improving their position and situation as members of a working class. Their struggles have been a powerful force in the democratization and humanization of capitalism, and have also played an important role in the transition to organized capitalism. However, as we shall see, Marx's analysis of the trajectory of the capitalist process of production does not point toward the possible future affirmation of the proletariat and the labor it performs. On the contrary, it points toward the possible abolition of that labor. Marx's presentation, in other words, implicitly contravenes the notion that the relation between the capitalist class and the working class is parallel to that between capitalism and socialism, that the possible transition to socialism is effected by the victory of the proletariat in class struggle, in the sense of its self-affirmation as a working class, and that socialism involves the realization of the proletariat. So, although the antagonism between the capitalist class and the working class plays an important role in the dynamic of capitalist development, it is not identical with the fundamental structural contradiction of the social formation as I have begun to articulate it. Production and valorization, the reconsideration undertaken in this work of the Marxian critique's most fundamental categories and the consequent reinterpretation of the dynamic interactions of the commodity forms two dimensions also casts new light on Marx's analysis of the capitalist process of production. On the basis of what has been developed thus far, I shall now consider Marx's treatment of the labor process in capitalism with two purposes in mind. First, to clarify important dimensions of his concept of capital which have not yet been considered, and second, to support my claim that his presentation's argumentative thrust implies quite clearly that overcoming capitalism would not entail the self-realization of the proletariat. The logic of Marx's presentation does not support the notion that the proletariat is the revolutionary subject. I have established that Marx treats the sphere of production in capitalism not only in terms of material production but also in terms of the underlying forms of social mediation characteristic of this society. He does so by analyzing the process of production as both a labor process, a process of producing material wealth, and a valorization process, a process of creating surplus value. As noted, when Marx first introduces these two dimensions of the process of production, he shows how the significance of the labor process's various elements are transformed when one considers them from the standpoint of the valorization process. Considered in terms of the labor process, labor seems to be a purposeful activity that transforms raw materials by means of instruments of labor in order to achieve determinate ends. However, in terms of the valorization process, labor is significant as a source of value, regardless of its purpose, its qualitative specificity, the specificity of the raw materials it uses, and the products it creates. Labor is separated from its concrete purpose and becomes a means toward a goal, given by the alienated structures constituted by abstract labor itself. Considered in these terms, labor is actually the object of production. After Marx provides the initial determinations of the two dimensions of the capitalist process of production, he proceeds to unfold them. As we have seen, he first presents the valorization process, treating it in terms of the production of absolute and then relative surplus value, the latter being the form of surplus value more adequate to the category of capital. He then goes on to examine the capitalist labor process by investigating it in general terms as cooperation, and then by analyzing more specifically its two major historical forms, manufacture, which is based on the detailed division of labor, and large-scale industry, based on industrial machine production. In his discussion of cooperation, manufacture, and large-scale industry, Marx traces how the transformation of the significance of the labor processes elements, which occurs on a formal level when those elements are considered in terms of the valorization process, becomes realized, or materialized in the concrete form of the labor process itself. He shows that, initially the labor process is capitalist only because it is used for the end of valorization. The valorization process remains extrinsic to the labor process itself. As capitalism develops, however, the labor process comes to be intrinsically determined by the process of valorization. Industrial machine-based production is the form of the labor process adequate to the production of relative surplus value. This materialization of the valorization process, like the peculiar, historical dynamic grasped by the category of surplus value, ultimately is rooted structurally in the dialectic of the two dimensions of the commodity, form. In elaborating this thesis, I shall show that, just as the significance of the category of surplus value cannot be understood fully in terms of exploitation, of the appropriation of the surplus product by a class of private owners, the capitalist labor process, as presented by Marx, cannot be understood as a technical process that is used in the interests of a class of private appropriators. In analyzing the role of labor in Marx's critique, I have devoted a great deal of attention to the implications of labor's historically specific character as a socially mediating activity in capitalism. In outlining the process of production, I shall now consider labor's other social dimension, namely, its social character as productive activity. As I noted in discussing abstract and historical time, the development, in alienated form, of modes of knowledge and experience that are socially general but are not a function of the immediate producer's skills and knowledge is an important aspect of the historical unfolding of capital in Marx's account. This development is a central focus of my examination of his treatment of the labor process. It serves as the point of departure for my interpretation of the category of capital in terms of the intersection of the two social dimensions of labor in capitalism, and it provides the basis for my argument that Marx's conception of socialism does not involve the realization of the proletariat. Cooperation. Capitalist production, according to Marx, has been marked from its inception by relatively large-scale production. Historically and conceptually, it only really begins when comparatively large numbers of workers are employed at the same time by each individual capital unit, a firm, for example, that is, when the labor process is undertaken on an extensive scale and yields relatively large quantities of products. Marx maintains that, in its early stages, capitalist production did not entail a qualitative change in the mode of producing, but only a quantitative increase in the size of producing units, in the number of workers simultaneously employed by the same capital. He therefore begins his analysis of the labor process's development in capitalism by discussing, without further determinations, cooperation in general, in other words, production in which large numbers of workers work together in the same process or in connected processes. Marx indicates clearly that he plans to show that capital modifies the labor process, eventually rendering it intrinsically capitalist. By the same token, the categories of his critical analysis acquire their full validity and significance only as categories of the developed sphere of production in capitalism. Thus, for example, he states that the law of valorization comes fully into its own for the individual producer only when he produces as a capitalist and employs a number of workers simultaneously, i.e. when from the outset he sets in motion labor of a socially average character. This passage reinforces my earlier claim that Marx's determinations of value do not refer to market exchange alone, but are intended as determinations of capitalist production. We shall see that, for Marx, as capital becomes fully developed, the abstract temporal dimension of value structures production internally. Value becomes a determination of a particular form of organizing and disciplining labor within large-scale organizations. By the same token, it is only then that the law of valorization becomes valid. Marx focuses his discussion of cooperation on the greater degree of productivity it permits. He asserts that cooperation both affects an increase in the productive power of the individuals and entails the creation of a new productive power that is intrinsically collective. As noted, Marx analyzes productivity in terms of the social character of concrete labor which, for him, includes scientific, technical, and organizational knowledge and experience. At this point, he develops this analysis further by considering the increased productivity that results from cooperation in terms of the use-value dimension of labor, that is, in terms of labor's social character as productive activity, the specific productive power, or force of production, productive craft, of the combined working day is, under all circumstances, the social productive power of labor, or the productive power of social labor. This power arises from cooperation itself. When the worker cooperates in a planned way with others, he strips off his individual limits and develops his species capacities. In Marx's analysis, in other words, the productive power, or force of production, that arises as a result of cooperation is a function of concrete labor's social dimension. This power is social, however, not only in the sense that it is collective but also in the sense that it is greater than the sum of the productive powers of the individuals immediately involved. It cannot be reduced to the power of its constituting individuals. It is this aspect of concrete labor's social dimension which is crucial to Marx's analysis. Cooperation benefits the capitalist in several ways, according to Marx. It is a powerful means for increasing productivity and, hence, for reducing the socially necessary labor time required for the production of commodities. Moreover, the capitalist pays the workers as individual commodity owners, that is, for their independent labor powers, not for their combined labor power. Hence, their collective productive power is developed as a free gift to capital. It is important to note that this free gift is the productive power of labor's use-value dimension, which, as noted, is measured in terms of the output of material wealth rather than the expenditure of abstract labor time. That is, Marx is not referring directly to surplus value here. Rather, at this point he is drawing attention to the process in which the power of the social dimension of labor as a productive activity, a productive power greater than that of its constituting individuals, becomes the productive power of capital, one for which the capitalist does not have to pay. The social and general productive powers of labor are productive powers of capital, but these productive powers relate only to the labor process. They do not directly affect exchange value. Whether 100 work together, or each one of the 100 works by himself, the value of their product is equal to 100 days' labor, whether represented in a large or small quantity of products. The productivity of labor does not affect the value. The process by which labor's productive powers become capitals is one of alienation and is central to Marx's analysis of capital. I previously analyzed alienation in terms of the abstract dimension of labor as a socially mediating activity. I am now referring to the alienation of the social dimension of concrete labor as productive activity. Both processes are constitutive of capital. As these processes of alienation develop, the workers are subsumed under, and incorporated into, capital. They become a particular mode of its existence. This process of alienation of social labor's productive powers has a historical significance that goes far beyond the issue of the private appropriation of the surplus social product by capitalist class. It entails, as we shall see, a process of the historical constitution in alienated form of socially general modes of knowledge and experience that are not limited to the immediate producer's skills and knowledge. This development has very negative effects on the character of much immediate labor, and yet it eventually gives rise to the possible emancipation of people from the sway of their own labor and their reappropriation of the socially general knowledge and power first constituted historically in alienated form. At this point in Marx's exposition, however, the nature of this process of alienation is not yet clear. The alienated productive power of labor is greater than the sum of its parts, but it still is constituted essentially by the workers immediately involved. Hence, when Marx speaks of the species capacities that are developed in cooperation, these capacities appear to be those of the collectivity of workers. a mode of socially general knowledge and experience has not yet been constituted within the sphere of production in a form intrinsically independent of the immediate producers. Consequently, it seems that the transformation of the productive powers of labor into those of capital is only a function of private ownership. It is possible at this stage of the categorical unfolding, then, to conceive hypothetically of the abolition of capitalism, of overcoming capital's appropriation of the productive powers of social labor, in terms of the abolition of private property in the means of production alone. The workers could then jointly own the collective social power they constitute and cooperatively direct the same labor process that had existed under conditions of private ownership. In other words, the capitalist character of production at this point still appears to be extrinsic to the labor process. The further course of Marx's exposition reveals, however, that the nature of capital has not yet emerged clearly in his investigation of simple cooperation. His analysis of the labor process does not retain as final the determination of its capitalist nature in terms of private property. He does not merely go on to indicate the emergence of the historical conditions that would allow for the real possibility of private property's overcoming. Rather, Marx proceeds to develop further and transform his determinations of what constitutes capitalism and, hence, what would constitute its negation. Specifically, he presents the development of the labor process in a way that changes the initial, extrinsic, determination of the capitalist character of production. Marx summarizes this development in terms of the alienation of the use-value dimension of labor as follows. It is a result of the division of labor in manufacture that the worker is brought face to face with the intellectual potentialities of the material process of production as the property of another and as a power which rules over him. This process of separation starts in simple cooperation, where the capitalist represents to the individual workers the unity and the will of the whole body of social labor. It is developed in manufacture, which mutilates the worker, turning him into a fragment of himself. It is completed in large-scale industry, which makes science a potentiality for production which is distinct from labor and presses it into the service of capital. This summary outline implies that capital, as a social form, is intrinsically related to the division of labor and that, as this categorical form is unfolded, its productive power no longer can be understood solely in terms of the individuals who immediately constitute it. Rather, the power of capital comes to embody the alienated power of society in a more general sense. Emancipation, then, their appropriation of what had been alienated, no longer adequately can be grasped in terms of the abolition of private ownership alone. Manufacture. This developmental trajectory of the production process should be examined more closely. Following his discussion of simple cooperation, Marx analyzes manufacture as the specific form of cooperation that characterized the capitalist process of production in Europe from the mid-16th to the late 18th century. Whereas simple cooperation leaves the mode of each individual's labor largely unchanged, manufacture revolutionizes the labor process itself. It is marked by a new form of the division of labor, a detailed division of labor within the workshop which Marx distinguishes from the division of labor within society. What characterizes manufacture is the fact that the labor process is based on the division of handicraft operations into specialized partial, or detail, operations, which are carried out by specialized workers using specialized instruments of labor. This form of the division of labor ties workers to single, repetitive, simplified tasks, which then are closely articulated and coordinated with one another. It thereby increases greatly the productivity of labor by increasing the specialization of each worker and lessening considerably the amount of time necessary to produce commodities. In this way the manufacturing mode of producing increases surplus value, and it further augments the self-valorization of capital in another way, inasmuch as the simplification of tasks and their consequent one-sided development diminish the value of labor power directly. Marx does not treat the relationship between manufacture and capital as an extrinsic one, nor does he investigate the former as a mode of producing that, in and of itself, is independent of capital but is used by capitalists for their benefit. Rather, in the course of criticizing Adam Smith for not distinguishing adequately between the division of labor within society and the division of labor within the workshop, Marx asserts that the latter is specific to capitalist society. He then goes on to describe manufacture as a specifically capitalist form of the process of production, which is a particular method of creating relative surplus value, or of augmenting the self-valorization of capital. In other words, Marx treats it as a labor process that is related intrinsically to capital, in the sense that it is shaped materially by the valorization process. The material form of the process of production in manufacture, according to Marx, is a consequence of the ongoing drive for increased productivity, which marks capitalism. He grounds this drive in the commodity form, in the objective imperatives as well as the cultural values and worldviews associated with this form, which give rise to attempts to make the labor process as efficient as possible. Marx contrasts historically the emphasis on quality and use value expressed by writers of classical antiquity with the emphasis on quantity and exchange value, expressed in modern theories of political economy and embodied in the material form of manufacture. The latter emphasis does not simply develop historically out of the former as a result of some sort of quasi-natural development of the division of labor. Rather, it marks a historical break. It is the expression of a very different, historically determinate, form of social mediation. The principle of lessening the labor time needed to produce commodities was, as Marx points out, formulated consciously early in the period of manufacture. As an ongoing principle of production, the reduction of necessary labor time, that is, increased productivity, was first effected historically primarily by breaking down the labor process into its constituent parts rather than by introducing machinery. Each resultant partial operation of manufacture, according to Marx, retains the character of a handicraft and, hence, remains bound to the strength, skill, quickness, and sureness of the workers. On the one hand, then, the process of production remains bound to individual human labor. On the other, it becomes more efficient as this individual labor becomes more partial. The result, according to Marx, is the creation of a peculiar machine that is specifically characteristic of the manufacturing period, namely, the collective worker, formed out of the combination of a number of individual specialized workers. The individual workers become organs of this whole, as was the case in simple cooperation. The whole, which, in manufacture, is the collective working organism, is a form of existence of capital. The productive power of the use-value dimension of labor, which here results from the combination of various kinds of labor, in other words, the great increase in productivity which is effected by the detailed division of labor, is the productive power of capital. In manufacture, the opposition between workers and capital, as an opposition between individual fragmented parts, and a whole that is directly social, comes to be embodied in the material form of production itself. Marx leaves no doubt that he regards the subsumption of the individuals under the collective in manufacture to be extremely negative, far from being part of, or affecting, a linear and general form of progress. The increasing productive power of the whole is constituted at the expense of the productive power of the individual. It is based upon a process that converts the worker into a crippled monstrosity, by furthering his particular skill, through the suppression of a whole world of productive drives and inclinations. With manufacture, the individual himself is divided up and transformed into the automatic motor of a detail operation. Moreover, this division of labor expresses a more general development, rooted in the commodity form, that transforms all spheres of life and lays the foundation for the sort of specialization that develops one faculty in people at the expense of all others. Marx's critique, as should be clear by now, is not only that manufacture increases the socially productive power of labor for the benefit of the capitalist instead of the worker, a critique of property that could remain extrinsic to the labor process itself, but that it also does this by crippling the individual worker. Manufacture, then, has the form of a productive mechanism whose component parts are human beings. It represents a directly social form of production in the sense that the worker can work only as part of the whole. If the need for the workers to sell their labor power had initially been grounded in their propertylessness, in the fact that they did not possess the means of producing commodities, it now becomes grounded in the technical nature of the labor process itself. This technical nature is intrinsically capitalist. According to Marx, the concrete form of this labor process, as noted, is grounded by Marx in the economy of time. In analyzing manufacture, he continues to treat value as a structuring category of the organization of production, which he began to do while discussing cooperation, indicating once again that he does not regard it only as a category of the market. The rule that the labor time expended on commodities should not exceed the socially necessary labor time is not simply enforced extrinsically by the action of competition. According to Marx, in manufacture, it has become a technical law of the process of production itself. At this point in his presentation, then, Marx shows retrospectively that the determination of the magnitude of value with which he began his categorical investigation of capitalism is a critical determination of the mode of production as well as of the mode of distribution. The resulting organization of the mode of production, 1. Based on the most efficient possible use of human labor engaged in increasingly specialized and fragmented tasks, is despotic and hierarchical. Value, then, is a structuring principle of both forms of the division of labor. In capitalist society, it structures not only the social division of labor in this society, according to Marx, but the division of labor in the workshop as well. The planned and regulated a priori system on which the division of labor is implemented within the workshop becomes, in the division of labor within society, and a posteriori necessity imposed by nature, perceptible in the fluctuations of market prices. Note that Marx does not consider the planned structure of the workshop as a positive, or non-capitalist aspect of modern society opposed to the non-planned anarchy of the market. He regards precisely this structure of the labor process to be despotic, the despotism of the collectivity, structured by considerations of productivity and efficiency, effected at the cost of the individual. Rather than criticize the sphere of distribution in capitalism from the standpoint of production, Marx analyzes them as interrelated. In the society where the capitalist mode of production prevails, anarchy in the social division of labor and despotism in the manufacturing division of labor mutually condition each other. It is clear that Marx is criticizing the planned structure of production and the market-mediated mode of distribution in capitalism. He roots both in the commodity form as it has been unfolded in the form of capital, and he thereby characterizes capitalism in terms of both poles of an opposition between the apparently decontextualized, atomized individual and the collective whole in which individuals function as mere cogs. On another level, this opposition is that between private and directly social labor, which I discussed at the beginning of Chapter 2. His notion of overcoming capitalism, therefore, cannot be understood in terms of overcoming the market alone or in terms of extending to all of society the planned order that prevails in the workshop. Marx describes this order in terms of the complete subjugation of the worker to capital, understood not in terms of private property but as an organization of labor that increases its productive power. Instead, his analysis implies that overcoming capitalism would require overcoming both the planned, organized, bureaucratic despotism generated in the sphere of production and the anarchy of the sphere of distribution, whereby the former is accorded critical primacy. At this stage in Marx's exposition, however, the conditions of this possibility are not yet evident. Manufacture is a sort of intermediate stage in Marx's presentation of the capitalist process of production. Understanding its intermediate character illuminates the strategic thrust of his presentation and the implications of his initial categories for his understanding of capital and the possibility of its overcoming. On the one hand, as we have seen, in manufacture the capitalist character of production is no longer extrinsic to the labor process, hence one no longer can conceive of the abolition of capital in terms of the abolition of private property alone, as was possible in the case of simple cooperation. Marx's critical comments on the detailed division of labor clearly imply that his conception of emancipation includes the historical overcoming of the labor process that has become molded by capital. On the other hand, however, the possibility that this labor process can be overcome has not yet emerged at this stage of his presentation. In spite of the differences between manufacture and simple cooperation, they share a common characteristic. The alienated whole, capital, is greater than the sum of its parts, yet it is still constituted by the immediate producers. In order to clarify this point, let me pose the following hypothetical scenario, which underlines the historical character of capitalism's possible negation and is relevant for reconsidering actually existing socialism. An attempt is made to create a socialist society on the basis of the form of production that characterizes manufacture. Not only is capitalist private property abolished, but value is replaced by material wealth as the form of social wealth. The purpose of increased productivity is no longer to increase surplus labor time expenditure but, rather, to yield a greater degree of material wealth in order to satisfy needs. Nevertheless, such a change in the goal of production does not involve a fundamental transformation in the labor process. We have seen that value, according to Marx, is based on direct human labor time expenditure. Yet, at this stage in the development of capitalism, productivity and, hence, the production of material wealth are also essentially based on direct human labor, made more efficient by the detailed division of labor. In other words, the primary productive force is the organization of human labor itself. In such a situation, production necessarily remains based on direct human labor, regardless of whether the goal of increased productivity is an increase in surplus value or an increase in material wealth. So long as human labor remains the essential productive force of material wealth, then, production for the purpose of creating material wealth at a high level of productivity necessarily entails the same form of the labor process as when the goal of production is an increase in surplus value. The distinction between these two forms of wealth has little significance here. In both cases, the labor process is based on the detailed division of labor as developed in capitalist manufacture. The one-sided, repetitive, fragmented nature of labor can be abolished in such a situation only by lowering considerably the level of productivity and, hence, of general social wealth. Although Marx's analysis does not affirm the labor process in capitalism, it certainly does not entail a romanticizing critique of this labor process which refers back to a purported pre-capitalist wholeness, one that, if effected, would be socially and economically disastrous. Nevertheless, at this stage in Marx's presentation, the conditions are not yet present for a possible historical overcoming of the labor process in which the detailed division of labor could be abolished while a high level of productivity was maintained. it has become clear that a central aim of Marx's categorical analysis is to determine the emergent possibility for precisely such an overcoming of the capitalist labor process. This possibility is implied by the categories of Marx's analysis, but, as I have argued, they should be understood as categories of fully developed capitalism. Only from that standpoint can the intermediate character of manufacture in Marx's presentation be understood. Although manufacture's labor process is shaped by capital, the hypothetical scenario above demonstrates that the difference between value and material wealth, so central to Marx's categorical analysis of developed capitalism, is not yet practically relevant to the form of production. In other words, although the labor process of manufacture is molded by the valorization process, it is not, when viewed from the standpoint of fully developed capitalist production, the fully adequate materialization of the valorization process and, hence, does not fully express the specificity and contradictory nature of capital's drive toward increased productivity. I have noted that, considered in terms of the initial determinations of the labor process, labor functions as an active productive force that transforms matter in order to produce material wealth. However, it serves as the actual, raw material, the object, of the valorization process. This inversion is real, rather than metaphoric in Marx's analysis, and it holds for all forms of capitalist production. Nevertheless, it is not fully materialized in manufacture. Although labor has become fragmented in manufacture and can exist only as part of the whole, that is, workers have become parts of the productive apparatus, the workers still make use of the tools rather than vice versa. Manufacture is essentially a complex form of handicraft, wherein the labor of each worker is no longer that of a craftsman but, rather, a specialized aspect of that labor. The labor of the collective worker has the character of that of a super craftsman. The form of the labor process is such that direct human labor, even if only in collective form, still seems to be the active, creative principle of the labor process, rather than its object. In Marx's categorical analysis, in other words, when the primary productive force used to increase productivity is the organization of human labor itself, the labor process does not yet express the specific function of direct human labor in capitalism as a source of objectified labor time. Similarly, the productive power of the use-value dimension of labor, of socially general knowledge and experience, is not yet expressed in a form that potentially could become independent of direct human labor. Consequently, the dual nature of capital, at this stage of the exposition, is not yet clear, and the contradiction within capitalist production has not yet been unfolded. At this stage of Marx's exposition, then, the capitalist process of production does not yet embody the possibility of its own negation. His exposition has, however, begun to indicate what this possibility would entail. The labor process would embody the central contradiction of capital, according to Marx's categorical analysis, when the alienated social totality that is greater than its parts could no longer be understood solely in terms of the individuals immediately involved in its constitution, and when overcoming capital could no longer be understood in terms of the re-appropriation by workers of that which they constituted. At that point, the distinction Marx draws between value and material wealth would become relevant. Manufacture set the stage historically for such a form of the labor process, for large-scale machine-based production, large-scale industry. It is with the development of large-scale industrial production that capital comes into its own, according to Marx. He analyzes this mode of producing as the adequate materialization of the valorization process, as the embodiment of the twofold character of the underlying social forms of capitalism, and thus as the adequate expression of the specific, contradictory nature of capital's drive toward ever-increasing levels of productivity. This implies, conversely, that the full significance of Marx's conception of the dual character of production in capitalism emerges only with his analysis of industrial production. In order to clarify this aspect of Marx's investigation, I shall briefly consider further its argumentative intent. We have seen that Marx, in his treatment of manufacture, is highly critical of the labor process that emerges with the development of capitalist society. He describes it as intrinsically capitalist, and seeks to grasp its determinate features as intrinsically shaped by capital. However, at this point in his presentation, this characterization has not yet been grounded convincingly. The value form of the social surplus may, indeed, generate an ongoing drive for increased productivity, but a labor process for which material wealth is the goal cannot yet be distinguished from one for which value is the goal. Hence, one cannot yet fully discern that production is not a technical process that is used by a class of private appropriators in their interests and could be used by workers in their own interests. If this were the case, the negative character of work in capitalism described by Marx would simply be a necessary concomitant of a high level of productivity, an unfortunate, but unavoidable, price that must be paid for a high level of general social wealth, however such wealth is distributed. Yet, as we shall soon see, Marx intends, in investigating large-scale industry, to call into question the purportedly necessary relation between high levels of productivity and fragmented, empty work. He tries to demonstrate that the form of the industrial labor process cannot be grasped adequately in technical terms, in terms of the requirements of high levels of productivity alone, but that it can be elucidated socially, with reference to the duality of the essential social forms of capitalism. Marx begins his investigation of large-scale industry by first examining it in terms of the production of material wealth, that is, in terms of the use-value dimension of labor in capitalism. By extending his analysis of the historical development in capitalism of concrete labor's social character, which he had begun in his investigation of cooperation and manufacture, he shows that the production of material wealth is only one aspect of the developed capitalist labor process. What characterizes the use-value dimension of labor in industrial production, according to Marx, is that it is constituted in a form that becomes increasingly independent of the labor of the immediate producers. He briefly traces the course of this historical development in terms of the development of machine production, beginning with the starting point of the 18th-century Industrial Revolution, the supersession of the worker, who handles a single tool, by a working machine. The latter is a mechanism operating with several similar tools. The number of tools it brings into play simultaneously is independent of the organic limitations that confine the tool use of the handicraftsman. Marx then describes the development of motive mechanisms, for example, the steam engine, that, like the working machine, exist in an independent form, emancipated from the limits of human strength, and, unlike water or animal power, are entirely under human control. The development of such motive mechanisms allows, in turn, for the development of a machine system, a sort of division of labor among machines modeled on the division of labor in manufacture. According to Marx, the latter must be adapted to the worker and is, in this sense, subjective, but the former is objective. The production process is analyzed into its constituent elements with the aid of the natural sciences and without regard to earlier, worker-centered, principles of the division of labor. A further stage in this historical process of overcoming direct human labor's centrality to the labor process is the production of machines by machines, which provides the adequate technical foundation of large-scale industry. These developments result in a system of machinery, which is described by Marx as a vast automaton driven by a self-acting prime mover. I shall have occasion below to discuss the parallels between this description and Marx's earlier description of capital. He summarizes the development of machine-based production as follows. As machinery, the instrument of labor assumes a material mode of existence which entails the replacement of human strength by natural forces, and the replacement of routine based upon experience by the conscious application of the natural sciences. In manufacture, the organization of the social labor process is purely subjective. It is a combination of one-sided, specialized workers. Large-scale industry, on the other hand, possesses in the machine system an entirely objective organization of production, which confronts the worker as a pre-existing material condition of production. When Marx describes the development of large-scale industry in terms of the replacement of human strength by natural forces, he is referring not only to the harnessing of natural forces such as steam and water but also to the development of socially general productive forces. Thus, he characterizes as natural forces of social labor the productive forces resulting from cooperation and the division of labor, noting that, like natural forces such as steam and water, they cost nothing. In this regard, he observes that science also is like a natural force. Once a scientific principle is discovered, it costs nothing. Finally, in discussing the objectified means of production, Marx asserts that aside from the costs of depreciation and of the auxiliary substances consumed, oil, coal, and so on, machines and tools do their work for nothing. The greater the productive effectiveness of the machine, compared with that of the tool, the greater the extent of its gratuitous service. He relates this productive effectiveness to the accumulation of past labor and productive knowledge, describing large-scale industry as a form of production in which man has succeeded in making the product of his past labor perform gratuitous service on a large scale, like a force of nature. Note that what Marx refers to here as the natural forces that replace human strength and traditional skills in machine-based production are precisely those socially general powers in terms of which he earlier had formulated the social character of concrete labor, namely, the level of development of science and its technological application, the social organization of the process of production, and the extent and effectiveness of the means of production. One aspect of the development of large-scale industry, then, entails the historical constitution of socially general productive capacities and modes of scientific, technical, and organizational knowledge that are not a function of, and cannot be reduced to, workers' strength, knowledge, and experience. It involves as well the ongoing accumulation of socially general past labor and experience. This historically constituted aspect of the use-value dimension of labor in capitalism is like a natural force, inasmuch as it is independent of direct labor, costs nothing, and increasingly replaces human toil as the central social factor in the transformation of matter, the social metabolism of humanity with nature. That is a necessary condition of social life. With the development of large-scale industry, then, the incorporation into production of these immense forces of nature, that is, the acquired ability to tap the powers of nature and objectify and make use of the past, increasingly supersedes direct human labor as the primary social source of material wealth. The production of material wealth increasingly becomes a function of the objectification of historical time. This historical development of concrete labor's social character fundamentally distinguishes large-scale industry from manufacture. Not only does it raise the productivity of labor enormously, but to the extent that it renders the production of material wealth essentially independent of direct human labor time expenditure, it also undermines the technical need for manufacture's characteristic division of labor, both within the workshop and throughout society. In other words, this historical development implicitly points to the possibility of a different social organization of labor. This possibility, however, is not realized in large-scale industry. Indeed, the actual structure of industrial production is very different from the possibility implied by an abstract consideration of the development of labor's use value dimension alone. Although society's productive forces are highly developed, with capitalist large-scale industry, the form in which those forces are constituted historically does not liberate the workers from partial, repetitive labor, according to Marx. On the contrary, it subsumes them under production and turns them into cogs of a productive apparatus, parts of specialized machines. He describes the resulting mode of producing as a form entailing even more fragmented and specialized labor than had been the case in manufacture. Factory work, he notes, does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and intellectual activity. In general, the actual form of machine production has extremely negative consequences. Work is fragmented further, women and children are employed in repetitive, low-paying jobs, the intellectual level of work is lowered, and either the work day is lengthened or the intensity of labor is increased. These negative effects, moreover, are not restricted to the locus of immediate production. This mode of production undermines the security of workers and involves the creation of a disposable working population that is held in reserve for the requirements of capitalist exploitation. It adversely affects the health, the general level of intellectual capacities and moral sensibilities, and the family life of the working population. Marx summarizes the negative effects of large-scale industry on the workers, on the nature of labor, and on the social division of labor by contrasting the potential embodied in machine production with its actual consequences. Machinery in itself shortens the hours of labor, but when employed by capital it lengthens them. In itself it lightens labor, but when employed by capital it heightens its intensity. In itself it is a victory of man over the forces of nature, but in the hands of capital it makes man the slave of those forces. In itself it increases the wealth of the producers, but in the hands of capital it makes them paupers. In capitalist industrial production, then, the productive forces of society are developed in a form that dominates people and is inimical to their development, a form very different from that conceivable when the development of labor's use-value dimension is considered alone. Instead of leading to the abolition of the fragmentary division of labor characteristic of manufacture, the actual development of the social character of concrete labor is such that the capitalist form of large-scale industry reproduces the same division of labor in a still more monstrous shape, in the factory proper, and everywhere outside the factory. This monstrous division of labor is a central focus of Marx's analysis. On the one hand, his investigation of the development of labor's use-value dimension and the contrast he draws between its potential and its actual form indicate clearly that the division of labor in large-scale industry, unlike that in manufacture, is not a necessary technical concomitant of increased productivity. For this reason, he sharply criticizes as economic apologists those who, understanding industrial production in purely technical terms, and so failing to distinguish between the capitalist application of machinery and machinery itself, can conceive of no other utilization of machinery than the capitalist one, and who therefore decry all critics of the capitalist system of industrial production as enemies of technical progress. On the other hand, despite his use of terms such as the capitalist utilization and application of machinery, Marx does not regard the relationship of capitalism and industrial production to be extrinsic. What renders large-scale industry capitalist is not private ownership alone, rather, as I shall elaborate, industrial production is intrinsically capitalist inasmuch as it is a valorization process as well as a labor process. Its ultimate goal is not material wealth but surplus value. Although this duality is characteristic of earlier forms of capitalist production as well, according to Marx, only With large-scale industry do the differences between value and material wealth, abstract labor and concrete labor, become significant and come to constitute the form of the labor process itself. The thrust of Marx's analysis of industrial production, then, is to show how the division of labor, characteristic of large-scale industrial production, is neither grounded in technical necessity nor contingent, but is an expression of its intrinsically capitalist character. That is to say, one important aim of his categorical, critical theory is to grasp the capitalist mode of industrial production in social terms, in terms of his analysis of the forms of social mediation that structure capitalism, and thereby to articulate the disparity between the possibilities implied by the development of labor's use-value dimension in capitalism and the actual historical development of the forces of production. Before proceeding, it should be noted that from the standpoint of such a social analysis of production, approaches that grasp capitalist industrial production solely in technical terms are like those that understand labor in capitalism only in terms of the interactions of people with nature. In both cases, the concrete dimension is not understood as the materialized form of the social mediation. Instead, the fetishized form of appearance of the social mediation is taken at face value. This is the case of those criticisms of capitalist production that focus exclusively on private property and the market, as well as of theories that treat industrial development as a process of modernization without acknowledging the social category of capital. I shall now turn to the relationship between Marx's conception of the basic social forms that characterize capitalism and his analysis of large-scale industry. In tracing the unfolding of Marx's categories, we saw that his temporal determination of the magnitude of value becomes fully significant only when the category of relative surplus value is introduced. Similarly, it is only when he analyzes large-scale industry that the full significance of his determination of value as the objectification of abstract, human labor becomes clear. As noted, because the goal of capitalist production is surplus value, it gives rise to an incessant drive for increased productivity, which leads eventually to the supersession of direct human labor by the productive powers of socially general knowledge as the primary social source of material wealth. At the same time, and this is crucial, capitalist production is and remains based on human labor time expenditure precisely because its goal is surplus value. Marx grasps capitalist industrial production in terms of this duality. As a process of creating material wealth, it ceases to depend necessarily on direct human labor. Yet, as a process of valorization, it necessarily remains based on such labor. Large-scale industry is defined by the rise of productive powers that no longer are a function of direct human labor, yet this in the context of such labor's continued importance. With the development of this mode of production, living labor gradually ceases to be the active, regulating force of production. We have seen that, from the standpoint of Marx's analysis of the valorization process, direct human labor is significant as a source of value, regardless of its qualitative specificity and the level of productivity. The goal of the expenditure of labor is the objectification of labor time itself. It is precisely when the production of material wealth stops depending on direct human labor, even as such labor remains integral to the process of production, that this function of human labor as the mere source of objectified labor time comes to be expressed in the form of the labor process itself. Every kind of capitalist production, insofar as it is not only a labor process but also capital's process of valorization, has this in common, that it is not the worker who employs the conditions of his labor, but rather the reverse, the conditions of labor employ the worker. However, it is only with the coming of machinery that this inversion first acquires a technical and palpable reality. He means of labor confront the worker during the labor process as capital, dead labor, which dominates and soaks up living labor power. Marx sees industrial production, then, as the adequate materialization of the valorization process, a process in which material wealth is produced as a means of generating surplus value rather than as the ultimate goal of production. Hence, a process in which living labor serves as the object of production and the source of value. In this sense, the ultimate function of the forces of production is to soak up as much living labor power as possible. This process is expressed materially in large-scale industry by the fragmented nature of work and also, because the productive forces no longer are a function primarily of direct human labor, by the growing difference between the relation of the objectified forces of production to the formation of value and their relation to the formation of material wealth. The machine enters as a whole into the labor process, giving rise to great quantities of material wealth, but it enters into the valorization process only in that it either transmits gradually to products the value that went into its creation or changes the proportion of surplus labor time to necessary labor time by reducing the labor time necessary to reproduce the workers. As noted, this analysis implies that, with industrial production, the growth in material wealth resulting from ever higher levels of productivity far outstrips the growth in surplus value, particularly once machines are themselves produced by machines, which greatly increases the gap between their wealth-creating capabilities and the amount of labor time expended in their construction. The growing disparities effected by the development of the forces of production, between the increases in material wealth and in surplus value, is an expression of the growing differences between the productive powers of the use-value dimension of labor and living labor. Earlier, I touched upon Marx's notion of the relationship between the forms of social relations that characterize capitalism and the development of immensely powerful productive capacities, along with the worldviews and conceptions of reality that are related to this development. What is important to our investigation at this point is the determinate form of this development. In the context of a mode of production in which living labor remains essential to production and machinery is used as a means of increasing surplus value, the productive powers of labor's concrete dimension are constituted in opposition to living labor as productive powers of capital. The separation of the intellectual powers of the production process from manual labor, and the transformation of those powers into powers exercised by capital over labor, is finally completed by large-scale industry erected on the foundation of machinery. The narrow skill of the individual machine operator, whose labor has been emptied of all content, vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity in the face of the science, the gigantic natural forces, and the social mass labor embodied in the machine system, all of which constitute the power of the master. The capitalist process of production induces the historical development of powerful, socially general productive powers, according to Marx. However, this process of historical constitution, which I described as the accumulation of historical time, is effected as a process of alienation. These powers come into being historically in alienated form, as powers of capital, of the master. I discussed this process of the alienation of labor's use-value dimension, while examining Marx's treatment of cooperation and manufacture, and shall further investigate its structural grounds below. What is important at this point is that in large-scale industry the social productive powers of concrete labor, which Marx refers to as species capacities constituted in alienated form as a free gift to capital, are not only greater than the sum of the productive powers of the immediate producers but are no longer constituted primarily by them. Unlike manufacture, the powers of the social whole no longer express in alienated form the knowledge, skills, and labor of the collective worker but, rather, the accumulated collective knowledge and power of humanity, of the species. Hence, as the passage cited above clearly indicates, with the development of large-scale industry, the powers of capital cannot be considered those of the collective worker in alienated form, but have become greater than the latter. Another aspect of this development is a decline in the skills and powers of the individual workers as well as, and this is crucial, of the collective worker. As the production of material wealth increasingly becomes a function of socially general technical, organizational, and scientific knowledge, rather than of the skills, knowledge, and labor of the immediate producers, the combined labor of the workers stops being like the labor of a super craftsman, as was the case in manufacture. Production no longer is a form of handicraft, based ultimately on the labor of the workers. Nevertheless, because the socially general productive powers are developed as those of capital, hence, within the framework of a system that presupposes the expenditure of immediate labor time, the objectified forces of production in large-scale industry do not, on a total social level, tend to replace direct human labor in production. Rather, they are used to extract higher levels of surplus value from labor that has ceased to be essential to the production of material wealth and, hence, progressively loses its character as skilled handicraft labor or as a specialized aspect of such labor. Thus, there is a structural antagonism between the alienated forces of production and living labor, wherein the former become more developed, while the latter becomes increasingly empty and fragmented. Even the lightening of labor becomes an instrument of torture, since the machine does not free the worker from labor, but rather empties his labor of all content. The logic of large-scale industrial production, then, implies a long-term decline in the skills of the workers. I have already noted that, according to Marx, the function of human labor as the source of value in the valorization process becomes expressed materially in the industrial labor process. At this point I can add that, as it does so, labor becomes increasingly empty, little more than the simple expenditure of energy. This socially constituted, antagonistic relationship between the objectified forces of production and living labor shapes the form of the industrial process of production. In the case of manufacture, the differences between value and material wealth are not yet significant for the form of the labor process. This form, therefore, can be explained in terms of the drive for increased productivity alone. The form of the industrial labor process, however, cannot be accounted for only in those terms. Its antagonistic and contradictory character, according to Marx, emerges from the mounting tension between the two tendencies generated by the double character of the underlying social mediation, the ongoing drive for increased productivity, and the necessary expenditure of direct labor time. This tension results in the development of a productive system that confronts the workers as an objective system into which they are incorporated as component parts. In manufacture, the worker makes use of a tool. In the factory, the machine makes use of him. There the movements of the instruments of labor proceed from him. Here it is the movements of the machine that he must follow. In manufacture the workers are part of a living mechanism. In the factory we have a lifeless mechanism which is independent of the workers, who are incorporated into it as its living appendages. With the development of large-scale production, the workers have become the objects of a process that itself has become the subject, according to Marx. He refers to the factory as a mechanical automaton that is a subject, composed of various conscious organs, the workers, and unconscious organs, the means of production, all of which are subordinated to its central moving force. In other words, Marx describes the industrial factory in the same terms that he earlier used to describe capital, thereby implying that the former should be regarded as a physical expression of the latter. By analyzing large-scale industry thus, Marx seeks to understand in social terms a system characterized by enormous productive forces, on the one hand, and fragmented, empty, direct human labor, on the other. the nature of work and of the division of labor in industrial capitalism are not necessary, if unfortunate, byproducts of any technologically advanced method of producing wealth, according to Marx. Rather, they are expressions of a labor process molded by the process of valorization. Although I have shown that Marx relates the antagonistic character of industrial production to the dual imperatives of valorization, a full explanation of how these dual imperatives are effected, that is, how the drive for increased productivity in capitalism is such that, on a total social level, direct human labor is retained as an integral element of production, would exceed the bounds of this work. That would require explaining how value operates as a socially constituted form of abstract domination, although the actors are unaware of its existence. Such an explanation would, in turn, require an elucidation of Marx's analysis of the dialectic of structure and action, hence, a deeper investigation of the relationship between his level of analysis in Volume 1 and that in Volume 3 of Capital. Nevertheless, in my earlier discussion of the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution I did uncover, albeit on a logically abstract level, one dimension of such an explanation, namely, the fundamental structural grounds in Marx's analysis for the ongoing reconstitution of valorizations, dual imperatives and, hence, for the antagonistic form that capitalist production takes. At this point, I shall return briefly to a consideration of this dialectic which, as noted, ultimately is rooted in the temporal determination of the magnitude of value. In examining the interaction of the two dimensions of the commodity form, we saw that increased productivity does not increase the amount of value produced in a social labor hour but, rather, redetermines that hour historically. The forms of necessity associated with value thereby are reconstituted rather than superseded. In other words, the dialectic of the two dimensions of labor and of time in capitalism is such that value is reconstituted as a perpetual present, although it is moved historically in time. This reconstitution, as I suggested, is the most fundamental determination of the structural reproduction of the relations of production, that is, of the basic social forms that remain constitutive of capitalism, despite the tremendous transformations characteristic of this social formation. With regard to the process of production itself, one aspect of the form of necessity intrinsic to value is the expenditure of abstract human labor time. In production, the reconstitution of the abstract time frame by the development of social labor's productivity thus involves structurally reconstituting the necessity that such labor time be expended. In other words, the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution, which is rooted in the basic structuring forms of capitalism, is such that the expenditure of human labor in the immediate process of production remains necessary, regardless of the degree to which productivity is developed. Consequently, although the development of large-scale industry entails the historical development of concrete labor's social character in a form that is independent of the immediate producers, production based on objectified historical time does not simply supersede production based on the present, that is, the expenditure of direct labor time. Instead, the latter is continually reconstituted as an essential, necessary element of capitalist production. This is the fundamental structural ground for the incessant reproduction, the perpetuation of the worker, which is the absolutely necessary condition for capitalist production. The reconstitution of value and the redetermination of social productivity entailed by the dialectic I have outlined are the most basic determinations of a process of reproducing the relation of wage labor and capital which is both static and dynamic. This relation is reproduced in a way that transforms each of its terms. This process of reproduction, as analyzed by Marx, ultimately is a function of the value form and would not be the case were material wealth the defining form of wealth. It is, as we have seen, an aspect of a necessary treadmill dynamic, in which increased productivity results neither in a corresponding increase in social wealth nor in a corresponding decrease in labor time, but in the constitution of a new base level of productivity, which leads to still further increases in productivity. Even at this very abstract logical level, one can derive some features of the industrial labor process and proletarian labor from the implications of this dialectic. The dynamic reconstitution of the necessity of value-producing labor, wage labor, is such that it implies, at the same time, the transformation of the concrete nature of that labor. Considered abstractly, and on a total social level, the effect of increased productivity on direct human labor, within a framework characterized by the structural retention of such labor in production, is to render that labor more uniform and simple, and to intensify its expenditure. It imparts to human labor a concrete form that begins to resemble the initial determinations of its fetishized social form, abstract labor, the expenditure of muscle, nerves, and so on. In other words, the increasing fragmentation of proletarian labor, according to Marx, is related intrinsically to the dialectical pattern wherein such labor remains necessary as the source of value even as it becomes ever less significant as the source of the social productive forces that are alienated as capital. The development of tremendous social powers in a form that is alien to the workers and controls them, and the related long-term tendency for proletarian labor to become one-sided and empty, are the fundamental grounds for Marx's statement that, in proportion as capital accumulates, the situation of the worker, be his payment high or low, must grow worse. These developments clearly do not derive from private ownership of the means of production alone, in Marx's analysis, but are rooted in the deep structure of the social relations I have been investigating. One can now see more clearly that, in developing the category of capital out of that of the commodity, Marx lays the foundation for analyzing the concrete form of the developed capitalist process of production, what he terms the production of relative surplus value, or the real subsumption of labor under capital, as a materialization, on the level of society as a whole, of the twofold movement grounded in the underlying social forms. This process of production is both a process of the production of material wealth, increasingly based on socially general knowledge, and a process of the production of value, based on immediate labor time expenditure. Hence, to analyze its concrete form is to examine a mode of production that, on a deep level, embodies the contradictory structural imperatives of achieving ever higher levels of productivity and producing a surplus of value. Historical changes in the concrete form of fully developed capitalist production can, according to such an approach, be grasped in terms of a growing, shearing pressure generated by these two increasingly opposed imperatives. This results in a mode of production characterized by the material opposition of the general to the particular, by the increasing fragmentation and emptying of human labor with increased productivity, and the reduction of workers to cogs of a productive apparatus. In short, large-scale industry is not a technical process that is used for purposes of class domination and increasingly comes into contradiction with that form of domination, according to Marx. Rather, as constituted historically, it is the materialized expression of an abstract form of social domination, the objectified form of the domination of people by their own labor. Large-scale industrial production is intrinsically capitalist, the specifically capitalist mode of production, in which machinery, etc. becomes the real master of living labor. In the course of this investigation, I have shown that the strategic intent of Marx's law of value is not merely to explain the conditions of market equilibrium but, rather, to grasp capitalist society in terms of a law of history, a dialectic of transformation and reconstitution. This dialectic entails both a particular logic of growth, as well as a determinate material form of production. In this regard, Marx's categorical analysis in Capital can be understood as an attempt to ground socially and historically the double-sided nature of capitalist progress, which he earlier had described as follows. In our day, everything seems pregnant with its contrary. Machinery gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some weird spell, are turned into sources of want. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life, and in stultifying human life into a material force. Substantive totality, capital. In examining Marx's analysis of industrial production as the materialization of the twofold character of the form of social relations characterizing capitalist society, I have also been elucidating his concept of capital. We have seen that Marx's category of capital cannot be understood in material terms alone, that is, in terms of the factors of production controlled by the capitalists, nor can it be grasped fully in terms of the social relation between the capitalist and working classes, structured by private ownership of the means of production and mediated by the market. Rather, the category of capital refers to a peculiar sort of social relation, to a dynamic, totalistic, and contradictory social form that is constituted by labor in its duality as an activity mediating people's relations with each other and with nature. Marx first conceptually determines this totalistic form in terms of the value dimension, as self-valorizing value, and then unfolds it as a directionally dynamic structure, the social basis of a determinate pattern of historical development. Yet his concept of capital cannot be grasped fully in terms of the value dimension alone, for, as we have seen, the use-value dimension of labor in capitalist society is constituted historically as an attribute of capital. In the cases of cooperation and manufacture, this appropriation of concrete labor's productive powers by capital can seem to be a matter of ownership and control, that is, a function of private property, because these powers are still constituted by direct human labor in production and, hence, can seem only extrinsically related to capital. Marx's analysis suggests, however, that although private property may have been central to this process of alienation in the historical emergence of capitalism, it does not remain structurally central once large-scale industry has developed. In the latter situation, the social productive powers of concrete labor appropriated by capital no longer are those of the immediate producers. They do not exist first as powers of the workers which are then taken from them. Rather, they are socially general productive powers, and their alienated character is intrinsic to the very process of their constitution. Indeed, the condition for their coming into being historically is precisely that they are constituted in a form that is separate from, and opposed to, the immediate producers. This form, as should be clear, is what Marx seeks to grasp with his category of capital. Capital is not the mystified form of powers that actually are those of the workers, rather it is the real form of existence of species capacities, no longer those of the workers alone, that are constituted historically in alienated form as socially general powers. If the social dimension of concrete labor that is constituted as a free gift to capital cannot be apprehended adequately in terms of the powers of the immediate producers, and the process of its alienation cannot be apprehended adequately in terms of private property, this process of alienated constitution must be located on a deeper structural level. The initial determinations of such a structurally grounded process of alienation were already implied by the dialectic of labor and of time outlined above. As we have seen, this dialectic promotes the development of socially general productive powers. These productive powers, however, are only apparently means at the disposal of the producers to be used for their own benefit. As we noted in analyzing the treadmill dialectic, these powers neither give rise to an increase in the dominant form of social wealth produced per unit time nor transform positively the structure of labor. Instead, because increased productivity structurally reconstitutes the determinations of value, these productive powers serve to reinforce the abstract compulsions exerted on the producers. They heighten the degree and intensity of exertion required, as well as the fragmentation of labor. In this sense, they function as attributes of labor's abstract dimension, and have become means that dominate the producers. This process is structurally grounded in the double character of the commodity form itself as I have unfolded it. The dialectic wherein each new level of productivity is redetermined as the base level of the abstract temporal frame of reference, which functions as a socially general compelling norm, can be conceptualized as a process in which the social character of labor as a productive activity structurally becomes an attribute of the totality, which, although constituted by social practice, is opposed to, and dominates, the individuals. In this way the concrete dimension of labor is appropriated, as it were, by its abstract dimension. This structural appropriation of labor's use-value dimension by its abstract dimension is the fundamental expropriation of the capitalist social formation. It logically proceeds, and does not fundamentally result from, the sort of concrete social expropriation associated with private ownership of the means of production. Implicit in Marx's mode of presentation, that is, in his unfolding the category of capital from that of the commodity, is the argument that the form of mediation effected by labor induces an enormous increase in the productive powers of the use-value dimension of labor, while constituting these productive powers in alienated form. This process of alienated constitution obviously cannot be adequately grasped in terms of the market and private property. Once again, then, we see that Marx's categories of value and capital engage a deeper structural level of modern life than do traditional Marxist interpretations of capitalist society's basic features. In finding, first, that Marx's category of capital refers to the alienated totality constituted by the mediating function of labor in capitalism, and, second, that as a self-valorizing value, the abstract totality appropriates, as its attribute, the social character of productive activity. I have shown that capital, according to Marx, like the commodity, has a double character, an abstract dimension, self-valorizing value, as well as a concrete or substantive social dimension. Labor's social character is productive activity. Capital is the alienated form of both dimensions of social labor in capitalism, confronting the individuals as an alien, totalistic other. Capital is not a thing, it is a definite social relation of production, pertaining to a particular historical social formation, which simply takes the form of a thing and gives this thing a social character. Capital is the means of production as transformed into capital, they being no more capital in themselves than gold or silver are money. It is the means of production monopolized by a particular section of society, the products and conditions of activity of labor power, which are rendered autonomous vis-a-vis this living labor power and are personified in capital through this antithesis. It is not only the workers' products which are transformed into independent powers, the products as masters and buyers of their producers, but the social powers and interconnecting form of this labor also confront them as properties of their product, as the alienated form of both the abstract social bond constituted by labor and the historically constituted productive powers of humanity, capital. As a totality is both abstract and concrete. Moreover, each of its dimensions is general. In examining value earlier, I analyzed it as an abstract, general, homogeneous social mediation. It is now clear that this mediation induces the development of productive powers and determinate modes of knowledge that are socially general, whereby, as we have seen, the abstract and concrete forms of generality differ. On another level, capital can also be grasped as the objectified duality of abstract time and historical time, as a totality in which historical time is accumulated in an alienated form that oppresses the living. Capital is the structure of the history of modern society, a constituting social form which is constituted in such a way that the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. I can now expand on my earlier discussion of the Marxian notion of the dialectic of the forces and relations of production. If value is the fundamental category of capitalist social relations of production, and if labor's use-value dimension encompasses the forces of production, then capital can be understood as an alienated structure of labor-mediated relations of production which promotes the development of socially general forces of production while incorporating them as its attributes. The dialectic of the forces and relations of production, the fundamental determinations of which I analyzed as the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution, is, then, a dialectic of two dimensions of capital rather than of capital and forces extrinsic to it. This dialectic is at the heart of capital as a dynamic, contradictory social totality, far from denoting only the means of production owned by a class of private expropriators. Marx's category of capital refers to an alienated, dualistic structure of labor-mediated relations, in terms of which the peculiar fabric of modern society, its abstract form of domination, its historical dynamic, and its characteristic forms of production and of work can be understood systematically. For Marx, capital, as the unfolded commodity form, is the central, totalizing category of modern life. Earlier, I described industrial production in Marx's analysis as intrinsically capitalist. I now can extend that description. Industrial production is the materialization of capital and, as such, is the materialization of both the forces and the relations of production in their dynamic interaction. Clearly, this analysis has moved very far away from the traditional Marxist understandings of the forces and relations of production in capitalism and their contradiction, as a moment of the dialectic of capital, the use-value dimension, that of the accumulation of historical time, of socially general knowledge and powers, is neither identical with, nor completely independent of, the abstract value dimension. Rather, the use-value dimension is shaped by the abstract value dimension in their interaction. This implies, on the one hand, that although the totality is necessarily alienated, it is not one-dimensional, but has a dual character. The totalized whole is not a non-contradictory unity. On the other hand, it indicates that the form in which the use-value dimension has been constituted historically is not independent of capital, and should not be seen as the locus of emancipation. We have already seen that the species' general knowledge and power to which the dynamic of capital gives rise develop in alienated form and in opposition to the individuals. Hence, one cannot justifiably attribute to Marx, as Habermas has done, the notion that the rapid development in industrial capitalism of science and technology automatically affects social progress and human emancipation. Contrary to the assumptions of productivist Marxism, against which Habermas was reacting, the development of science and technology does not, in Marx's approach, represent a sort of linear progress that simply would be continued under socialism. Even leaving aside the question of the relation between social form and form of scientific thought, we have seen that Marx does not treat the development of science and technology as a purely technical development or as a social development that is independent of, and opposed to, capitalist relations of production. On the contrary, the forms of socially general knowledge and power developed under capitalism, according to his analysis, are socially formed and are incorporated into the process of production as attributes of capital. They reinforce the domination of abstract time, thereby functioning as moments of a dialectical process that retains direct human labor in production while emptying it concretely and intensifying it temporally. Industrial capitalism's liberation of general human productive capacities from the limits of individual strength and experience, in other words, is effected at the expense of the individuals. In generating this antagonistic relation between socially general human productive capacities and living labor, capital shapes each. That the use-value dimension of social labor is constituted in alienated form means that it operates structurally to the detriment of the immediate producers, and, further that, like workers' concrete labor, it is shaped intrinsically by the dialectical processes outlined above. Hence, although it is not identical with the value dimension, it could not serve as the basis for human emancipation in the form in which it has been constituted historically. The notion that elements of the historically constituted substantive social dimension, determinate modes of socially general scientific, technical, and organizational knowledge and practice, are shaped by that of value is of central significance for a critical theory that seeks to analyze postliberal modern society as capitalist. It lends depth to my discussion in Chapter 4 of the social basis for what Horkheimer described as the increasingly instrumental character of social life in the modern world, that is, the transformation of the world into a world of rationalized means, rather than of ends. I argued earlier that the process of increasing instrumentalization described by Horkheimer ultimately is rooted in the character of labor in capitalism as a socially mediating activity and, hence, in the nature of value as a form of wealth that is also a form of social mediation. When the goal of production is surplus value, production is no longer a means to a substantive end, but a means to an end that itself is a means and, therefore, is purely quantitative. Consequently, production in capitalism is for the sake of production. The process of production of any given product is only a moment in a never-ending process of the expansion of surplus value. This goal informs the nature of production itself. As we have seen, according to Marx's analysis of capitalist production, the abstract temporal compulsion associated with value also determines the concrete form of the labor process. Beginning with manufacture, value becomes a structuring principle of the organization of large-scale production. Production is organized according to the most efficient possible use of human labor, engaged in increasingly specialized and fragmented tasks for the end of greater productivity. In other words, the use-value dimension of labor becomes structured by value. Although I cannot fully analyze this process, I can suggest, on the basis of what I have developed thus far, that it is also grounded structurally in the dialectic of labor and of time. The socially general modes of scientific, technical, and organizational knowledge and practice that emerge in the course of capitalist development are constituted historically in a social context that is determined by an abstract, homogeneous, quantitative social dimension and, hence, is geared toward ongoing increases in productivity and efficiency. Not only are the various aspects of labor's use-value dimension developed and utilized in order to serve the ends given by the value-determined framework, but they also function structurally to reinforce and reconstitute this framework. That is, they function as attributes of capital. This function, however, is not extrinsic to their character. They not only serve to redetermine the value dimension but, in turn, are determined by it. This suggests, then, that the dialectical interaction of the two dimensions of labor in capitalism is such that the substantive dimension comes to be structured intrinsically by the characteristics of the value dimension. What I have called the appropriation of the use-value dimension by that of value thus can be seen as a process in which the use-value dimension is structured by means of the sort of formal rationality whose source is the value dimension. The result is the tendency in modern life which Weber described in terms of the growing, formal, rationalization of all spheres of life, and which Horkheimer sought to articulate in terms of the growing instrumentalization of the world. Because this process increasingly involves the substantive dimension of labor and social life, that is, the administrative rationalization of both production and the institutions of social and political life in postliberal capitalism, Horkheimer located its source in labor per se. However, the ultimate ground of this substantive development is not the concrete dimension of labor but, rather, its value dimension. Although the latter does shape the former in its image, my analysis has demonstrated that the two are not identical. This non-identity of the two dimensions of capital is the basis of the fundamental contradiction that underlies its dialectical dynamic. It gives rise to the possibility of the future separation of these two dimensions and, hence, to the historical possibility that the modes of socially general knowledge and powers developed under capitalism might be transformed. In the process, these modes of knowledge and power could become means at the disposal of people rather than socially constituted means of abstract domination. This approach, then, is an effort to ground the historical process of instrumentalization, which Horkheimer took to be an indication of the growing non-contradictory, one-dimensional character of postliberal capitalism, in the contradictory character of the structuring forms of capitalism. It suggests that the loss of meaning, or meaningfulness, that has been associated with this process of rationalization or instrumentalization is a function neither of technologically advanced production per se nor of secularization as such. Rather, it is rooted in modes of social life and production that are structured by forms of social relations that mold both production and people's lives into segments of an ongoing process with no substantive end. Such an approach theoretically allows for the possibility that a secular form of life based on technologically advanced production could exist without being shaped by instrumental reason, one, that is, which could have more substantive meaning for people than the form of life structured by capital, the proletariat. I can now return to the questions of the historical role of the working class and capitalism's fundamental contradiction, as they are implicitly treated by Marx's mature critical theory. In focusing on his analysis of the structuring forms of social mediation constitutive of capitalism, I have shown that class conflict does not, in and of itself, generate the historical dynamic of capitalism. Rather, it is a driving element of this development only because it is structured by social forms that are intrinsically dynamic. As noted, Marx's analysis contravenes the notion that the struggle between the capitalist class and the proletariat is one between the dominant class of capitalist society and the class that embodies socialism, and that socialism, therefore, entails the self-realization of the proletariat. This idea is bound inextricably to the traditional understanding of capitalism's fundamental contradiction as one between industrial production and the market and private property. Each of the two major classes of capitalism is identified with a term of this supposed contradiction. The antagonism between workers and capitalists is then seen as the social expression of the structural contradiction between the forces and relations of production. This entire conception rests on a notion of labor as the transhistorical source of social wealth and constituting element of social life. I have criticized the underlying assumptions of this conception at length by elucidating the distinctions Marx makes between abstract and concrete labor, value and material wealth, and by demonstrating their centrality to his critical theory. On the basis of these distinctions, I have developed the dialectic of labor and of time, which is at the core of Marx's analysis of the pattern of growth and of the trajectory of production characteristic of capitalism. Far from being the materialization of forces of production alone, that structurally are in contradiction with capital, proletarian-based industrial production is shaped intrinsically by capital. According to Marx, it is the materialized form of both the forces and relations of production. Hence, it cannot be grasped as a mode of producing that, unchanged, could serve as the basis for socialism. The historical negation of capitalism in Marx's mature critique cannot be understood in terms of a transformation of the mode of distribution in a way that would be adequate to the industrial mode of producing developed under capitalism. By the same token, it has become clear that the proletariat is not, in Marx's analysis, the social representative of a possible non-capitalist future. The logical thrust of Marx's unfolding of the category of capital, his analysis of industrial production, completely contravenes traditional assumptions regarding the proletariat as the revolutionary subject. For Marx, capitalist production is characterized by an enormous expansion in social productive powers and knowledge that are constituted within a framework determined by value and, hence, exist in alienated form as capital. As industrial production becomes fully developed, these productive powers of the social whole become greater than the combined skills, labor, and experience of the collective worker. They are socially general, the accumulated knowledge and power of humanity constituting itself as such in alienated form. They cannot adequately be apprehended as the objectified powers of the proletariat. Dead labor, to use Marx's term, is no longer the objectification of living labor alone. It has become the objectification of historical time. According to Marx, with the development of capitalist industrial production, the creation of material wealth becomes ever less dependent on the expenditure of direct human labor in production. Nevertheless, such labor does continue to play a necessary role inasmuch as the production of surplus value necessarily depends on it. The structurally grounded reconstitution of value which we examined above is, at the same time, the reconstitution of the necessity of proletarian labor. The result is that as capitalist industrial production continues to develop, proletarian labor becomes increasingly superfluous from the standpoint of the production of material wealth, hence, ultimately anachronistic, yet it remains necessary as the source of value. As this duality plays itself out, the more developed capital becomes, the more it renders the very labor it requires for its constitution empty and fragmented. The historical irony of this situation, as analyzed by Marx, is that it is constituted by proletarian labor itself. In this regard, it is significant that Marx, in considering the political economic category of productive labor, does not treat it as a social activity that constitutes society and wealth in general. In other words, he does not treat it as labor. Rather, he defines productive labor in capitalism as labor that produces surplus value, which is to say, contributes to the self-valorization of capital. He thereby transforms what had been a transhistorical and affirmative category of political economy into one that is historically specific and critical, grasping what is central to capitalism. Instead of glorifying productive labor, Marx argues, the concept of a productive worker implies not merely a relation between the activity of work and its useful effect, but also a specific social relation of production, which stamps the workers as capital's direct means of valorization. To be a productive worker is not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. In other words, productive labor is the structural source of its own domination. In the Marxian analysis, the proletariat thus remains structurally important to capitalism as the source of value, but not of material wealth. This is diametrically opposed to traditional understandings regarding the proletariat, far from constituting the socialized productive forces that come into contradiction with capitalist social relations and thereby point to the possibility of a post-capitalist future. The working class, for Marx, is the essential constituting element of those relations themselves. Both the proletariat and the capitalist class are bound to capital, but the former is more so. Capital conceivably could exist without capitalists, but it could not exist without value-creating labor. According to the logic of Marx's analysis, the working class, rather than embodying a possible future society, is the necessary basis of the present under which it suffers. It is tied to the existing order in a way that makes it the object of history. In short, Marx's analysis of the trajectory of capital does not in any way point toward the possible self-realization in a socialist society of the proletariat as the true subject of history. On the contrary, it points to the possible abolition of the proletariat and the labor it performs as a condition of emancipation. This interpretation necessarily involves a fundamental rethinking of the relation of working-class struggles in capitalist society to the possible overcoming of capitalism, an issue to which I can only allude in this work. It indicates that the possible historical negation of capitalism implied by Marx's critique cannot be understood in terms of the proletariat's reappropriation of what it has constituted and, hence, in terms of the abolition of private property alone. Rather, the logical thrust of Marx's presentation clearly implies that this historical negation should be conceived as people's reappropriation of socially general capacities that are not ultimately grounded in the working class and had been constituted historically in alienated form as capital. Such reappropriation would be possible only if the structural basis of this process of alienation, value, hence proletarian labor, were abolished. The historical emergence of this possibility depends, in turn, upon the underlying contradiction of capitalist society. Contradiction and determinate negation. We now can turn to this contradiction. My examination of Marx's treatment of industrial production in Capital has clearly contravened the traditional interpretation of his conceptions of capitalism's basic contradiction and the relation of the proletariat to capitalism and to socialism. It has shown that, in Marx's analysis, industrial production is the materialized form of capital, and that the proletariat does not embody a possible future beyond the domination of capital but, rather, is the necessary presupposition of that domination. The investigation has thereby confirmed retrospectively the significance of the differences between a critique based upon the notion of labor and one whose critical focus is the historically specific character of labor in capitalism. Yet the intrinsic shaping of production by capital and the subsumption of the proletariat does not mean that capitalism is one-dimensional in Marx's view. Rather, I have shown that he does grasp this society as being fundamentally contradictory, although he does not locate its contradiction between the modes of producing and distribution. This suggests that the abolition of liberal capitalism's relations of distribution is not a sufficient condition for the abolition of capital, and allows for an approach to post-liberal forms of capitalism based on an analysis of the essentially contradictory character of this social formation. Capitalism's fundamental contradiction, as suggested by the logic of Marx's presentation, is rooted in its basic structuring social forms. I shall not try to work out the historical unfolding of this contradiction in its objective and subjective dimensions at this point. Rather, I shall only try to clarify, on an abstract logical level, Marx's conception of the general character of this contradiction and some essential aspects of the determinate historical negation of capitalism, as they have been implied by my investigation thus far. Marx's conception of the structural contradiction of capitalist society, which necessarily is one between what is historically specific to this society and what points beyond it, cannot be understood as one between capital and dimensions of social life presumed to be independent of it. My investigation of the dialectic of the two dimensions of both labor and time in capitalism has shown that the concrete dimension of social labor is constituted as an attribute of the value dimension. Both the concrete and abstract social dimensions of labor-capitalist society are dimensions of capital. According to Marx, neither of them, in their existent form, represents the future. Although no existing social form represents the determinate negation of capitalism. Marx's presentation nevertheless does point toward the possibility of such a negation. The trajectory of development he presents implies a growing tension between the two dimensions of the basic social forms of capitalism, that is, between the socially general knowledge and capacities whose accumulation in alienated form is induced by the form of social mediation constituted by labor, on the one hand, and that form of mediation itself, on the other. We have seen that value, a historically specific form of social mediation that is also a form of wealth, is the ultimate basis of capital, of the totality. In its dialectical interaction with the use-value dimension of the commodity form, it continually is reconstituted. Yet the development of the sphere of production also points toward the possible historical overcoming of value. Inasmuch as value necessarily is bound to the expenditure of direct human labor time, it becomes an ever narrower basis for the tremendous increases in productivity it induces. To the extent that one chooses to speak of fetters on the forces of production, this notion does not refer primarily to the market or private property hindering the full development of industrial production. Indeed, the very notion of the full development of the forces of production certainly does not refer mainly to the possible production of a still greater mass of products, for, as noted, it is precisely runaway productivity that characterizes one moment of capital expansion. Rather, the underlying fetter, in Marx's conception, is that the general powers of humanity must, in a system structured by value, be used to squeeze as much surplus labor time from the workers as possible, although, increasingly, they could be used to increase social wealth directly and transform the detailed division of labor. This systemic compulsion results in determinate modes of growth and of production. Hence, the fetters imposed by the capitalist relations of production should be seen as intrinsic to these modes themselves, and not as external factors that hinder their development. These fetters become more constraining with the accumulation of historical time. Marx's presentation indicates that, in the course of capitalist industrial development, a growing gap emerges between the socially general productive capacities that are constituted as capital and the value basis of the totality. Yet this gap does not signify the linear supersession of the existent form by a newer one. The dialectic of the mutual transformation and reconstitution of the two dimensions of capitalism's structuring social forms is such that this society does not, and cannot, evolve in a quasi-automatic fashion into a fundamentally different form of society. Similarly, the latter cannot emerge automatically out of any sort of collapse of the present system. Rather, the growing gap I have outlined has two opposed moments. On the one hand, as structured by value, it becomes expressed as an increasingly antagonistic opposition between the objectified totality and individuals. The former becomes increasingly rich and powerful, while much individual labor and activity becomes emptier and powerless. In Marx's account, people are not liberated by, but are subsumed under, the growth in productive capacities that come into being as capital. On the other hand, though, the same development, which signifies a growing disparity between the conditions for the production of material wealth and those for the production of value, makes proletarian labor more superfluous as a source of material wealth. In rendering proletarian labor potentially anachronistic from the standpoint of the production of material wealth, it renders value itself potentially anachronistic. Clearly, then, Marx's presentation of the development of capitalist production implies the possible abolition of value and proletarian labor. The latter becomes increasingly superfluous in terms of the potential of the use-value dimension, although it remains constitutive of value. My analysis has shown that although both dimensions of social labor in capitalism are dimensions of capital, according to Marx, it is value that constitutes the foundation of capitalism and is necessarily bound to it. The use-value dimension is, to be sure, constituted in a form that is shaped by capital. Unlike value, however, it is not bound necessarily to capital. The logic of Marx's presentation suggests that the abolition of value would allow what had been constituted as social labor's alienated use-value dimension to exist in another form. In other words, the logical thrust of Marx's presentation indicates that the accumulation of historical time occurs in an alienated form that reconstitutes the necessity of the present. At the same time, it suggests that this accumulation also undermines the necessary moment of the present which it helps to reconstitute, and thereby gives rise to the historical possibility of a fundamental transformation of the organization of social life. This implies a distinction in Marx's analysis between the manifest form of the use-value dimension, which is structured by value and is an integral aspect of the growing instrumental character of social life, and the latent potential of that which has been so constituted. It suggests that Marx's notion of capitalism's fundamental contradiction is ultimately one of a contradiction between the potential of the species' general capabilities that have been accumulated, and their existent, alienated form as constituted by the dialectic of the two dimensions of labor and of time. The relation between the existent and its determinate potential is central to Marx's conception of the possible overcoming of capitalism. Because the growing opposition between the two dimensions of social labor in capital is one between two moments of the same social form, it results in a growing tension or an economic and social shearing pressure between the existent and its determinate form. This tension both reinforces capital and gives rise to the possibility that the two constitutive dimensions of the structuring relations of capitalism be separated. It points toward the possible separation of society from its capitalist form. It is this structurally generated gap between what is and what could be, according to Marx's analysis, that allows for the possible historical transformation of capitalism and, relatedly, provides the imminent grounds for the possibility of the critique itself. Social necessity comes to be divided historically into what is and remains necessary for capitalism and what would be necessary for society were it not for capitalism. Marx's critique, then, is not positive. Its ultimate standpoint is not an existent social structure or grouping that is held to be independent of capitalism. Indeed, it is not the existing form of either term of capitalism's basic contradiction, however one interprets this contradiction. We have seen that Marx's presentation indicates that general historical emancipation is grounded not in the possible full realization of the already extant form of production but, rather, in the possibility of its overcoming. This critique is rooted not in what is but in what has become possible, but cannot be realized within the existing structure of social life. Within the framework of such a critical social theory, the possible realization of freedom is not guaranteed by any existing structure or social grouping whose full development is checked by the relations of production. Neither, however, is it a historically indeterminate possibility. Instead, it entails the determinate negation of the existing order, the creation of new structures that have emerged as historical possibilities but require the abolition of the basic foundation of the capitalist order as a condition of their real and effective social existence. As we have seen, precisely that which grounds the possibility of a new organization of society, according to Marx, namely, objectified historical time, reinforces, in its existent form, capitalism's system of abstract domination. An essential aim of his critical theory is to elucidate this paradoxical structural development and thereby contribute to its possible transformation. The standpoint of Marx's negative critique, then, is a determinate possibility that emerges historically from the contradictory character of the existent order and should not be identified with the existing form of either of this order's dimensions. In this sense, the standpoint of the critique is temporal, rather than spatial. This interpretation of capitalism's basic contradiction implies, of course, an understanding of capitalism's determinate negation very different from that implied by the traditional interpretation. In the traditional interpretation, overcoming capitalism's basic contradiction involves the open realization of labor's centrality to social life. I have argued quite to the contrary that, according to Marx, labor's constitutive centrality to social life characterizes capitalism and forms the ultimate ground of its abstract mode of domination. This approach interprets Marx's notion of capitalism's basic contradiction in terms of a growing tension between a form of social life, mediated essentially by labor, and the historically emergent possibility of a form of life in which labor does not play a socially mediating role. I have shown that the logic of the historical development he outlines points toward the possible historical overcoming of value and, hence, of the objective, quantifiable mode of social mediation constituted by labor. This would entail overcoming the form of social domination that lies at the heart of capitalism, the sorts of abstract, objective compulsions that characterize capitalism's necessary patterns of growth and mode of production. The trajectory of capitalist development, according to Marx's analysis, implies a possible determinate historical negation that would allow for the constitution of another, non-objective, form of social mediation, a different form of growth, and a mode of technologically advanced production no longer shaped by values imperatives. People, rather than being dominated by, and subsumed under, their own socially general, productive capacities, could then make use of them for their own benefit. One aspect of this determinate negation of capitalism, then, is that social life would no longer be mediated quasi-objectively by the structures we have examined but, rather, could be mediated in an overtly social and political fashion. In such a society, a political public sphere could play a more central role than in capitalism, for it could not only be free from the distorting effects of the enormous disparities of wealth and power that characterize class societies, but also free from a number of fundamental constraints that Marx analyzed as features of capitalism, rather than of the economy. For example, the logical thrust of Marx's presentation implies that if the value basis of production were abolished, material wealth would no longer be produced as the bearer of value but would itself be the dominant social form of wealth in a situation of technologically advanced productive capabilities. Given Marx's analysis of capital, this would mean that the nature and consequences of economic growth could be quite different than under capitalism. Increased productivity would not increase social wealth, indirectly by decreasing necessary labor time, thereby generating a tendency toward runaway growth as a condition of economic health, as is the case when value is the dominant form of wealth. Rather, it would result directly in increased social wealth. In such a situation, there would be no gap between the amount of material wealth produced and the amount of social wealth. On a systemic level, this would not only overcome the most fundamental ground for the existence of poverty, in terms of the wealth of society, in the midst of apparent plenty, the mass of goods produced, it would also allow for a form of economic growth not necessarily diametrically opposed to the long-term ecological interests of humanity. The logical trajectory of Marx's categorical analysis also points toward the possible transformation of the structure of production, considered on a general social level. We have seen that, for Marx, the nature of industrial production, or, better, the gap between the potential of the growing productive knowledge and experience of humanity and the antagonistic form of capitalist production with its extreme detail division of labor, is rooted in the dialectic of the two dimensions of capital and, hence, ultimately in the value form. The strategic thrust of Marx's critique in this regard is to show that the relation between high levels of productivity and fragmented, empty work is a historically determinate relation that, as capitalism develops, becomes grounded less in technical necessity and more in a specific form of social necessity. Capital both maintains this relation as necessary and renders it potentially dispensable. It reconstitutes proletarian labor while making it increasingly insignificant as the social source of material wealth. The abolition of value, in such an analysis, would involve the abolition of the two imperatives of valorization, the necessity for ever increasing productivity and the structural necessity that immediate labor time be expended in production. This would allow both for a great quantitative change in the social organization of labor, that is, a socially general large-scale reduction in labor time, as well as for a fundamental qualitative transformation of the structure of social production and the nature of individual labor as well. The potential of the use-value dimension, no longer constrained and shaped by the value dimension, could be used reflexively to transform the material form of production. As a result, a great deal of work that, as the source of value had become increasingly empty and fragmented, could be abolished. Any remaining one-sided tasks could be rotated socially. In other words, Marx's analysis implies that the abolition of value would allow for a socially general transformation of production, that would entail the abolition of proletarian labor, through both the transformation of the nature of much work in industrial capitalism, and the abolition of a system in which people are tied for much of their adult lives to such work, while maintaining a high level of productivity. It would allow for a form of production based directly on the appropriation of historical time. Marx's critical analysis of industrial production, then, points to the possible abolition of much one-sided labor as well as to the possibility that labor could be redefined and restructured so as to be more interesting and intrinsically rewarding. It suggests that so long as direct human labor is the immediate social basis of ongoing surplus production, there will necessarily be an opposition between social wealth, whether in the form of material wealth or of value, and the labor that produces it, inasmuch as the former is created at the expense of the latter. This opposition becomes most pronounced in the value-based system of production. Nevertheless, the contradictions of that system, according to Marx, point to a possible transformation of production that could overcome the older opposition between social wealth and labor. His analysis points in the direction of the possible creation of modes of individual labor that, freed from the constraints of the detailed division of labor, could be fuller and richer for the individuals. Moreover, they could be varied. People would not necessarily be tied to one sort of labor for most of their adult lives. Overcoming the antagonistic opposition of individuals and society does not, then, entail the subsumption of the former under the latter. On the contrary, Marx's analysis demonstrates that precisely such subsumption already exists, as a feature of capital. Overcoming this antagonistic opposition requires overcoming a concrete structure of labor in which the poverty of individual labor is the presupposition of social wealth. It requires a new structure of labor in which the wealth of society and the wealth-creating possibility of labor for the individual are parallel, not opposed. Such a structure becomes a possibility, in Marx's critical analysis, when the growing contradiction of capitalism gives rise to the historical possibility that the productive capacities that had been constituted in alienated form could be reappropriated and reflexively utilized on the sphere of production itself. The possibility that social labor, in a post-capitalist society, could be more interesting and rewarding does not, however, express a utopia of labor. It is not tied to the notion of labor's constituting centrality to social life, rather, it is predicated upon the historical negation of that socially constituting role played by labor in capitalism. Moreover, Marx's analysis of labor's mediating role in structuring work and production in capitalism can be extended to the structuring of play, leisure, and their relation to work, as well as to the relation of public life and work, on the one hand, and private life, on the other. This suggests that overcoming this historically specific form of mediation would not only allow for a new structuring of work, but for a fundamental restructuring and resignification of social life in general, not only for the favored, or marginal, few, but for most. This possible transformation of production and labor rests, as we have seen, on the distinction implied by Marx's analysis between the existent form of the use-value dimension, which is molded by value, and its latent potential, because the possible reappropriation by people of the use-value dimension of labor that was constituted in alienated form depends on the abolition of value. This reappropriation implicitly presupposes a separation of the two dimensions of the basic social forms of capitalism. This, in turn, implies a possible transformation of the elements of the use-value dimension. In other words, the approach I have outlined can treat the existent forms of those elements as instrumental in character, because they are shaped by value, and, yet, allow theoretically for the possibility that, if value were abolished, what was constituted historically as the concrete dimension of capital, including scientific and technical forms of knowledge, for example, in addition to the mode of producing, could exist in another form. Thus, Marx's analysis suggests that the abolition of value would allow for a different mode of technologically advanced production, one not structured intrinsically in the antagonistic way that marks the sphere of production in capitalism. This analysis also suggests the possibility of a more general reshaping and restructuring of the scientific and technical knowledge that has been developed within the context of capitalism's alienated social forms. More generally, Marx's critique of capitalism allows for a position that neither affirms scientific and technical knowledge in their existent forms as emancipatory nor implicitly calls for their abstract negation. Rather, by analyzing socially the emancipatory potential of what had been constituted historically in alienated form, the Marxian critique seeks to grasp critically what exists in a way that points beyond it. Historically, one strand of Marx's analysis, then, can be summarized as follows. The dynamic of capital generates the development of productivity in a concrete form that remains an instrument of domination. Yet its growing potential forms the basis for an eventual transformation of society, of the mode of social mediation, and of the social organization of production, in such a way that the structure as well as the goal of production would change. Fundamentally, the possibility of this reflexive transformation of the sphere of production provides the basis for a social critique that can move beyond the antinomy of two kinds of social criticisms. The first is a critique of alienated labor and the alienation of people from nature that rejects industrial technology per se in the historically impossible hope of a return to a post-industrial society. The second is a critique of the inequitable and unjust distribution of social power and of the great mass of goods and services produced in capitalism, which accepts as necessary the linear continuation of capital-determined production. In considering the meaning of the abolition of wage labor implied by the logic of Marx's presentation, I have focused on the concrete dimension of this abolition, that is, on the possible abolition of proletarian labor and, relatedly, on the possible transformation of the labor process itself, in order to make clear how fundamentally my interpretation differs from that of traditional Marxism. At this point, however, I should note that Marx's categorical analysis of capitalist production's development also points to the possible abolition of the other aspect of wage labor, that is, of the system of distribution based on the exchange of labor power for wages with which means of consumption are acquired. We have seen that proletarian labor becomes increasingly insignificant as the social source of material wealth, even as it is systemically reconstituted as the source of value. Leaving aside the question of exploitation, this means a gap emerges between the significances of wages considered in value terms and considered in terms of material wealth. Once the socially general productive capacity of concrete labor becomes greater than that of the sum of individual labors, a growing discrepancy arises between labor time inputs and material outputs. The system of wages, considered from the standpoint of material wealth, becomes a form of socially general distribution and only appears to be remuneration for labor time expenditure. It no longer has a basis in the production of material wealth. Its systemic retention is a function of the value dimension alone. Because there is no longer a necessary relation between labor time inputs and the production of material wealth, the abolition of value under these conditions would also allow for the development of another mode of social distribution, one in which the acquisition of means of consumption would not be an objective function of the expenditure of labor time. Thus, a central aspect of the realization of the potential of the accumulated use value dimension of labor, once freed from the constraints of value, is that the social surplus no longer would have to be the product of the direct labor of a class of people subsumed under the process of production. People's labor no longer would be a quasi-objective means of acquiring means of consumption. This is an important feature of Marx's conception of socialist society as overcoming human prehistory. It follows, then, that the most basic condition for overcoming class society is not the abolition of a set of property relations, hence, of a class of private expropriators, but a fundamental transformation of the mode of social mediation and its related mode of production. Such a transformation would involve the abolition of the class whose direct labor in production is the source of the surplus. In the absence of such a transformation, class society would continue to exist, regardless of whether or not the expropriators of the surplus could be considered a class in the traditional Marxist sense. Modes of universality. This approach to the possible transformation of existent social forms, implied by Marx's critical analysis of the twofold character of the structuring relations of capitalism, also has implications for the relation of determinate forms of universality to capitalism and its possible historical negation. As noted, modern modes of social and political generality and of universalistic ideas are not the historical results of transhistorical, evolutionary or teleological processes, for Marx. Rather, they emerge historically and are shaped within a context constituted by the underlying, structuring social forms of capitalism. Their relation to those forms is intrinsic. That is, they are grounded socially and historically in determinate forms of social life. We have seen that Marx's analysis of the commodity as the fundamental, structuring principle of social practice and thought in modern capitalist society provides a point of departure for a critical socio-historical approach to the character of modern universality and equality. With the historical emergence of capital, of the commodity as a totalizing social form, a mode of social mediation comes into being that is abstract, homogeneous, and general. Each instance of that mediation, that is, each commodity, considered as a value, is not qualitatively determinate but a moment of a totality. At the same time, each commodity, considered as a use value, is qualitatively particular. As a form of practice, the commodity form of social mediation generates a social form of equality that potentially is universal, establishing commonality among objects, among labors, among commodity owners, and potentially among all people. The form of this universality, however, is abstracted from the qualitative specificity of particular individuals and groups. The commodity form generates an opposition between an abstract, homogeneous form of universality and a form of concrete particularity that excludes universality. Such an analysis avoids treating the form of universality that becomes dominant in capitalist society quasi-metaphysically as the universal per se, in favor of treating it as a socially constituted, historically specific form of universality that appears in transhistorical form as the universal. This approach does not simply oppose the reality of capitalist society to its ideals, but provides a historical analysis of these ideals themselves. An analysis relating the modern, abstract form of universality to the value dimension of the commodity form does not necessarily imply a dismissal of this form of universality, but does allow for a social analysis of its ambivalent character. That, as noted, this form of universality has had positive political and social consequences and, yet, in its opposition to all particularity, it has also been an aspect of abstract domination. In analyzing universal forms in social and historical terms, Marx's analysis does not consider all modes of universality constituted in capitalism to be tied necessarily to value. On the basis of the distinction between value and use value, his theory also suggests the historical constitution of a parallel form of universality, one that is not abstract and homogeneous and does not necessarily exist in opposition to particularity. In considering the category of concrete labor, I noted how the abstract general social mediation that structures capitalist society also gives rise to this other form of generality. Activities and products that may not be deemed similar in other societies become socially organized and classified as similar in capitalism, for example as varieties of concrete labor or as specific use values. This generality, however, is not a totality but a whole made up of particulars. This sort of generality is also evident in Marx's conception of the development of species' general modes of knowledge and capacities that are constituted historically in the course of capital's development. Because this socially substantive general dimension comes into being within a framework determined by value, it is structured accordingly. It becomes part of the abstract, rationalized, technical administrative world constituted by capital. On the other hand, according to Marx's analysis, this substantive, general dimension is not identical with value and, hence, with abstract, homogeneous universality, although, as the concrete dimension of capital, it is shaped by value. Consequently, the growing tension between the potential of the use-value dimension of labor in capitalism and the actuality of the world constituted by value can also, on one level, be seen as allowing for a potential separation of the two forms of generality. On this extremely preliminary level, then, the Marxian critical theory implicitly addresses the historical constitution of two sorts of generality. One is an abstract, homogeneous sort of generality, rooted in the value dimension and related intrinsically to a conception of humanity that is general, abstract, homogeneous, and therefore necessarily in opposition to concrete particularity as its antithesis. The second is another sort of generality that is not homogeneous, although the latter is constituted in alienated form. According to Marx, his analysis suggests that, in a post-capitalist society, it could exist in a form freed from the structuring of value and, hence, not necessarily opposed to particularity, a form that could be related to the development of a new conception of humanity as general and, yet, variegated. This analysis of value-determined universality is like Marx's treatment of capital-determined production. For Marx, overcoming capitalism entails neither the abolition of all forms of technologically advanced production, nor the realization of the form of industrial production developed under capitalism. Similarly, it neither entails the eradication of universality nor can it be adequately understood in terms of the effective extension to all people of the abstract, homogeneous form of universality that develops as a moment of the mode of social life structured by the commodity. Rather, his analysis points toward the possibility that another dominant form of universality might be constituted. This preliminary discussion of the two forms of socially constituted universality implied by Marx's categorical analysis lends depth to my discussion of the role accorded the working class in the critique of political economy, and has more general implications for a consideration of various social movements in terms of the forms of universality we have outlined. In the Marxist tradition, the proletariat frequently has been seen as a universal class and, on this basis, has been contrasted to the capitalist class, whose interests are deemed particularistic in that they do not coincide with, or are opposed to, those of society as a whole. It is because of its universal character that the proletariat has been thought of as the representative of a possible future society. My discussion of the social grounding of modes of universality implied by Marx's analysis indicates, however, that the relation of capitalism to its possible historical negation should not be understood in terms of this sort of opposition between particularity and universality, for this opposition itself is characteristic of capitalism's social forms. Rather, capitalism's relation to its possible negation should be seen in terms of different dominant forms of universality. The relation of the universality, represented by the proletariat, to the possible overcoming of capitalism, should not, then, be approached only quantitatively, in terms of the extent to which universality is realized. It should, instead, be considered qualitatively, in terms of the sort of universality the class represents. We have just seen that, with his analysis of capital's double character, Marx implicitly grounds socially the historical constitution of two very different modes of generality, one in the objective form of social mediation, grasped by the category of value, and the other as an aspect of the use-value dimension. The latter, according to Marx, is generated historically by the abstract form of mediation but is separable from it. It seems clear that, within this framework, the universality represented by the proletariat ultimately is that of value, however inclusive or collective its form. Far from representing the negation of value, the proletariat essentially constitutes this abstract, homogeneous form of wealth, the social mediation, whose generality is opposed to qualitative specificity. Moreover, in discussing Marx's treatment of the workers as subjects and as objects of production, I showed that his determination of them as subjects was as collective, commodity owners. These preliminary determinations imply that the extension of the universalistic principles of bourgeois society to larger segments of the population, that is to say, the realization of these principles, which has, in part, been effected by working-class movements, as well as by those elements of women's movements and minority movements that have struggled for equal rights, should not be understood as a development that points beyond capitalist society. Although such movements have greatly democratized capitalist society, the form of universality they have helped constitute is one that, for Marx, remains tied to the value form of mediation and, ultimately, stands in opposition to individual and group specificity. If capitalism's basic contradiction is not one represented by the social opposition of the working class and the capitalist class, and if overcoming capitalism does not entail the realization of the abstract form of universality associated with this society, then the question of the nature and the sources of historically constituted forms of subjectivity that point beyond the existent order must be rethought. In outlining some dimensions of capitalism's basic contradiction, and, hence, the nature of its determinate historical negation, as they are implied by Marx's analysis of the capitalist sphere of production, I have touched upon a series of tensions that I described in terms of a growing gap between the possibilities generated by the development of capital and its actual form. This gap gives rise to a sort of shearing pressure that structures the institutions of capitalist society and shapes its course of development. My discussion of this shearing pressure has focused primarily on the structure of production and nature of work in capitalist society and, to a lesser extent, on the social constitution of modes of universality. Nevertheless, the tensions Marx grounds in the dual character of capitalism's underlying social forms should be understood not only in objective, for example, economic and social terms, but also in subjective terms as well, with reference to changing forms of thought and sensibilities. A fuller examination of capitalist society along these lines would, of course, require a more concrete level of analysis. On no level, though, should its emphasis on contradiction, however redetermined, be understood as assuming an automatic breakdown of capitalist society or the necessary emergence of oppositional or critical forms of consciousness, pointing beyond the existing social formation. The interpretation I presented here does, however, suggest that the Marxian analysis implies an approach to qualitative historical changes in forms of subjectivity and in structures of needs, one that could account for such changes, not merely in terms of the social backgrounds of the actors involved, but also as possibilities constituted by the development of the social forms at the core of capitalism. In other words, the Marxian analysis implies a social theory of subjectivity that is historical. Although I cannot elaborate such a socio-historical approach here, I will point out that Marx's analysis of capitalism implies that an important element of such an approach should be the growing contradiction between the necessity and non-necessity of value creating labor, the notion that precisely what constitutes the social formation and is necessary to it, labor acting as a socially mediating activity, becomes increasingly unnecessary in terms of the potential of what it constitutes. This, in turn, suggests the existence of a growing gap between the sort of labor people continue to perform in a society mediated by labor and the sort of labor they could perform, were it not for this necessity of capitalism. One could, for example, investigate changing attitudes toward labor and what constitutes meaningful activity in terms of this contradictory development. This would involve an analysis of the historical emergence of new needs and forms of subjectivity in terms of a growing structural tension between the increasingly anachronistic character of the structure of work and of other institutions of social reproduction, and their continued centrality in modern society. Such an analysis could, for example, begin to investigate the emergence in the 1960s of post-materialist values on a mass scale with reference to such a tension, and examine the subsequent ebb of such values in terms of a series of crises and structural transformations in advanced industrial capitalist countries which dramatically re-established the necessary connection between labor, as presently defined, and material reproduction. This approach could also help to illuminate changes in the definitions of and relations among public, private, and intimate spheres of modern social life, as well as a recent phenomenon noted by theorists as diverse as Daniel Bell and André Gorz, namely, the increasing importance of consumption to self-identity. This latter issue should not be understood only in terms of the growing dependence of capitalism on mass consumption, a position that frequently regards such consumption merely as generated and manipulated by advertising, for example, nor should such a study reify consumption in a culturalist manner as the site of identity and resistance, analogous to the traditional Marxist reification of production. Rather, it should also analyze the increasing subjective importance of consumption in terms of the decline of work as a source of identity, and relate this decline to the ever more anachronistic character of labor's structure and to the negative effects of production for the sake of production on the character of much work. The idea that labor's necessary role as a socially mediating activity and, with it, a determinate structure of production become anachronistic even as they are continually reconstituted could also serve as the basis for an analysis of deeper historical changes in conceptions of morality and of self. This general approach could be a useful point of departure in reconceptualizing the relation of the working class to the possible overcoming of capitalism. We have seen that, according to Marx's analysis, the proletariat is an essential element of value-determined relations of production and, as such, is also rendered anachronistic as capitalism develops. Overcoming capitalism, then, must also be understood in terms of the abolition of proletarian labor and, hence, the proletariat. This, however, renders very problematic the question of the relation of working-class social and political actions to the possible abolition of capitalism. It implies that such actions, and what is usually referred to as working-class consciousness, remain within the bounds of the capitalist social formation, and not necessarily because workers have been materially and spiritually corrupted, but because proletarian labor does not fundamentally contradict capital. The political and social actions of working-class organizations have been historically important in the processes by which workers have constituted and defended themselves as a class within capitalism, in the unfolding of the wage-labor-capital dynamic, and, especially in Western Europe, in the democratization and social humanization of the capitalist order. However militant the actions and the forms of subjectivity associated with the proletariat asserting itself have been, though they did not and do not point to the overcoming of capitalism. They represent capital constituting, rather than capital transcending, forms of action and consciousness. This would be the case even if the structure of wage labor were to become truly global, which it is becoming as a result of capital's current form of globalization, and if the workers were to organize accordingly. The issue is not simply the degree to which the capital-wage-labor relation has become globalized, although, at a more concrete level of analysis, the spatial extension of capital does have important consequences. It is also not simply an issue of reformism. The fundamental problem is not that politics based on the existence of labor power as a commodity leads to trade union consciousness. It is, rather, that capital rests ultimately on proletarian labor. Hence, overcoming capital cannot be based on the self-assertion of the working class. Even the radical notion that the workers produce the surplus and, therefore, are its rightful owners, for example, points to the abolition of the capitalist class, but not to the overcoming of capital. That would require overcoming the value form of the surplus and the capital-determined form of the labor process. These considerations can serve as a point of departure for an examination of the objective and subjective conditions for the abolition of proletarian labor, and, hence, for the abolition of capitalism. It could illuminate historically, for example, different sorts of workers' dissatisfaction or lack of identification with their work. However, this interpretation also highlights a dilemma when one considers the possible relation of working-class organizations to the overcoming of capitalism. It suggests that there is no linear relation or direct continuity between actions and polities associated with the working class asserting itself, however radically or militantly, on the one hand, and actions and policies that would point beyond capitalism, on the other. Indeed, this approach implies that there is a deep tension between actions and policies that represent workers exclusively as workers, and therefore are completely focused on jobs as defined within the existing socio-economic framework as the necessary means of individual reproduction, and those that would go beyond such an exclusive definition. It suggests that if a movement, concerned with workers, were to point beyond capitalism, it would both have to defend workers' interests and have to participate in their transformation, for example, by calling into question the given structure of labor, not identifying people any longer only in terms of that structure, and participating in rethinking those interests. However, I can do no more than mention these themes and problems here, inasmuch as the idea of a growing tension between the necessity and non-necessity of value constituting labor refers to the form of social mediation. Its implications are not limited to an investigation of the structure of work itself. A final example I have already touched upon of what one could investigate in terms of this understanding of capitalism's contradiction is that of changing conceptions of, and attitudes toward, universality. The notion of the different forms of socially constituted universality implied by Marx's analysis of the development of the structuring forms of the social formation could serve as the basis for a socio-historical investigation of some strains of new social movements, for example, of the feminist movement, that are attempting to formulate a new form of universalism beyond the opposition of homogeneous universality and particularity. This approach, then, could also serve as the point of departure for rethinking the relation of the new social movements and identity-based politics of recent decades to capitalism and its possible overcoming. These various examples, however, are intended only as suggestions. At the preliminary logical level of the present study, I cannot adequately undertake an investigation of such possible implications of my interpretation. To sum up my discussion of the determinate negation of capitalism as it is implied by Marx's critique, this negation cannot, in any way, be grasped in terms of a transformation of the bourgeois mode of distribution alone. Socialism, according to Marx, also involves another mode of production, one not organized as a meta-machine based essentially upon direct human labor. It, therefore, would allow for new modes of individual labor and activity that are richer and more satisfying, and for a different relation of work to other realms of life. The possibility of this transformation, ultimately, is rooted in the possibility of a determinate historical negation, in the abolition of an objective mode of social mediation and the abstract compulsions associated with it, a mode of social mediation that ultimately is constituted by labor, and that constitutes the quasi-automatic directional dynamic of the capitalist social formation and its form of production. Hence, the determinate historical negation of value envisioned by Marx as a historical possibility could free humans from the alienated sway of their own labor, while allowing labor, freed from its historically specific social role, to be transformed so as to enrich rather than impoverish individuals. Freeing the forces of production from the compulsions imposed by the form of wealth based upon direct labor time entails freeing human life from production. In light of the traditional interpretation, it is ironic that Marx's analysis implies that most individuals' labor could become more satisfying and self-constituting only when labor is no longer socially constitutive. Marx's understanding of the abolition of the capitalist form of labor and of production, then, refers not to production in any narrow sense but to the very structuring principle of our form of social life. Relatedly, his critique of capitalism is not one of social mediation per se but of the specific form of mediation constituted by labor. Value is a self-mediating form of wealth, but material wealth is not. The abolition of the former necessarily entails the constitution of new forms of social mediation, many of which presumably would be political in nature, which by no means necessarily implies a hierarchical, state-centered mode of administration. Central to Marx's conception of the overcoming of capitalism is his notion of people's reappropriation of the socially general knowledge and capacities that had been constituted historically as capital. We have seen that, according to Marx, such knowledge and capacities, as capital, dominate people. Such reappropriation, then, entails overcoming the mode of domination characteristic of capitalist society, which ultimately is grounded in labor's historically specific role as a socially mediating activity. Thus, at the core of his vision of a post-capitalist society is the historically generated possibility that people might begin to control what they create, rather than being controlled by it. The development of the social division of time. At the beginning of this work, I asserted that the notion of the historical specificity of value, which Marx develops in the Grundrisse, provides a key to interpreting his mature critique of political economy. I have shown that this idea is indeed the essential core of Marx's analysis in Capital of the nature of modern capitalist society and its possible determinate negation. At this point I shall briefly recapitulate what I have developed in this chapter, and reconfirm the essential continuity of Marx's analysis in the two texts, by summarizing his conception of the trajectory of capitalist production in Capital in terms of temporal categories introduced in the Grundrisse, that is, in terms of the development of what I shall call the social division of time. In the process, I shall emphasize the central significance of the notion of historical non-necessity. As we have seen, the growing historical non-necessity of value constituting labor, that is, the necessary presupposition of capitalism and the constituent of its characteristic form of abstract social necessity, is essential to Marx's understanding of capitalism's fundamental contradiction as one between what is and its own potential, rather than between what is and what also is. In a passage from the Grundrisse quoted at the beginning of this work, Marx states, "Capital itself is the moving contradiction, in that it presses to reduce labor time to a minimum, while it posits labor time, on the other side, as sole measure and source of wealth. Hence it diminishes labor time in the necessary form so as to increase it in the superfluous form, hence posits the superfluous in growing measure as a condition, question of life or death, for the necessary." My investigation of capital permits us now to grasp these temporal categories. Marx's opposition of necessary and superfluous labor time is not identical to that of necessary and surplus labor time. The former opposition refers to society as a whole, whereas the latter refers to the class of immediate producers. In Marx's theory, the existence of surplus production, more than is necessary to satisfy producers' immediate needs, is a condition of all historical forms of social life. One can distinguish in every historical form between the amount of production required to reproduce the laboring population and an additional amount, expropriated by non-laboring classes, necessary for society as a whole. According to Marx, in capitalism the surplus is value, rather than material wealth, and is not expropriated by means of direct domination. Instead, expropriation is mediated by the form of wealth itself, and exists in the form of a non-manifest division between that portion of the workday in which the workers labor for their own reproduction, necessary labor time, and that portion which is appropriated by capital, surplus labor time. Given the distinction between value and material wealth, so long as the production of material wealth depends largely on the expenditure of direct labor time, both necessary and surplus labor time can be considered socially necessary. This, however, ceases to be the case as the production of material wealth comes to be based on socially general knowledge and productive capacities, rather than on direct human labor. In such a situation, the production of material wealth may bear so little relation to the expenditure of direct labor time that the total amount of socially necessary labor, in both its determinations, for individual reproduction and for society generally, could be greatly reduced. The result, as Marx put it, would be a situation characterized not by the reduction of necessary labor time so as to posit surplus labor, but rather by the reduction of the necessary labor of society in general to a minimum. My examination of the dialectic of the two dimensions of capitalism's underlying social forms has shown, however, that a general reduction of socially necessary labor that would be fully commensurate with the productive capacities developed under capitalism cannot occur, according to Marx's analysis, so long as value is the source of wealth. The difference between the total labor time determined as socially necessary by capital, on the one hand, and the amount of labor that would be necessary, given the development of socially general productive capacities, were material wealth. The social form of wealth, on the other, is what Marx calls in the Grundrisse superfluous labor time. The category can be understood both quantitatively and qualitatively, as referring both to the duration of labor as well as to the structure of production and the very existence of much labor. In capitalist society, as applied to social production in general, it is a new historical category, one generated by the trajectory of capitalist production. Until this historical stage of capitalism, according to Marx's analysis, socially necessary labor time in its two determinations defined and filled the time of the laboring masses, allowing non-labor time for the few. With advanced industrial capitalist production, the productive potential developed becomes so enormous that a new historical category of extra time for the many emerges, allowing for a drastic reduction in both aspects of socially necessary labor time, and a transformation of the structure of labor and the relation of work to other aspects of social life. But this extra time emerges only as potential, as structured by the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution. It exists in the form of superfluous labor time. The term reflects the contradiction. As determined by the old relations of production, it remains labor time. As judged in terms of the potential of the new forces of production, it is, in its old determination, superfluous. It should be clear that superfluous is not an unhistorical category of judgment developed from a position purportedly outside of society. It is, rather, an immanent critical category that is rooted in the growing contradiction between the potential of the developed forces of production and their existent social form. From this point of view, one can distinguish labor time necessary for capitalism from that which would be necessary for society were it not for capitalism. As my discussion of Marx's analysis has indicated, this distinction refers not only to the quantity of socially necessary labor but also to the nature of social necessity itself. That is, it points not only toward a possible large reduction in total labor time but also toward the possible overcoming of the abstract forms of social compulsion constituted by the value form of social mediation. Understood in these terms, superfluous is the historically generated, immediate opposite of necessary, a category of contradiction that expresses the growing historical possibility of distinguishing society from its capitalist form, and, hence, of separating out their previous necessary connection. The basic contradiction of capitalism, in its unfolding, allows for the judgment of the older form and the imagination of a newer one. My analysis of the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution has shown that, according to Marx, historical necessity cannot, in and of itself, give rise to freedom. The nature of capitalist development, however, is such that it can and does give rise to its immediate opposite, historical non-necessity, which, in turn, allows for the determinate historical negation of capitalism. This possibility can only be realized, according to Marx, if people appropriate what had been constituted historically as capital. The understanding of the determinate negation of capitalism implied by the unfolding of Marx's categories in Capital parallels what he presents in the Grundrisse. In the latter, he characterizes a possible post-capitalist society in terms of the category of disposable time. On the one side, necessary labor time will be measured by the needs of the social individual, and, on the other, the development of the power of social production will grow so rapidly that, even though production is now calculated for the wealth of all, disposable time will grow for all. Marx defines disposable time as room for the development of the individual's full productive forces, hence those of society also. This is the positive form taken on by that extra time, freed by the forces of production, which under advanced capitalism remains bound as superfluous. The category of superfluous time expresses only negativity, the historical non-necessity of a previous historical necessity, and therefore still refers to the subject, society in general in its alienated form. The category of disposable time reverses this negativity and gives it a new referent, the social individual. It presupposes the abolition of the value form of social mediation. Only then, according to Marx, can non-alienated labor time and disposable time complement one another positively as constitutive of the social individual. Overcoming capitalism, then, would entail the transformation not only of the structure and character of social labor but also of non-working time, and of their relation. In the absence of the abolition of value, however, any extra time generated as a result of the reduction of the workday is determined negatively by Marx as the antithesis of alienated labor time, as what we would call leisure time. Labor time as the measure of wealth posits wealth itself is founded on poverty, and disposable time as existing in and because of the antithesis to surplus labor time. The trajectory of capitalist production as presented by Marx can be viewed, then, in terms of the development of the social division of time. From socially necessary, individually necessary and surplus, through socially necessary and superfluous, to the possibility of socially necessary and disposable, which would entail overcoming the older form of necessity. This trajectory expresses the dialectical development of capitalism, of an alienated form of society constituted as a richly developed totality at the expense of the individuals, which gives rise to the possibility of its own negation, a new form of society in which people, singly and collectively, can appropriate the species' general capacities that had been constituted in alienated form as attributes of the subject. The development of the social division of time is in Marx's analysis a function of the complex dialectic of the two dimensions of capitalism's underlying structuring forms. As I have argued, by grounding capitalism's directional dynamic in the twofold character of the fundamental structures of this society, Marx breaks with any notion of a single transhistorical human history with an immanent principle of development. Further, he demonstrates that this directional dynamic cannot be taken for granted but must itself be grounded by a theory of social constitution. Within the framework of this interpretation, the emergence of capitalism can be seen as an ever less random development with the rise and full unfolding of the commodity form, but not as the unfolding of an immanent principle of necessity. The history of the capitalist social formation, however, does have an immanent, as opposed to a retrospective, logic, according to Marx. As a result of its form of social mediation, capitalism is marked by a form of historical necessity, yet the dialectic of its underlying social forms is such that capitalism points beyond itself to the possibility of a future society based on a different form of social mediation, one that would be neither quasi-objectively constituted nor traditionally given. Marx's analysis implies that a society so constituted would allow people a greater degree of freedom over their lives, individually as well as collectively, and could be considered a situation of historical freedom. To the degree that one can speak of a notion of human history in Marx's mature works, then, it is not in terms of a single transhistorical principle. Rather, it refers to a movement, initially contingent, from various histories to history, to a necessary, increasingly global, directional dynamic constituted by alienated social forms which is structured in a way that it points toward the possibility of historical freedom, toward the possibility of a future society free from any quasi-objective directional logic of development. The specificity of capitalism's dialectical dynamic, as analyzed by Marx, entails a relationship of past, present, and future very different from that implied by any linear notion of historical development. The dialectic of objectified present time and objectified historical time can be summarized as follows. In capitalism, objectified historical time is accumulated in alienated form, reinforcing the present, and, as such, it dominates the living. Yet, it also allows for people's liberation from the present by undermining its necessary moment, thereby making possible the future, the appropriation of history such that the older relations are reversed and transcended. Instead of a social form structured by the present, by abstract labor time, there can be a social form based upon the full utilization of a history alienated no longer, both for society in general and for the individual. For Marx, then, the historical movement of capitalism, driven forward by social conflicts structured by the dialectic of labor and of time, can be expressed in terms of the development of the social division of time, and results in the possibility that the social meaning of time be transformed. The measure of wealth is then not any longer, in any way, labor time, but rather disposable time. Realms of necessity. I have shown that Marx's mature critical theory is based on an analysis of the historically specific role of labor in capitalism as constituting the peculiar, quasi-objective mode of social mediation that structures this society. Yet several commonly cited passages in Volume 3 of Capital seem to call into question some central propositions of the interpretation presented here, in particular, that overcoming capitalism would involve overcoming value, a self-mediating form of wealth, and, relatedly, alienated labor. I shall therefore close this chapter and, with it, this stage of the investigation, by considering these passages in light of what I have developed thus far, in order to show that they actually are consistent with my interpretation. Central to my reading has been the argument that value is a determinate form of wealth, historically specific to capitalism, and that it is temporally determined. One aspect of the abstract form of social domination, constituted by labor as a socially mediating activity, was shown to be the sort of objective necessity exerted by the form of abstract time. In Volume 3 of Capital, however, it seems as if Marx maintains that, even after the overcoming of capitalism, such a temporal determination of wealth would be retained, after the abolition of the capitalist mode of production, but still, retaining social production, the determination of value continues to prevail in the sense that the regulation of labor time and the distribution of social labor among the various production groups, ultimately the bookkeeping encompassing all this, become more essential than ever. Despite Marx's use of the term value at this point in his posthumously published manuscript, his statement that the regulation of labor time would remain important in a technologically developed, globally interdependent, post-capitalist society should be distinguished from the notion that value would remain the form of wealth. I can begin to clarify this distinction by turning to a passage in the Grundrisse where he addresses the same question of the role of the regulation of labor time expenditure in a post-capitalist society. Thus, economy of time, along with the planned distribution of labor time among the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of communal production. It becomes law, there, to an even higher degree. However, this is essentially different from a measurement of exchange values, labor or products, by labor time. The labor of individuals in the same branch of work, and the various kinds of work, are different from one another not only quantitatively but also qualitatively. What does a solely quantitative difference between things presuppose? The identity of their qualities. Hence, the quantitative measure of labors presupposes the equivalence, the identity of their quality. It is significant that Marx explicitly distinguishes the planned distribution of labor time from the measurement of exchange value by labor time, which he then discusses in terms of the qualitative equation of various kinds of labors. The difference between the two is that the form of wealth based on labor time expenditure is related intrinsically to a quasi-objective form of social mediation, according to Marx. In such a situation, time is not a descriptive measure, but has become a quasi-independent objective norm. This grounds the dialectic of labor and time and, hence, the logic of development and form of material production that characterize capitalism in Marx's analysis. This dialectic, and the forms of abstract social necessity related to it, are functions not of an economy of time as such but of the temporal form of wealth. By the same token, not every economy of time implies a self-mediating form of wealth. Marx clearly distinguishes the two. Marx's statement that considerations of labor time would remain important in a post-capitalist society does not, therefore, mean that the form of wealth itself would be temporal rather than material. On the contrary, it is another example of his thesis that what was constituted historically in an alienated form that dominates people, in this case, the economy of time, could be transformed and controlled by people for their benefit, were the labor-constituted mode of mediation abolished. These passages, then, do not contravene my assertion that the distinction between value and material wealth, and the notion that overcoming capitalism entails the abolition of the former form of wealth and its supersession by the latter, are central to Marx's critical analysis. As he notes in Volume 3 of Capital, several pages prior to the passage cited above, it depends upon the productivity of labor how much use value is produced in a definite time, hence also in a definite surplus labor time. The real wealth of society, and the possibility of constantly expanding its reproduction process, therefore, do not depend upon the duration of surplus labor, but upon its productivity and the more or less copious conditions of production under which it is performed. This passage shows clearly that Marx thought the form of wealth in a post-capitalist society would be material wealth. Although an economy of time would remain important, this time presumably would be descriptive. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, as I have presented it, the differences between such a socio-economic order and one dominated by the temporal form of wealth would be considerable. In the post-capitalist society, constituted as a determinate possibility by the trajectory of capital, increases in social wealth could be directly proportional to increases in productivity. Hence, the relation between considerations of time expenditure and wealth production could be essentially different than in a situation where value is the social form of wealth. Moreover, because the process of production no longer would possess a double character as a labor process and a valorization process, it would not necessarily be based on the extraction of labor time from the workers, nor would its form be molded structurally by the necessary role of direct human labor in production as the essential source of wealth, in the form of value. Hence, the process of production could be fundamentally transformed. As I have shown, the dialectic of capital, in Marx's analysis, points to the possibility that the previously necessary presupposition of social wealth could be overcome, that humanity, as it were, could free itself from Adam's curse. Marx's notion of a possible post-capitalist economy of time, therefore, and his analysis of capitalism in terms of a temporal form of wealth are not identical and should be distinguished. The trajectory of capitalist development, as he analyzes it, implies both that a possible post-capitalist society would be based on material wealth, and that it would also be characterized by an economy of time. In short, as Paul Mattick noted, when Marx refers to value in the passage from Volume 3 cited at the beginning of this section, the term value in this connection is a mere manner of speech, just as one must distinguish between an economy of time and the domination of time. In Marx's mature theory, one must also, in considering the relation between labor and social necessity, distinguish between transhistorical social necessity and historically determinate social necessity. An example of the former sort of necessity, for Marx, is that some form of concrete labor, however determined, is necessary to mediate the material interactions of humans and nature and, hence, to maintain human social life. Some such activity, according to Marx, is a necessary condition of human existence in all forms of society. Marx's implicit notion of the latter sort of necessity, according to my interpretation, refers to the sorts of abstract, impersonal compulsions exerted by capitalism's objectified, alienated forms of social relations that ultimately are constituted by labor as a socially mediating activity. His analyses of the trajectory of capitalist production, and the historical constitution of tremendous productive capacities as capital can also be described in terms of the development of this second form of social necessity, the historical development of capitalism, then, of a society based upon an abstract, quasi-natural form of social domination, entailed not only the supersession of direct, personal forms of social domination but also the partial overcoming of the domination of humans by nature. In other words, to the degree that, with the development of capitalism, humanity freed itself from its overwhelming dependence on the vagaries of its natural environment, it did so by the non-conscious and unintentional creation of a quasi-natural structure of domination constituted by labor, a sort of second nature. It overcame the domination of the first of the natural environment, at the price of constituting the domination of this second nature as a result of its dual character. Then, commodity-determined labor, in Marx's analysis, is bound to two different forms of necessity, one transhistorical, and one specific to capitalism. This should be borne in mind when one considers the following frequently cited passage from Volume 3 of Capital. The realm of freedom actually begins only where labor, which is determined by necessity and external goals, ceases. Thus in the very nature of things it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized humans, the associated producers, rationally regulating their material interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by a blind force, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. But it nonetheless remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human power, which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. This passage refers to two different sorts of freedom, that from transhistorical social necessity and that from historically determinate social necessity. The true realm of freedom refers to the first form of freedom. Freedom from any form of necessity must necessarily begin outside of the sphere of production. There can, however, be a form of freedom within this sphere as well. According to Marx, the associated producers can control their labor rather than being controlled by it. In terms of what I have developed thus far, it is clear that he is not referring here to control over production in any narrow sense but to the transformation of the structure of social production and the abolition of the abstract form of domination, rooted in commodity-determined labor, that is, to the abolition of historically determinate social necessity. We have seen that, for Marx, overcoming the value form of social relations would mean overcoming alienated social necessity. Humanity could thereby free itself from the sorts of quasi-natural social compulsions discussed above, for example, the form of runaway productivity associated with capital accumulation and the increasing fragmentation of labor, in short, the various aspects of social and historical automatism. In Marx's view, then, the abolition of alienated labor would entail overcoming historical necessity, the historically specific social necessity constituted in the capitalist sphere of production. It would allow for historical freedom. Historical freedom can be used to characterize Marx's conception of a society in which people are free of alien, social domination, whether its form is personal or abstract, and in which it would be possible for the associated individuals to make their own history. In Marx's conception, historical freedom involves the liberation from historically determinate social necessity and allows for an expansion of the true realm of freedom. However, it does not and cannot entail freedom on a total social level from any sort of necessity. Society, for Marx, cannot be based on absolute freedom. One remaining constraint is nature. Although the labor of individuals need not be a necessary means for acquiring means of consumption, some form of social production is a necessary precondition of human social existence. The form and extent of this transhistorical, natural, social necessity can be historically modified. This necessity itself, however, cannot be abolished. Even when direct human labor in production no longer would be the primary source of social wealth, and society no longer would be structured by a quasi-objective form of social mediation constituted by labor, social labor would have to be performed, according to Marx. For this reason, as I noted early in this work, he maintains that, however playful individual labor may become, labor on a socially general level can never acquire the character of pure play. The abolition of alienated labor, implied by Marx's analysis of capitalism, does not, then, signify the abolition of the necessity of all forms of social labor, although the character of such labor, the amount of labor time, and lifetime required, and the various possible modes by which the social distribution of labor could be effected could be considerably different than in a society dominated by historical necessity. Within the framework of Marx's analysis, then, the continued existence of the necessity of labor as a condition of human social life should not be identified with alienation, with the abstract forms of labor constituted social domination I have analyzed. The former necessity is rooted in human life itself, in the circumstance that humans are part of nature, but are so mediately, inasmuch as they also regulate their metabolism with their natural environment by means of labor. There is an additional aspect of the last passage quoted that deserves mention, that the labor-mediated interaction between humanity and nature is a necessary precondition of human social life highlights one dimension of Marx's critique of capitalism which usually is overlooked. We have seen that, according to Marx, material wealth is constituted by concrete labor and nature, but value is a function of abstract labor alone. As self-valorizing value, capital consumes material nature to produce material wealth, not as an end, however, but as a means of expanding surplus value, of extracting and absorbing as much surplus labor time from the working population as possible. This transformation of matter into units of objectified time is a one-way, rather than a cyclical, process of productive consumption. In this respect, capital-determined production is like slash-and-burn agriculture on a higher level. It consumes the sources of material wealth and then moves on. Capitalist production, in Marx's words, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the basic sources of all wealth, the earth and the worker. The enormous increases in productivity induced and required by capital are due precisely to the fact that the creation of more material wealth is not an end but a means of lowering necessary labor time. One consequence of the value form, then, is that capital is characterized by a movement toward boundless expansion. As we have seen, capitalist production is for the sake of production. This accelerating drive of capital is a function of a form of wealth based on the expenditure of direct labor time. We have seen that this basis becomes less significant and ever narrower as a source of material wealth, while remaining necessary as a source of value. According to Marx, the boundless strivings of capital and its narrow basis are tied to each other, yet this is not manifest. The dream implied by the capital form is one of utter boundlessness, a fantasy of freedom as the complete liberation from matter, from nature. This dream of capital is becoming the nightmare of that from which it strives to free itself, the planet and its inhabitants. Humanity can fully awaken from this somnambulistic state only by abolishing value. This abolition would entail abolishing the necessity for productivity to be constantly increased in the form discussed above, and would allow for a different structure of labor, a higher degree of control by people over their lives, and a more consciously controlled relationship with the natural environment. Marx's assertion that some form of labor is a transhistorical social necessity is a critique of conceptions of absolute freedom, a critique based on a recognition of the boundedness of humanity as a mediate part of nature. It suggests that a situation of historical freedom would also allow for a consciously regulated process of interaction with nature, a relationship with nature that should not be understood in terms of the romanticized harmony that expresses the subjection of humanity to the blind forces of nature, or the freedom that entails the blind subjugation of nature. Marx's critical theory frequently has been criticized as Promethean, as a theory based on the dangerously utopian proposition that people can shape their world as they choose. The analysis of modern society in terms of labor-mediated social relations presented in this work calls into question one assumption such criticisms make, namely, that whether people shape their world around them is a matter of choice. Marx's analysis can be understood as a very powerful and sophisticated attempt to show that, with the development of the commodity as a total social form, people already make the world around them. This indicates retrospectively that people earlier also constituted their world. The form in which people make the world under capitalism, however, is very different from earlier forms of social constitution. The modern, capitalist world, according to Marx, is constituted by labor, and this process of social constitution is such that people are controlled by what they make. Marx analyzes capital as the alienated form of historically constituted species general knowledge and skills and, hence, grasps its increasingly destructive movement toward boundlessness as a movement of objectified human capacities that have become independent of human control. In terms of what I have developed in this work, Marx's conception of the overcoming of capitalism can be understood in terms of people gaining control over such quasi-objective developments, over processes of ongoing and accelerating social transformation, which they themselves have constituted. Within such a framework, then, the issue is not so much whether people should try to shape their world, they already are doing so. Rather, the issue is the way in which they shape their world and, hence, the nature of this world and its trajectory. 10. Concluding considerations. The purpose of this work has been to reinterpret Marx's mature critical theory by closely examining its most basic categories and, on this basis, to begin reconceptualizing the nature of capitalist society. An important concern of this reinterpretation has been to show the extent to which significant differences exist between Marx's theory and traditional Marxist interpretations. Indeed, I have shown that Marx's theory can provide a powerful critique of such interpretations, one that embeds them socially by analyzing them with the same categories with which it critically analyzes capitalism. This reinterpretation of Marx's analysis, in other words, allows for a critique of traditional Marxism that, at the same time, expresses another critical theory of capitalism. It also transforms the terms of discourse between Marxian theory and other sorts of social theory. The key to the reinterpretation of Marx's theory developed here has been the distinction between a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor traditionally understood, and one based on a critical analysis of the historically determinate character of labor in capitalism. My investigation has shown that the former conception lies at the heart of traditional Marxism, and that the Marxian analysis should not be understood in these terms. We have seen that Marx's analysis of the historically unique character of labor as a socially mediating activity in capitalism is central to his investigation of the social relations and forms of subjectivity that characterize this society. According to Marx, the dual function of labor in capitalism as abstract labor and as concrete labor, as an activity that mediates people's relations with one another and with nature, constitutes the fundamental structuring form of social life in capitalism, the commodity. He treats the commodity as a socially constituted and constituting form, subjective, as well as objective, of social practice. Marx's theory of the centrality of labor to social life in capitalism, then, is a theory of the specific nature of the form of social mediation in this society, one that is constituted by labor and has a quasi-objective character, rather than a theory of the necessary social primacy of the labor-mediated interactions of humans with nature. This focus on social mediation, rather than on labor or class, means that Marx's social theory of knowledge, relating labor and consciousness, should be understood as one that grasps forms of social mediation, constituted by structured forms of practice, and forms of subjectivity as intrinsically related. Such a theory has nothing in common with a reflection theory of knowledge or with the notion that thought is superstructural. It also contravenes the common identification of a materialist theory of subjectivity with a theory of interests alone. My investigation has shown that, on the basis of his conception of the twofold character of the commodity form of social mediation, Marx reconstructs the fundamental features of capitalist society. His categorical analysis characterizes modern social life in terms of several salient features, which it tries to interrelate and ground socially. These features include the quasi-objective, necessary character of social domination, that is, the impersonal, abstract, and pervasive nature of a form of power with no real, personal or concrete institutional locus, the ongoing directional dynamic of modern society, and its labor-mediated form of interdependence and of individual material reproduction. At the same time, Marx's categorical analysis seeks to explain some of the apparent anomalies of modern social life as intrinsic aspects of its structuring social forms, the continued production of poverty in the midst of plenty, the apparently paradoxical effects of labor-saving and time-saving technology on the organization of social labor and social time, and the degree to which social life is controlled by abstract and impersonal forces despite the growing potential ability of people to control their social and natural environment. Thus, Marx's analysis of the commodity as the contradictory unity of both abstract and concrete labor, value and material wealth, is central to his conception of capitalism and of what its abolition would entail. It provides the conceptual basis for the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution outlined above, and thereby allows for a critical social and historical analysis of the form of economic growth, the nature and trajectory of production, distribution and administration, and the nature of work in capitalist society. Marx's basic categories not only ground a social analysis of these fundamental features of capitalist society, but do so in a way that relates them intrinsically to a growing gap that separates the powerlessness and fragmentation of individual labor and existence from the power and richness of the social totality. My investigation of Marx's analysis of the sphere of production has demonstrated that his critique of this opposition between the social totality and individuals is not simply a critique of historical processes of social differentiation, per se, undertaken from the standpoint of a romanticized conception of the immediate unity of individual and society. Rather, his critique is based on an analysis of the specificity of this opposition in capitalism. He analyzes it as a function of the alienated form in which socially general human capacities and knowledge are historically constituted in capitalism, and explains this alienated form in terms of the nature of labor-mediated social relations. On the basis of his analysis of capital, then, Marx provides a powerful critique of the specific character of the opposition constituted in capitalist society between an objectified general social dimension and individuals. He thereby contravenes the notion that this opposition, as it is materialized in the form of capitalist industrial production, for example, is a necessary concomitant of any technologically advanced mode of production based on a highly developed social division of labor. In this way, his analysis suggests the possibility of a fundamentally different mode of differentiation, the historical development of capitalist society. According to this approach, is socially constituted, nonlinear and non-evolutionary. It is neither contingent and random, as historical change might be in other forms of societies, nor a transhistorical evolutionary or dialectical development. Rather, it is a historically specific dialectical development that originates as a result of particular and contingent historical circumstances but then becomes abstractly universal and necessary. This historical dialectic entails ongoing and accelerating processes of the transformation of all aspects of social life, on the one hand, and the ongoing reconstitution of the most fundamental structural features of capitalism, on the other. It is important, for our purposes, to recall that the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution, in Marx's analysis, is grounded ultimately in the difference between value and material wealth, that is, in the double character of the constituting social mediation of capitalism. Although the market may serve as the means by which that dialectic is generalized in bourgeois capitalism, the dialectic itself cannot be explained completely in terms of bourgeois relations of distribution. In Marx's analysis, then, the twofold character of labor, rather than the market and private ownership of the means of production, constitutes the essential core of capitalism. His presentation of the trajectory of production, for example, indicates that bourgeois relations of distribution had been of central significance in the early development of capitalism. Once that society is fully developed, however, these relations become less structurally central. Indeed, my investigation has shown that an exclusive focus on those bourgeois aspects of capitalism can veil the crucial significance in Marx's analysis of the distinctions between abstract and concrete labor, value and material wealth. A labor theory of wealth, for example, may be able theoretically to ground class exploitation. A theory that emphasizes that production in capitalism is for the sake of profit, rather than use, may be able to show how this goal engenders the introduction of technical innovations in production, and a traditional Marxist approach may be able to provide an account of the crisis-ridden character of the capitalist process of social reproduction. However, all of these theoretical goals can be achieved while ignoring the fundamental distinctions that Marx introduces at the beginning of his exposition. As I have shown, though, Marx's theory also entails a critique of the character of economic growth in capitalism and of the nature and trajectory of the capitalist process of production, its intrinsic opposition between objectified socially general knowledge and living labor. This critique, which is also one of the quasi-objective and directionally dynamic character of social compulsion in capitalism and the structuring of the social universe in terms of an opposition of abstract and concrete dimensions, is based ultimately on Marx's critical analysis of the double character of labor in capitalism. It is very different than a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor, transhistorically understood. Moreover, Marx's analysis of capital treats the concept of totality in a way that is at odds with traditional Marxism as well as with many current criticisms of Marxism. We have seen that the Marxian theory analyzes capital as a social totality, as an alienated form that ultimately is constituted by the labor-mediated form of social relations. Hence, it entails a critique of the social totality. It does not affirm totality in the manner of traditional Marxism, as that which is to be realized in socialism once the particularism of bourgeois society is overcome. Unlike many current positions that also critically associate totality with domination, however, the Marxian theory does not deny its social existence. Rather, this theory analyzes totality as a function of the dominant form of social mediation, and seeks to indicate the possibility of its overcoming. Within the framework of such an approach, both the affirmation of totality and the denial of its existence serve to maintain the domination of capital. The differences between the Marxian critique and traditional Marxism are, then, considerable. Indeed, the two are in many respects opposed. Much of what is affirmed by the latter is grasped critically by the former. Thus, we have seen that Marx's theory does not consider class relations, structured by private ownership and the market, to be the social relations most fundamental to capitalism. Similarly, the critical thrust of his categories of value and surplus value is not simply to ground a theory of exploitation. Marx's theory neither affirms the capitalist process of production in order to criticize the patterns of capitalist distribution, nor implies that the proletariat is the revolutionary subject that will realize itself in a future socialist society. For Marx, the intrinsic contradiction of capitalist society is neither, structurally, between capitalist relations and industrial production, nor, socially, between the capitalist class and the working class, with the second term in each case taken to be intrinsically independent of capitalism, pointing toward a possible socialist future. On a more general level, Marx's theory does not assert that labor is the transhistorical structuring principle of social life. It does not grasp the constitution of social life in terms of a subject-object dialectic that is mediated by concrete labor. Indeed, it provides no transhistorical theory of labor, class, history, or the nature of social life itself. My investigation of the categories of Marx's self-reflexive critique has revealed a conception of the nature of capitalism and its overcoming very different from that of traditional Marxist interpretations. We have seen that labor in capitalism, far from being the standpoint of Marx's critique, is its object. In his mature theory, the critique of exploitation and the market is embedded within the framework of a far more fundamental critique, in which the constituting centrality of labor in capitalism is analyzed as the ultimate ground for the abstract structures of domination, the increasing fragmentation of individual labor and individual existence, and the blind, runaway developmental logic of capitalist society and large-scale organizations that increasingly subsume people. This critique analyzes the working class as an integral element of capitalism rather than as the embodiment of its negation. By pointing to the possible overcoming of value, the Marxian critique points to the possible overcoming of the structures of abstract compulsion characteristic of capitalism, the possible abolition of proletarian labor, and the possibility of a different organization of production, while suggesting that they are related intrinsically. At the beginning of this work, I suggested that the historical developments of the past half-century, such as the development and more recent crisis of state interventionist postliberal capitalism, the rise and subsequent collapse of actually existing socialist societies, the emergence of new social, economic, and environmental problems on a global scale, and the appearance of new social movements, have made clear the inadequacies of traditional Marxism as a critical social theory with emancipatory intent. They demonstrate the need for a fundamental reconceptualization of capitalist society. The Marxian theory, as I have reinterpreted it, could provide a fruitful starting point for such a fundamental rethinking of the nature of capitalism and its possible historical transformation, because the approach I have outlined shifts the focus of the critique of capitalism away from an exclusive concern with the market and private property. It could serve as the basis for a critical theory of modern capitalist society which would be more adequate to postliberal capitalism and could provide a basis for an analysis of actually existing socialist societies. I have shown, for example, that the contradiction between the forces and relations of production developed in capital is not essentially one between industrial production and liberal capitalist institutions, and that it does not point toward the realization of the former. Far from providing a critique of the market and private property from the standpoint of industrial production and the proletariat, Marx's theory furnishes the basis for an analysis of the industrial process of production as intrinsically capitalist. The Marxian categories of commodity and capital seek to express the internal organizing principle of large-scale industrial production as well as the quasi-automatic dynamic of capitalism. Moreover, they also provide a point of departure for analyzing postliberal forms outside of the sphere of immediate production, such as collective forms of social organization. Indeed, we saw that the full development of the commodity form actually implies the development of such collective social forms. Recall that the commodity only becomes totalized once labor power becomes commodified. However, the logical determination of labor power as a commodity is realized historically only when workers exercise effective control over that commodity. They can do so, within the framework of Marx's analysis, only as collective commodity owners. The totalization of value requires collective forms of organization. The Marxian analysis of capitalism, then, is not bound necessarily to liberal capitalism. Rather, it implies that the full development of the categorially grasped social forms of capitalism points beyond its liberal phase. Moreover, although this book has focused on the structuring of the process of production, the implications of Marx's categorical analysis extend far beyond the sphere of immediate production. I have shown that his analysis of the structuring of social life by the commodity is not restricted to this sphere. He analyzes the commodity as the most fundamental and general social mediation of capitalist society. I have also shown that Marx conceives of value as a social form that is not manifest but is determining of a deep structural level of modern social existence, and operates behind the backs of the social actors. Value, according to Marx, is constitutive of consciousness and action and, in turn, is constituted by people, although they are unaware of its existence. Its workings, therefore, need not be limited to the sphere of immediate production, where it purportedly is generated. This implies that the analysis I have outlined of the large-scale hierarchical form of organization generated by the commodity and capital, in which people are subsumed as cogs of a rationalized mega-apparatus, is not restricted to the sphere of immediate production. These considerations suggest that Marx's theory allows for a general critical, social analysis of the development of the massive, rationalized, bureaucratic organizations of production and administration characteristic of advanced capitalism on the basis of a systematic analysis of the structuring of social life by the commodity form. In other words, it allows for an analysis that could ground socially, and grasp as intrinsically contradictory, what Weber analyzed as the rationalization of all spheres of social life in the modern world. Such an analysis would not share the fundamental presuppositions underlying the Frankfurt School's analysis of postliberal capitalism as a one-dimensional, completely administered, social universe. My investigation of Marx's analysis of the process of production has shown that his understanding of the contradictory nature of capitalist society is very different than the traditional understanding that informed Friedrich Pollock's attempt to grasp the qualitative changes in 20th-century capitalism. An analysis based on Marx's theory would grasp as capital determined and internally contradictory precisely those important qualitative developments that, according to Pollock, indicate that the fundamental contradiction of capitalism has been overcome even though an emancipatory transformation of society has not been achieved. The interpretation outlined in this work of Marx's conception of the contradictory character of the structuring forms of capitalism, and the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution it implies, also allows, on a very abstract logical level, for an analysis of recent developments that appear to mark a new phase of capitalist development. By recovering the notion of a dialectical historical development on a more essential level than that of the mode of distribution, such an approach is less linear than Pollock's treatment of the supersession of liberal capitalism by state capitalism. It could, therefore, serve as a point of departure for understanding what may be a new transition in the development of capitalism, characterized by a weakening of state-centered forms in the West, and a collapse of state-controlled forms in the East, that is, by the partial reversal of the trend toward growing state control that marked the transition from liberal to organized capitalism. From this perspective, Pollock's analysis of this transition treated as linear what now appears to have been a moment of a more dialectical development. The approach I have presented could be more adequate to that development and could begin to establish the basis for conceptualizing the similar historical trajectories of state interventionist capitalism and actually existing socialism as two quite different variations of a common phase of the global development of capital. Rethinking the nature of capitalism means reconceptualizing its overcoming. The Marxian theory, as interpreted here, suggests an approach that neither affirms the existent forms of social production and administration as necessary concomitants of modernity, nor calls for their abolition. Instead, it points beyond the opposition of these two positions. We have seen, for example, that Marx does not treat the process of production in technical terms but analyzes it socially, in terms of two social dimensions that, although intertwined in capitalism, conceivably could be separated. As a critical theory of modern society, the Marxian theory analyzes social domination as intrinsic to the process of production and other institutions of this society. It does so in a way that does not look yearningly to the past but does distinguish conceptually what is indistinguishable on an immediate, practical level in capitalism, namely, what is necessary because of capital for a society with technologically advanced production and a highly developed social division of labor from what would be necessary for such a society were capital abolished. Marx's critique of political economy is a critical theory of modernity whose standpoint is not the pre-capitalist past but the possibilities developed by capitalism which point beyond it. Inasmuch as Marx's critique seeks to ground socially and is critical of the abstract, quasi-objective social relations of capitalism, and the nature of production, work, and the imperatives of growth in that society, it could provide the basis for an analysis of contemporary developments which could address more adequately than has traditional Marxism the sources of many current concerns, dissatisfactions, and aspirations. This approach, with its understanding of the contradictory character of capitalism, allows one to distinguish among three major forms of socially constituted critique and opposition in capitalism. The first is rooted in what people consider traditional forms, and is directed against the destruction of these forms by capitalism. The second bases itself on the gap between the ideals of modern capitalist society and its reality. This form characterizes a broad range of different movements, ranging from liberal, civil rights, movements to working class movements, once the working class has been constituted. The interpretation I present delineates a third major form of critique and possible opposition, one based on the growing gap between the possibilities generated by capitalism and its actuality. This approach could serve as a fruitful basis for an analysis of the new social movements of recent decades. The Marxian critique, as interpreted here, also implies an approach to the question of the conditions for democracy in a post-capitalist society, which I can only touch upon at this point. First, it provides the basis for an analysis of the social limits to democracy in capitalist society, which goes beyond the traditional critique of the gap between formal political equality and concrete social inequality. The traditional position argues that the minimization of the enormous disparities of wealth and power that are rooted in the capitalist relations of distribution is a necessary social condition for the meaningful realization of a democratic political system. In light of what I have presented here, such considerations can be seen to apprehend only one aspect of the social limits to democracy in capitalist society. What also must be grasped are the constraints to democratic self-determination that are imposed by the abstract form of domination rooted in the quasi-objective, totalizing, historically dynamic form of social mediation that constitutes capitalism. We have seen that, for Marx, this form of social domination shapes the nature of growth, the form of social production and reproduction, and the relations of humans with nature in capitalist society. These processes, however, do not appear to be social at all, so discussion of their transformation can appear to be wildly utopian. Marx's analysis, however, insists that these constraints are social. They neither are technical in nature, nor necessary aspects of modernity. Moreover, the forms of compulsion, rooted in the commodity and capital, are not static but, rather, dynamic. The abolition of this aspect of the capitalist relations of production is not only desirable, according to my reconstruction of the Marxian analysis, but is necessary if humanity is to free itself from a dynamic form of social domination, the effects of which are becoming increasingly destructive, unlike many traditional interpretations. Moreover, this conception of the social conditions for democratic self-determination need not have statist implications. We have seen that, for Marx, the basic relations of production of capitalism are not equivalent to the market and private property. Hence, the supersession of the market and private property by the state would not signify the overcoming of value and capital. Indeed, the term state capitalism, which Pollock used but could not ground, can be justified to describe a society in which capitalist relations of production continue to exist while bourgeois relations of distribution have been replaced by a state bureaucratic mode of administration that remains subject to the compulsions and constraints rooted in capital. The differences between the Marxian and the traditional Marxist approaches in this regard parallel their differences with regard to the issue of social mediation. I have shown that the Marxian critique is of a determinate form of social mediation, constituted by labor. It is not a critique of social mediation per se. Whereas the latter sort of critique tends to equate mediation with the market and points to its replacement by administration, the Marxian critique allows quite readily for the possibility of political modes of mediation in a post-capitalist society, that is, for a conception of a political public sphere in socialism that lies outside of the formal state apparatus. My intention, however, has not been to elaborate a full theory of the nature, development, and possible overcoming of advanced capitalist society, or to elaborate an approach to actually existing socialist societies. This work is preliminary, a work of theoretical clarification and reorientation on a fundamental logical level. My intention here has primarily been to provide as coherent and powerful a reinterpretation of the categorical foundations of the Marxian theory as possible, distinguishing it from traditional Marxism, and suggesting that it may be able to provide the foundation for an adequate critical analysis of the contemporary world. I have elucidated the underpinnings of such an analysis, the basic categories and orientations in terms of which it would seek to grasp capitalism and understand its historical trajectory. Although this reinterpretation of the basic categories of Marx's mature critical theory renders plausible the notion that his theory could serve as the basis for a powerful critical social theory of the contemporary world, I do not claim to have demonstrated the adequacy of this theory as an analysis of capitalist, or modern, society. My reinterpretation does, however, transform fundamentally the terms with which the question of the adequacy of Marx's categorical analysis must be posed. In general, this question has been discussed within the framework of the traditional interpretation, that is, as if his categories were transhistorical categories of a social critique from the standpoint of labor, categories of a critical political economy rather than a critique of political economy. Thus, for example, most debates regarding the validity of Marx's labor theory of value have considered it as a theory of prices or of exploitation, based on a transhistorical conception of labor. In the process, they have conflated what I have shown to be distinctions fundamental to Marx's theory, such as those between value and material, wealth, abstract labor and concrete labor. The question of the validity of a transhistorical labor theory of social wealth is, however, very different than that of the adequacy of a historically specific labor theory of value. The question of the validity of historically specific, dynamic, and temporally bound categories is quite different than that of categories purported to be valid trans-historically. Moreover, my investigation has revealed that precisely the fundamental distinctions that are conflated in traditional Marxism constitute the basis for Marx's attempt to grasp what he saw as the essential features of capitalist society. In other words, the object of Marx's theory, its critical focus, is different than that of theories that do not distinguish between value and material wealth. For both reasons, the adequacy of Marx's critical theory cannot properly be evaluated, whether positively or negatively, on the basis of arguments that basically translate its categories into the terms of political economy. The question of the adequacy of Marx's theory must, then, be formulated in terms of the purported historical specificity of its categories and the nature of its object. We have seen that, with his categorical analysis, Marx attempts to grasp capitalist society in terms of an underlying form of social mediation, constituted by labor, that has a twofold character, and generates a complex directional dialectic. On this basis he seeks to analyze and ground, socially, what he clearly regards as fundamental characteristics of this form of social life, in a way that shows them to be intrinsically related. These characteristics include the quasi-objective and dynamic nature of social necessity in capitalism, the nature and trajectory of industrial production, and of work, the specific pattern of economic growth, and the particular form of exploitation, as well as the changing forms of subjectivity. Characteristic of capitalism. It is with reference to these characteristics of capitalist society that the question ultimately must be posed of the explanatory power of Marx's historically specific categorical analysis. I have examined his analysis of value as a form of wealth and of social mediation, and I have tried to elucidate Marx's argument that, despite appearances, value, which is a function of immediate labor time expenditure, rather than material wealth, is the dominant social form of wealth in capitalism. I have shown how his theory implies that value is reconstituted structurally as the core of capitalism, even as it gives rise to conditions that render it anachronistic, and, therefore, that capitalist society is shaped by the dialectic of the value and use value dimensions of capital and by the shearing pressure between them. In this way, this work is an attempt to clarify the nature and basic contours of Marx's theory of value and its relation to what he saw as capitalism's fundamental characteristics. It has done so, however, only on a preliminary logical level. Such a theory would have to be developed further before one could adequately address the question of its viability. One important theoretical issue that would have to be examined is the relationship of structure and action. In elucidating the dialectic of transformation and reconstitution at the heart of Marx's analysis of capital, I noted that, as presented, the dialectic grasps only the underlying structural logic of the dynamic. A more complete account would involve investigating further how value is constituted by people and can be operative, although they are unaware of its existence. Marx's analysis implies that, although social actors are unaware of the essential structuring forms of capitalist society, there is a systematic relationship between these forms and social action. What mediates the two is that the underlying social forms, for example, surplus value, appear necessarily in manifest forms, for example, profit, that both express and veil them and serve as the basis for action. As noted, a more complete discussion of this problem would entail re-examining the relationship of Marx's analysis in Volume 1 of Capital to that in Volume 3, and would also require investigating whether one can then show that people, acting on the basis of the immediacy of the manifest forms, reconstitute what Marx claims are the underlying social forms of capitalism. Other aspects of the Marxian analysis would have to be further developed before its explanatory power could be more adequately assessed. For example, in order to explore further the issue of whether the underlying pattern of growth in capitalism can be grasped adequately by the dialectic of what Marx analyzes as the two dimensions of the constituting social mediation of that society, it would be necessary to investigate his analysis of circulation in Volume 2 of Capital and his analysis of the interpenetration of circulation and production in Volume 3. One would need to do so, moreover, on the basis of the fundamental distinction, which I have emphasized, between value and material wealth. This would, at the same time, entail rethinking Marx's analysis of the structural basis of crises in capitalism. Such an analysis would be necessary in order to explore the viability of Marx's categories in grasping the temporal and spatial dimensions of the expansion of capital, that is, the interrelated processes of the qualitative transformation of capitalist society and the changing nature of capitalist globalization. An important starting point for such an undertaking would be the analysis, which I have begun, of Marx's category of value as a structuring category of the organization of large-scale production under conditions of the real subsumption of labor under capital. This analysis, if developed further, could serve as the basis for a more intensive investigation of a problem I have noted several times, the possible relation between the structuring of industrial production by a dialectic of the value and use value dimension of capital, as analyzed by Marx, and the large-scale rationalized and bureaucratized organization of social production and administration in industrial capitalism. Such an investigation would be an important step toward two ends. First, determining whether the Marxian theory could indeed provide the basis for an approach capable of grasping qualitative changes in the nature and development of capitalist society, and second, whether it could serve as basis for an analysis of qualitative historical changes in subjectivity, in forms of thought and sensibilities. In so doing, such an investigation could also serve as the point of departure for analyzing the latest transition of capitalism alluded to above, and could further our understanding of the new social movements of the past decades. The theory of social mediation I have outlined here might also be able to provide the basis for a fruitful reconceptualization of the social constitution and historical transformation of gender and race in capitalist society. Finally, further elaboration of my reinterpretation would need to address the implications, for any understanding of the possible overcoming of capitalism, of the argument that, according to the logic of Marx's analysis, the proletariat is not the revolutionary subject. Such extensions and elaborations of this reinterpretation would be necessary in order to examine further the adequacy of Marx's categorical analysis as the basis for a social theory of contemporary society, to investigate further the explanatory power of Marx's conception of value as a form of wealth and social mediation constituted by abstract labor time, expenditure, to examine his notion that value becomes increasingly anachronistic and yet remains structurally central to capitalism, and to evaluate his analysis of the directional dynamic and institutions of capitalism in terms of this intrinsic tension. I have argued that, although Marx's theory of value, the contention that despite scientific developments and their technological applications, social wealth in capitalism remains a function of labor-time expenditure, seems highly implausible at first glance. It can be judged only in terms of what it attempts to explain. I have sought to indicate that the Marxian theory of value is not one of the constitution and appropriation of a transhistorical form of wealth but, rather, is an attempt to explain in social terms such features of capitalist society as the nature of its historical dynamic and of its mode of production. This reinterpretation, of course, is not a proof of Marx's theory of value. It does, however, indicate that the question of its adequacy is not quite as simple as, at first glance, it may have appeared. In general, then, the plausibility of the Marxian theory, as I have presented it, depends on whether it adequately characterizes the essential features of modern society, and whether its categorical analysis of capitalism's basic social relations adequately explains these features. What is at issue is the question of the nature of capitalism. This question can be conceived, on one level, in terms of the plausibility of the proposition that capitalism and socialism are distinguished not only by the way in which social wealth is appropriated and distributed, but also by the nature of this wealth itself and its mode of production. My investigation has shown the far-reaching ramifications of this latter proposition. I have shown that, within the framework of Marx's analysis, value is a form of wealth that is not extrinsic to production or to other social institutions in capitalism but, rather, is intrinsic to them and shapes them. As a form of mediation, it generates a process of ongoing transformation and reconstitution. Socialism, then, cannot be understood as a society with a different mode of appropriating and distributing the same form of social wealth, based on the same form of production. Instead, it is determined conceptually as a society in which social wealth has the form of material wealth. Hence, it is conceived of as a very different sort of society, one free from the sorts of socially constituted, abstract compulsions, in the form of both abstract time and historical time, that are characteristic of capitalism. This, in turn, implies the possibility of a mode of technologically advanced production and of a highly developed social division of labor that are structured differently than in capitalism. This reformulation of the distinguishing determinations of capitalism and socialism is rich, theoretically powerful, and germane to contemporary conditions, enough so to warrant further serious development of the theoretical approach I have presented here. In conclusion, it should be noted that the interpretation I have presented here not only calls into question traditional Marxist approaches but also raises issues of significance for social theory in general. I have presented Marx's theory as a self-reflexive, historically determinate theory, as an approach that is conscious of the historical specificity of its categories as well as of its own theoretical form. In addition to being historically determinate, the Marxian critique is a theory of social constitution. The constitution, by a determinate form of social practice, of a historically specific form of social mediation that lies at the core of capitalist society, and that is constitutive of forms of social objectivity and subjectivity. On the one hand, it is a theory of the social constitution of a determinate, directional dynamic. It explains this dynamic in terms of a process by which historically determinate social practices and historically specific social structures are mutually constituting. By analyzing capitalist societies' historically dynamic structures and institutions in terms of a form of mediation constituted by labor, the Marxian theory both accords quasi-independent social reality to such structures and analyzes them as socially constituted by forms of social practice that, in turn, are molded by those structures. It thereby calls into question, as one-sided, positions that proceed from the social reality of such structures without grasping them as socially constituted, as well as those that emphasize the process of social constitution in a way that dissolves structures of mediation into congeries of present practices. On the other hand, the Marxian theory is also a social theory of consciousness and subjectivity, one that analyzes social objectivity and subjectivity as intrinsically related. It grasps both in terms of determinate forms of mediation, objectified forms of practice. Even as a social theory of consciousness, however, it is historically specific, because of its analysis of the specificity of the form of social mediation. The Marxian theory suggests that the contents of consciousness, as well as the form of the social constitution of meaning, are historically specific in capitalism. It implies that meaning is not necessarily constituted in the same way in all societies, and thereby calls into question transhistorical and transcultural theories of the constitution of meaning and, hence, of culture. What gives Marx's theory of social constitution its power is precisely that it is historically determinate. Marx does not present it as a general, indeterminate theory with purported universal applicability but, rather, in a form that is inseparable from the basic social forms constitutive of capitalist society. This mode of presentation itself provides a powerful, if implicit, critique of any theoretical approach that universalizes what was unfolded by Marx in a theoretically rigorous manner as a determinate aspect of capitalist society, including the theory of this society. Marx's analysis of modern society as capitalist, then, is a theoretically sophisticated attempt to grasp this society from the viewpoint of its possible transformation by means of a socially self-reflexive, historically determinate theory of social constitution. We have seen, for example, that Marx's category of capital can ground socially the directional dynamic of capitalist society, the character of economic growth, and the nature and trajectory of the production process in capitalism. His analysis implicitly demands of other theoretical positions that they provide a social account of these features of capitalist society. It does so, moreover, in a way that questions any approach that treats industrial production solely in technical terms, as well as those that either simply presuppose the existence of history or hypostatize as a transhistorical development what the Marxian theory analyzes as a socially constituted, historically specific form of history. More generally, Marx's approach implicitly is critical of all transhistorical theories, as well as of theories that address either social structures or social practices without grasping their interrelations. The question of the adequacy of Marx's theory, then, is not only a question of the viability of his categorical analysis of capitalism. It also raises more general questions regarding the nature of social theory. Marx's critical theory, which grasps capitalist society by means of a theory of the constitution by labor of a directionally dynamic, totalizing mediation that is historically specific, is a brilliant analysis of this society, and it is, at the same time, a powerful argument regarding the nature of an adequate social theory.